Testing. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. We are glad you're here. I hope you have a wonderful day and happy Tuesday, baby. It is an important week. A lot is happening here. You got some PPI data, that is the producer prices. You also got retail sales today, this morning. That was not looking good. And then you got Powell. So today it starts off with the Fed. You get the final decision and the press conference tomorrow. And then we go from there, baby. So it is going to be exciting. We hope you're ready. We hope you're blessed. We're getting ready for a lot of it. I think it's going to be a very, very interesting 6 months here, but it all starts with the Fed, baby. So we got a lot to go over. Good morning. I hope you're doing good. I hope you're feeling blessed. It's a good day. I hope you woke up in dry, baby. Amen. 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 Good morning. Amen. Good morning. Hi. Hey. How are you? Uber, I know DraftKings, you got Torchlight, TRCH, that's your hype stock of the day. That one's waking up. Everyone's like, OMG. Then DraftKings got like a short sell report. Apparently, they're the mafia or something. Oh, man, look at that one, 10%. Oh, we're going to talk about that one. Yeah, Hindenburg, tried to Hindenburg them, huh? Oh, yeah. Oracle earnings. You got Adobe earnings. That one's already, it's a lot, man. There is a lot. So I hope you're ready for it. I hope you're feeling blessed. Make sure you hit the like button. That is up there. And then, oh, wait, you can't see it. You can't see it, baby. Hi, chat. X out the chat. Second link. Nightly Watchlist main channel. Let's see what we got here. Is this it? No, this is the wrong one. I need the other one. Oh, this one. Going crazy. Okay, like the video. Very good for you. Allegedly. Well, I like it. I mean, I like the DraftKings thing. There's a really good strategy even within this. We'll talk about it a little bit. You will get to see, but this is it's actually beautiful. It's actually beautiful, baby. Let's get to the watch list. Wake up, Chad. Good morning. It's going to be a good day. The producer inflation data, again, it's all up. I want my PCE. That is going to be key. Everything, surprisingly, even after the CPI, the producer inflation data went up, and that says something. It says something about the expectations, like we've kind of been discussing here. So it's important. I think the retail sales actually says a little bit more, but we have Powell right now, and again, he's going to be taking in a different set of data. He's going to be using that PCE, and the big thing a lot of people have not been talking about is the average inflation. So regardless of what the, even if you did the producer prices, what is that 12-month average? A lot of people are saying there's inflation there's not inflation. People don't like it. Some people do, but at the end of the day, all you got to do is really do is just look at the average, and it says a lot. It doesn't really change our expectations for Powell tomorrow. If you watch the watch list, I do have a very specific set of what I'm expecting from him. We're probably going to talk about it today. A lot of people have that question, so we'll see. Pretty much they're trying to tie DraftKings. There was a short report, and it came out by a pretty respected short seller. I mean, I can't deny his credibility. So this is it's an interesting one, but we'll talk about it. But pretty much they said in the merger of their SPAC that they have ties to a black market legal gambling network. And then the company that they merged with in the SPAC, they got shut down for fraudulent binary options thing overseas. So it's a pretty interesting one. DraftKings has yet to comment on it. So DraftKings, I know a lot of the news networks already this morning have reached out to DraftKings, so we have not got their statement yet. We probably will throughout the middle of the day. So we'll see what's about to happen next, okay? Had forecast the PPI rising 0.6. Damn, they blew the expectations that big. I'm going to double check that one, but we'll see. But Let us get into the watch list, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody wants to ride with you in the limo, but what you want is someone who will take the bus with you when the limo breaks down. Amen, baby. A little wind kindles, much puts out the fire. Oh, Eli Smith. There's nothing noble for being superior to your fellow man. True nobility is being superior to your former self. Ernest Hemingway. Attitude check, baby. It's J Powell event. Run it. Watchlist, Snapchat, Roblox, Apple, AMC. Bro, I read one in the comments here in the morning. Is somebody, it was a new person, and they were like, why is there so many quotes in the comments section? I'm like, because it's a cult, baby. Oh, we just come hype to the stock market like that. Isn't that, man, y'all unique, baby. Shout out to Colt. Shout out to Colt, baby. Never forget, Batman chose Harvey Dent over Rachel Dawes, baby. Anyone else notice Josh's calls on UWMC? Because the stock never takes a W. Damn, bro. Y'all coming for the low blows right there. All right, I'll take it. That was actually pretty funny. Owning a home is a keystone of wealth, both financial affluence and emotional security. I lost my home in Virginia in 2013 to a foreclosure, but I'm about to get it all back, baby. God bless the cult. God bless you, Richard Judge. So I love to hear, baby. Keep going. I'm 10 years ahead mentally, and I'm trapped in today's time. Every now and then I crack you a smile from 2013, but I'm cracking you a frown in 2023. Kanye, Yeezy. Oh, man, looking for a potential rotation out of growth and in the financials. I want a pony. Okay. If the financials pick up, I mean, they are the lagger, at least in the last coming months on the Dow, so that would be great. Hey, Josh, does taper tightening does mean liquidity? If so, if the Fed were to taper, should we see TLT going up and the dollar strong? Can you also talk about what you think TLT is going up, please? So I said liquidity for bonds, and it usually translates into higher rates. So if they do taper, it would be, that's the liquidity tightening. They're going to be tightening the bonds, and usually when they stop putting money into the bonds, that should change the natural yield and make it up to supply and demand, and naturally that would translate into a higher rate. And then once they start raising rates, that's on the longer end, or allowing that, the longer end of the curve starts to affect the shorter end, and that is the Fed policy that they directly impact. So hopefully that helps. TLT going up, I could not tell you right now. I think it's a very interesting move leading into the Fed, and that's what we're looking at. Love it when me and the homie got to be on your live every day, brother. We got you, baby. Colt. Stay blessed. I'm excited to celebrate my first birthday with the Colt tomorrow and many more to come. Gus Gonzalez, baby, and all the other birthdays out there. Shout out all the birthdays. Oh, happy birthday. I love it. You made it. You know that not everybody made it. Yo, that's great. Colt, Snapchat, what do you like for tomorrow at open? You got hype stocks at TRCH. That's Torchlight. On the downside, you got DraftKings. I think we're going to get some activity with the bonds. It's going to be a good one. Oh, and Boeing. Boeing did that UF tariff deal. That one's going to be a key. If you ever break even on Wish shares, it means I made enough to buy a house. God bless, baby. Amen. You went hard on that one. Watch it. Tesla, Microsoft, TLT. God bless. Let's go, brother. I appreciate you. Roblo was heavy on the blow today. Thank you for the call, Josh. Means a lot. Working on the house, and I claim it after I get mine. Yours is next. Let's go, baby. Amen. Hey, man, we're going to get you a couple of things. We got to get you the house. We're going to get you the rental. You got to find the one. We got the plan, baby. Amen. You changed my life in many ways, and just when I thought it couldn't change anymore, I tried mango with tagine, baby. Thank you. Feel blessed. I can't pay you back for the blessings, so I'll just pray for you and your family's health and well-being. I love it, baby. Amen. He said, I thought my life couldn't change, and then I had mango tagine. Amen. Thoughts on Workhorse, heavily shorted. They actually have a lot of potential to grow even without the squeeze. I mean, I'm in it. I think they can move here, but I definitely think a lot of the upside has to do with the squeeze that they're having now, quite frankly. So otherwise, it's going to be about what happened with that new situation in that contract. But still holding those shares, selling cover calls. I tried Airbnb a few times earlier this year while it swung between 118 and 20 or 180. Still really like it, but I've noticed Airbnb isn't having the big swings it used to. Earlier this year, holding 19 shares at 176, averaging down with it's in the budget. Watch it. Apple 145 call for December. You either quit or keep going. They both hurt. Salah, AMC, SNDL, Rocket, SOS. God bless you, the Colt, baby. Stock market going crazy for Powell. Gotta love it, Colt. Head in the game, armor on, and chest to the sun. Calm, cool, and collected, baby. We take what is ours. Let's go, Chad. Hope everyone has a great day. Amen. BB, September 22 call. Clove, 20 call. No, NRZ, August 13 call. XIN, July, $5 call. All currently under $200 each or together. We will see. No, DraftKings was not options activity that was fraudulent. It had to do with who they merged with. They pretty much merged with an alleged bad actor. We'll talk about it. I put my brother under the coat, and he's been watching the stream. He's a young real estate agent and investor, baby. Shout out my baby bro, Jerry. Let's go. Let's go, baby. The whole fam. And shout out the real estate people, man. We love y'all. Even if you don't do real estate, we love y'all. But still. You know, we like real estate. It's good. What's up, Chad? What's up, Josh? Looking at UWMC weekly straddle on the $10 strike. Gonna flip that. Purchase the shares for the long term. Also, possibly looking at Clove November debit spreads. God willing, baby. Let's go. UWMC, maybe get a little bit of time. I mean, our debit spread is on July, I believe. So we'll see. We'll see. Absorb what is useful, discard what is not, add what is uniquely your own. Bruce Lee, baby. We'll be watching indexes for all-time high breakouts or breakdowns, charting ES and NQ, trading SPY, and QQQ contracts around them. Feel it. Feel it. Let's go, baby. Watching STIP. November 107 call, saw some more activity on them today, more than average volume in the underlying as it has brought as it bought as an inflation hedge. Oracle, watching for the earnings after hours. SKYT, it done very well since IPO, up 46% in the month. SKYT, someone keep a look at that one. Wrap, Bola wrap gun for non-lethal detainment. Stock been holding well, might double dip. Wrap, a Bola wrap? What did they wrap you in a Bola? What do you... They could have picked a different name, y'all. We got both. That sounds like a offering at a sketchy Chipotle. I feel like I don't want no Bola wrap, man. Might double dip on calls. Cybersecurity, not which ones to choose, but I want leaps on one. Palo Alto Networks, that is a leader. PANW. They're very, very good. And Powell, we trust, baby. Awesome content, bro. How do you know all this stuff? Amazes me. Oh, man, we're almost at 15 years market experience. You know that? So I hope you guys are excited because you will get to see a lot on your journey. That is the best way to explain it. You got a lot. You got a lot, baby. And to his follows, Josh Whisper, Tesla. Oh, yo, you had a funny comment yesterday. I saw it after the market. It was great. Just welcome my second child into this world, baby. Lacey going to have her long term soon enough. Keep us in your prayers, Cole. Amen, baby. Another Colt is born. Another Colt member. Another Chad. Good morning, Colt. Is there a lesson from Paul Volcker about inflation? Thinking you might know the name. Other than that, let's have a great day. Yes, Paul Volcker, he's the guy through the 70s and 80s or around that time frame who had to kind of fight off inflation, and he raised the rates to 20%. So, there's a lot about Volcker. He came up a couple times. I don't know if this situation is the same just yet. By the time the Volcker moment comes into play, you probably will have a new Fed chair, believe it or not. Oh, excuse me. Blessings and love to the call, baby. Shout out to Josh and all the Chads. Get that long term, baby. Stay up, amen. Intro always gives me a dose of goosebumps. I love you, Josh. Thank you for everything. I feel sad for not being able to pay the membership in chat. Oh, no, man. Please don't. No. We love you, man, and we appreciate your support. Any alternatives to get an F card with no questions asked? God bless you. Positive, wonderful people here. All I can find, baby, and we love you. Just get that long term. That's the only credit you need in life. A long term, baby. They don't feel me. They don't feel me. Really appreciate the keys, plays, and just your knowledge you pass to us. Watch it, XOM, and BP. I'm humble, Chris. Thank you. And I like X again. They saw a sell-off yesterday. We'll watch those. Oil was at a really, really, really high price, so we'll have to see. Blessed to start the week with you, Chad. PHILO, baby. Trust the God. Trust the process. Let's go. Big C, Sleeping Giant, up $20 since the bottom. Let's go, baby. Can't wait to buy you a house. You've blessed me over time in an unimaginable way. Shout out to Chad. We love you, creative investor. Keep killing it. I just played strategy, EDM, back-to-back for the past 2 hours. Yeah, that could end up happening. Renting out my new home this year, buying another one, starting to build up my real estate portfolio, baby. LT is love. LT is life. God bless the cult. Had some Apple calls that were down 60, ended up selling at 10 just to see it go up 40% at close. Made sure I took some profit, and I'll see if I could double dip with more time. Contracts I had expire Friday. Might try to double dip with next week. So you kind of made a good move. Even though they move 40%, if it is going to expire on the weekly, you're going to get that volatility. So this is how you could kind of do a rollover and use it to your advantage. So don't focus on it too much. Again, don't aim for too much perfection. You still operated good. You got to walk away with the W. That's all we want, baby. I totally understand the debit spread now, baby. Super badass play. Always play single option. Let's go. Again, understand the probabilities on them, too. We're going to talk about that a lot here, but they are great. Again, even with some of these meme stocks and some of these plays, it's allowing us, a way, way better exposure, if anything. So I love it. I bought a gamble on Chegg. I bought 190 call 716, 100 call at 716. Learn how to maximize profits from you guys. Let's go. God bless Josh in the chat, baby. Turn me up, never down. Hey, man, Josh, so cool with the knowledge. Good stuff. Please continue. Oh, Terry, thank you. I got you, baby. Get that long term. Got to love the code and know you guys are family. 5,000 plus players each day go a long way. No plays, just watching banks and reopening trade with Cali getting off parole officially. Cali coming off parole, man. Cali coming off parole. Thoughts on having a contract during a split. Been looking at CSX 130 call for January with it being only 50. It does work sometimes. It just depends on the split. It does get a little bit hectic with like non-standard options, but other than that, you should be pretty good with it. Thank you, bro. We will get minutes for power. Will be the Q&A. That's not going to be tomorrow, but that's going to be Wednesday. The minutes come out a month later. Also, what's good with OPEC? Do you think that they will chill with oil rising up in prices? Biden could make a deal to drop oil. We will see. Again, you had that. The biggest oil deal was what you saw with Iran the other day. Super pumped about AMC. What do you think about the green energy stocks, SPI, Alto, and Run? Which stocks made you 4K out of 80? That was the Beyond play. And then, again, lower probability. You should tell how often these plays hit. Again, depending on the play, the last two, these are about, further out the money. Anywhere from about 5 to 1%. But the key is how much you put in on it. But we will definitely make that clear. What up, Colt? Hope you got some great rest. Stocks I'll be watching. SSPK, one of my favorites, will be switching to maps on the 15th, a.k.a. Weeb Maps. Also, AWR looking for breakout. Reminds me of AWK. Also, HBI Haynes. Not been getting the beat lately. Also, DraftKings and Bud for reopening trades. God bless the Colt, baby. Let's go. I like that. Bud could be a good one. Where's the other one? HBI. That's pretty much a value play. We will see. We will see on that one. You're the first person who actually explained the smart contract process in a way that finally gets it. I didn't, though. I didn't. It's a spam. They trying to get you. They trying to get you. It's only Monday. I'm excited for the week, baby. Let's go. Chad, keep the head high and love strong. I haven't hit a play yet, and it doesn't matter. Stay in the game, and I'm happy to be a part of the beautiful mess. God is good. Don't try to understand his plan. We have the game on lock. The money lost is just tuition. Love you all, beautiful people. Happy Tuesday. And I'll tell you, man, I know where your win is. I know where your win is hiding. It's hiding in the long term. And then that gives you the momentum. Then that gives you the morale. And then you start killing it. Ask anybody. Ask anybody. It's Uncle F. Answers in the F is for the Fisk. Can you explain the Jerome situation? I don't know anything about it, and I want to be informed. Thank you in advance. If you're here now, we're going to be talking about it, so hopefully we see you on stream. Anyone wait for Powell like it's Christmas Eve each month? Like today, it's the eve of Jerome Powell, and I'm already hyped and bored with any moves this week. I feel you, man. Breakfast, Watchlist, sun shining, chest to the sun. Excited for another day. God bless. God is good. Get a Colt tattoo. What? Cat Square, Lulu, Roku, Tesla, Spy. First investment property. I'm going to have to come back to this. Hopefully you're on stream. We celebrated Usha's birthday, my birthday, Joe's birthday, Donald's birthday, another chat I can't remember. Also celebrated 1 year at the Colt, baby. Amen, Alexander and the whole gang. We love you all. Fun, fearless, unfazed, and determined. Let's see. God bless. Stay blessed. Trust the Colt. SNDL. Workhorse, Coin, PayPal, Ford, Low, UMC. Building up positions. Trust the process, baby. What do you think about Vuzix? Chad, what do you think about Vuzix? See you next week. Everyone's still swinging. MREO has a strong balance sheet. All right, biotech's getting hot. I got the joy down in my heart. Hey, down in my heart. Hey, we love you, Usha. Join the Mother Off Squeezes. Get AMC before it breaks the system. Uncle, thank you. No tapering. Please talk about Caterpillar. It's a killer. We like it. It's been coming down. But again, it has had it's like the Amazon of growth stocks or value stocks if you think about it. What do you think about Joanne? IPO, I think it's a decent company, but I don't know how they performed since then. Laser, ET, Square, Apple, Facebook, Microsoft, NVIDIA, PayPal, Abivai, Hi, Eagle Eye, SGBX, TRCH. Oh, this guy, he made it to the bottom. And TLT, punch, baby. Hey, man, we made it. We made it to the bottom. We got through. We got through, man. You know that? We got through. It's beautiful. And we made it through a lot, Chad. And you've made it through a lot. And there's a lot of people who are in the chat, and they have a crazy history because they've sacrificed a lot, and they put in the work, baby. And you know what we do here at the Colt? before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves. We like to pay our homage and honor to the people who've sacrificed more than most of us ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge shout out to all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served our country. We love you and thank you for your sacrifice and the decision that you made. And also, shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public service out there, baby. We love y'all. Thank you for doing what you're doing. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send in the dots! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn! Amen. Amen, baby. Amen. So get ready. God bless America. And God bless the cult, baby. And God bless everybody else. We don't care who you are. As long as you're here, if you hungry and you ready, get a long term, baby. It's going to be a fun day today. We're setting up for Powell. This is probably going to be our final move, if anything, in the market. That's the best way to put it, up until we get some of the more bigger moves after Powell. So we'll see how today is. It could be a lot like yesterday. Got a couple plays even from the watch list that we're going to be looking at. Oh, shit, I forgot to put the Beyond. But I want to watch them. I like the Shopify's too. Where was it? I just sent out the list. Ready for Corsair. Where is it? BA, DraftKings, TRCH, Shopify, Spotify, and Amazon. It's going to be good, baby. Oracle. Oh, yeah, they got earnings. So DraftKings, they got a short report that they merged with a company. Pretty much it's implying that they have a legal black market gambling activity based on one of their partners. So that's the assumption. Again, we have not got to hear from the company yet. So middle of the day, you're probably going to get a statement from it. But we got 5 seconds. Post the play, source the info, like the video. Get ready, Chad. There it is. Round 1. Fight. Watch DraftKings and Wish. So SPY's barely up here. Dow Jones as well, too. You're getting kind of a day like yesterday. You're not really getting too much strength in those. NASDAQ is actually already down. AMC is up in here 60. TLT came down. Let's see. What was I going to look at? Shopify is down. Spotify. I think they're all down a little bit. NASDAQ down the most. Dow's leading. Very, very weak open here. Again, you got the producer prices in retail sales were awful. Let me see. Today's what, Tuesday? Yeah, the core. No, yeah, it came slightly above expectations. It wasn't. There was a 0.6 one, but we didn't come in too high. There's a month-over-month number. DraftKings coming up. AMC, where's it? TRCH. This is the other meme stock here today. It's holding up 30%. Square, UWMC sell-off. Let's see, Square is up 1%. UWMC down 3%. That's a pretty big drop there. Palantir going. MO looks strong. Pay attention to any value. Again, watch Boeing too. Boeing, you got the tariff thing with Europe, which is great. MSTR just went red. Facebook 0.5. Wish. Need Amazon. SPY coming down a little bit. Again, you're down 0.25% on the NASDAQ. S&P down 0.04. So you got strength in value, but not that much. Nope, Dow's about to go red. All right, as I say that, EH10, Corsair up 3.6. Corsair was running yesterday. see, Wish, SPY. BA's going up. BA 0.5%. That's leading. That's doing nice. Corsair AMC up 3.2. LGVN not moving. Altria is up a little bit, kind of getting those gains. Let's see where's DraftKings. DraftKings is bouncing. And again, this is what I'll talk about. What's it called? This is the, I'm looking at this. We own this on the long term. This is these are the situations where having a long-term budget kind of saves you, because it's like, I'd want to buy this stock, now that it's dropping. And then the real question is, though, we already used our deposit. So really what it comes down to is just saying, hey, if the stock is still here in the next month, it separates our timing to allow us to bank, to get a decent play. Funko 1.2, BlackBerry 1.7. Let's see, Wish is coming. Is it all meme stocks here? Amazon down. Amazon's down $11. Yeah, Amazon's definitely outpaid. The Nasdaq down 1/3% off the open. Pretty big so far. Palantir falling. Carnival. Those are up. How airlines? Airlines kind of break even again. Some of the travel stocks have not been doing good the last coming days. So Airbnb's coming up. DraftKings on the high, but still red. All 30 stocks are their value in the Dow. For the most part, that's how I kind of view them, or at least relative to the S&P or to the Nasdaq. Value, quality, kind of interchangeable. We have a video on it. I got the concept of debit spread. Why makes it cheaper? Because you short one option and it pretty much pays for the first one. Uber down 2.7. Airbnb's moving. Boeing, again, a lot of the names that were down in the last coming days, travel names, all that, they're holding up. Dow's up 0.03. Nasdaq still down 1/3%, and you're still selling off on there. I think Facebook's holding up. No, Facebook's down. It was, though. UWMC collapsed. Good time to get the calls. It could be those same ones if we want to play it. But remember, UMC, we need that momentum there, though. So we'll see. This is starting to look like this is like a meme setup. MO pop. Airbnb again. Boeing. Yeah, Altria is up a little bit. So just watch the laggers and leaders. Where's Caterpillar? Caterpillar. Let me see the banks. 1250. Logan Bond. Welcome. VDL 1.1. TLT getting clapped. Clove green. Yeah, Clove about to go green right now. DraftKings still on the high. Yeah, TLT's coming right back before it had this little squeeze thing, which is interesting. But again, the moves over the last coming days, those are, again, it's all just setting up for Powell tomorrow. AMC. Josh, you buying DraftKings? Again, like I just said, if I didn't use my budget, I probably would have. But the idea here is now, if it's still in the gutter, by the time I get my next deposit, we'll be able to make a decision. And that's why, it gives you time to let the situation play out. AMC's at 60. Roblox, coming back to life a little bit. They were struggling pre-market. JP Morgan dumping. That's what I wanted to see. Banks down again. Yeah, banks are down another 1%. If they keep holding down there, that won't be good. Every index is red still. J Powell, the boy. We got to love him, man. Got to love him. Klaus Media started a position in AMC. Are you're Klaus Media? Why do you say I started? Okay. Airbnb, huge rip. Again, travel stocks are doing good right now. Any of those, they were all down a couple days ago. If you looked at the airlines, the cruise ships, they were all getting clapped. Wells Fargo's is up. Facebook high of the day. I think are getting a little turnaround there. Yep. Kind of. Let's see. Hopefully these hold up. Little Palantir Vert. This is a good name. It's a good rap name. Lil Palantir Vert. I like. DraftKings on the high still. Airbnb looking good, 1%. Oh, I haven't even looked at coin. Roach said Roblox going vertical. Coin is just holding up, which is good. Roblo. Yeah, Roblo making a move back to 91.5. UMC down 6. Man, that 3% open was bad, yeah. Bringing you right down to 950. Why does that look like? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's kind of killing the momentum there, but we want to see how that one plays. Netflix down 0.61. I'm looking at a play right now. Expand star. It's on PLYA. I don't know PLYA. We saw play. Yeah, no, I want to play right now. It's expensive though. Let's see. I want to see the Amazons. Amazon's not holding up as much. You're still red on every index. Roblox strong like bull. There's Airbnb. And what's that pricing? It's pricing at $100. Yeah, I was looking at the Shopify. The Shopify, I like the Shopify. It reminds me of Amazon, but we already made the Amazon play. I was looking at them here, but Shopify looks very, very good. But the premiums are just crazy. Clap, square bounce. Again, and this is just leading into the Fed too. So, I mean, essentially, you're going to get today's movement. You're going to get tomorrow, but after the Fed, that's where you'll really find out if you're clapped or not. Nvidia range big. Nvidia is doing decent down again, but it's still holding that upward momentum. The Fed starts today, but technically that's when they kind of meet up. But tomorrow is when you get to hear from Powell. Jerome Powell will be like, what, 215 tomorrow? The Wells Fargo. Banks are, why is Wells Fargo up? JP's down? Very interesting. Micron on the high. Another chip maker again. You saw activity in those yesterday. Oh, Micron's still red off that. Is Airbnb still going? Yeah, Airbnb looks nice. If it could break out from there, let's see Spotify. Let me see. You still have one of your Oracle plays? I do. I have just the final one that we made free. No, I could do one with this spread or without it. I'm gonna try to go for a small one. Oh, I got filled on that? I'll take it. Okay. DraftKings debit spread by the 70. I'll take a look at that. I did make a play, not that DraftKings one. I was just reading one in the chat. Oh, damn. I paid way more premium on that one. Stock market breaking out, more breaking down. Actually, this is probably the highest you've ever been in history. Oh, you're breaking out, my friend. You're breaking out. The prices are every price is breaking out. Oh, man. Welcome to the market. But do not trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. We'll go over it on the watch list. This one's interesting because I could have did a debit spread, but I did not use a debit spread. So be very, very careful on here. I grabbed a July Shopify call, and I spent $250. So I spent no more than $250. I only got one contract for July, but you could have did a debit spread on this one, but I would have really only gotten like $20 closer to the money, I guess. So it wasn't. I was like, all right, well, I'll uncap it for now, not do a debit spread, and see what we could do from there. But still keeping it small. It's far at the money, has a lot of premium. We will go over this one on the watch list. Spotify coming up. You said Young Funko. Remember, they had a bigger drop yesterday, but they're making some moves right here. Thoughts on Roblox. Again, this is what I was saying. We brought this one up on the watch list yesterday because like we wanted to look at here is what that contract is going to do, the one we got. So it's down 80. Now it's down 60, but this is where if you get more momentum, you'll start seeing more volatility hit the contracts. If not, all the contracts from last week are actually down. Airbnb again. I like the Roblo. JP Morgan hanging at the bottom. We just got the Shopify. Shopify July call was the one I just grabbed. Again, and you could have done a debit spread. I just chose to uncap it because I said, well, the debit spread had a max gain of like $2,000 on it. But I didn't want to spend too much. But a lot of the premium, they're all inflated. So like I even spent a premium. That's why I went with the 250 ones because they were just $1 something yesterday, and the contract's going for $500-$600. They were literally $2 yesterday. One Disney call for June 25th, 27 cents. I like Disney. That one could be good. Liquidity on shop spreads is ass. Go naked all the way for a chain. Yeah, right? Because I think more time would be better. It allows you. Again, it really wasn't even going to save me too much, as it wasn't getting me close to the money with the same price. BB digital wallet patent. Airbnb ripping right now. That's a good move again. So you're seeing a very, very different widening today. Some of the bigger names are down, and then some of these other names that have been lagging over the last week, like travel stocks, they're coming back up, but some dropped. I'm surprised United Steel's still down. UAL. Hawaiian Airline. Is that ALF? Oh, I thought it was XLF. Look at Grub. Grub? What's going on with Grub? Huh? Why does Grubhub look... Wait, what happened to Grubhub? Can anybody trade that? What is going on with that? Disney lagging. Merger? Oh, really? With who? See the Disney's. Disney looks good. I mean, it's holding a lot of stability here. This is one. This is the value growth hybrid, so they're going to be interesting. JP Morgan merger complete. I forgot they merged. That's weird. Dell on the high. SPY wants to come down here a little bit. You're still down 0.25 on the Dow, 0.10 on the S&P, and 0.10 on the NASDAQ. Coin try to pop. Airbnb holding up. Amazon came back up. There you go. That's nice. So, again, you're getting that widening out there. XOM, oil on the high. Intel popped to green. Airbnb again. Roblox again. So, again, you could probably feel the widening out here today. Again, some of the other names are going down and coming up. This is actually a pretty impressive 3% move back on UWMC. Excuse me. Is it DraftKings news a big deal? It could be. And my stance was it on, we wait until we get the next deposit. That's the beauty of the long term, is that even when something happens to a company, again, all of it is, you will get a DraftKings statement by the end of the day. Nobody from the company has commented on it. But if we do get info back from them, I think that could ease it. But like I'm saying, with the long term, you use your time clock saves you, because the question is, by the time I get my next deposit, we're going to know what's going to happen, right? You're going to get more clarity. So you don't need to necessarily react now. You take the loss now as it goes down, but we've been holding this stock no matter what. Dude, Airbnb is insane. I like it. FedEx raised their dividend by 15%. I wonder what the overall yield is, because they've grown a lot, so their dividend yield was very, very low comparatively. ASON strong, Palantir going. DraftKings recovered a lot so far, but that is still a developing situation, I think. ASON's up too. They're up really nice. UAVS. Didn't we get news the other day? SPY wants to come down here. Again, you're seeing the widening. UAVS, that's up 4%. That's getting some steam right now, actually. What was it the other day? Remember didn't they have some approval? That one looks decent. Again, this one I'd rather trade shares. Penn and DraftKings going up. Penn is shooting up. Caesar Gaming. Or Caesar, Entertainment. They're going up. What's going on with UAVS? It's starting to get activity. Forming group to expand drone flights. $29. Myrna's on the high. That headline was 2 days ago. I remember there was something on UAVS. All right. I made another play. Small one. So you guys should know the strategy with this one. Keeping it very, very simple. I think that's like the third pop I've seen on it in the last month. So figured we'd take it. I grabbed only 100 shares. So do not trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. But you guys have seen this strategy. Any of these hype stocks, I don't need to play that. I just pretty much bought 100 shares at $5.91. Yeah, $5.92. So put $500 in it. hold it. If it keeps going up here, we own the equity. We'll get to kind of play it like Eric, but I didn't buy too many. I was thinking 200 shares, but I said I'll put 100, call it a day. Of UAVS, the UAV stock. This one right here. So I only spent $500 on it. Equity buy inbound. Wish. Caesars is coming up. Shopify making a move too. Airbnb. Would I do a call? No way. Again, I just got 100 shares for $500, so even if it drops 50%, I'll lose 250, and then I could ride it out. Again, just think about all the plays that we've done where, you know, they don't all hit, but, you know, when you get some of this momentum here, you're able to just, the shares could go a long way. You've seen us do it. We could even, if it goes crazy, sell cover calls, whatever it may be, but I don't like buying options on these cheaper ones. That gambling budget or long-term swing trade, again, it's shares, so it's not, you know, it's not long-term. Just because I buy shares of it, it's not long-term, but this is playing, you know, you're getting momentum, you're getting hype. I don't need to put down, you know, I wouldn't want an option. It wouldn't be ideal, but I'm not, like, I'm not committed to this company. Riot Pop, Clove running. Where's coin? We're below above 90. Bookings on the high. Apple. Yes, Apple's at least back green. Nasdaq is about to go green, so you were down a third of a percent. That is already flip flop. It's a very, very good flip flop. Looking cocky. Nah. Well, again, it is a Fed day, or leading into the Fed day, but you're definitely gonna get more moves today than you would tomorrow. Still a good long term on XLM. I'm still holding it again, and the cryptos are more longer term inflationary type of vibes. But yes, I have that one. Still holding it. Still holding all those. So where is even the coins? Is Bitcoin down? Bitcoin still is down today, but it's a little bit, but it's still above 40,000, which is good. I do vertical spreads on Webull Cash. I'm not too familiar on Webull. SPY coming down here, though. You're about to hit a new low on the SPY. Dow is the leader on the downside. Beyond came down. WMC came down. Airbnb is up. Qualcomm on the high. Expedia on the high. Qualcomm just broke green. Dish starts signups for own 5G network. Viacom. Commodities. Yeah, United Steel was down again. Oil was killing it, but then came down. No, and then it bounced right back up there. Oil's at 71.89. That's crazy. Crazy. Airbnb running again. I don't know. Do we still have that other option? Oh, those Julys. Yo, we still have that July. That one's down 25%, but that tell us something. I thought those were down a lot more, so that's interesting. You got old Airbnbs coming back to life here. Mainly in tech. You want industrials. Any suggestions? The ones we got, we're kind of mostly you interact with those on a daily life, if that makes sense. So, like I've been saying, it goes a very, very long way. Anything that you actually use, and like you can find it, like Johnson & Johnson, Procter & Gamble. If you smoke cigarettes, Altria, you could see, Coca-Cola. Maybe you grab a soda. Maybe, people will grab sodas. It's all there. Is that bad on Airbnb? No. Or you're 23, you have a good amount of savings. 10% offers dividend with the average of 0.79. It's not the best, but at least you're getting some. I mean, 10%, you're just heavily on growth. So, you're young, you're 23, think about it. By the time you're 30, if you could even get like a 4% yield and get like 20, 30% of the holdings there, you could compound a lot of dividends over that next 7 to 10 years, and then you could still make a lot and still have a lot of exposure on growth. OCGN up 2%. A lot of medical biotech has just been killing it. UWMC debit spread August 15, sell 19, filled at 18 cents. Nice. That's like the one we got, but with a month of time and 3 cents more. It's really not that bad. Is TRCH giving a special dividend? I know this is one of the hype plays for today. I know a lot of people got into that one. AMC volume so low. Are they capping it at 60? Again, it moved up 18% yesterday, and it's still kind of holding up. Special divvy for Class A. Housing index numbers came out. Estimate was 83, came in at 81 for June NAHB housing market index. UAVs is making a pop. 7.5 call sweeps on UAVS. The Fed is going to be tomorrow again. So how the Fed meeting works, they do meet up today, but then we get their announcement and results tomorrow. Enemy UAV online. Ford on the high. $15. Oh, there you go. Ford make big breakout. Big breakout. It wants to come back, but been fighting downward momentum. Apple says podcast now available worldwide. Let's see, what's it called? Spotify. I don't know if I think that's already priced in there. And X calls are officially break even. They went up 100%, but that's telling you something. They've had, 2 bad days in the last, literally, I think they've been dropping like 2-3% every day. SPY coming down again. So watch some of the big caps. Some of the big caps are starting to give up here. So the SPY's here at the low, but you're getting a little bit of a turnaround. Disney, that's not a huge red. Disney's a lot more stable. Beyond wants to drop. Airbnb being a behemoth. Banks getting wrecked still. JP Morgan. Oh, yeah. JP Morgan's down almost 2%. I know Wells Fargo was holding up earlier. Yeah, Wells Fargo is doing the opposite, though. Take a look at that. You have an inverse right now in the banks. Very, very weird. JP's dropping while Wells Fargo is holding up. Let's see Bank of America. BAC in the middle. Wygate UAVS shares. Again, I was just playing the momentum on it. That's the third time I've seen it pop in the last coming weeks. We looked at it last week with some like FDA approval news or something with the FAA. So I saw it move here today, and I figured I could just go with 100 shares, just like an option, but it'll never expire. You get one of those smaller positions like we've done. I could even balance it out here, actually. Okay, I sold a play. AMC. Oh, AMC on the high. Thank you, guys. Thank you. So do not trade it. Not a recommendation to kind of even balance out the play there. I did just take profit. I took profit on that Funko call. So they're breaking out right now, but we've held it for a while. I sold that November one for $6. I bought it at like $5 or $5.10. So small amount of profit on it, but we've held it for a couple months now. So then I sell 600, spend 500 for shares, a little flip-flop. AMC's breaking out right now, $61. There is a criteria for options versus shares. It really just depends on the stock price. So usually if it's below $20, especially in this marketplace where everybody and their mom trades options, if the stock is below $20, you're probably going to get a better deal on the stock. TRCH pop in. That was another hype stock from earlier today. I don't know anything about Torchlight. I just know I've seen a lot of people talk about it for a very, very long time. And right off the morning, a lot of people were excited about that one. But I don't really know much about the details for it. But that one would be one, even then, that one would be one I would play with shares versus the actual options. And that's just because the cheaper shares, usually you get less premium. There's higher premium on some of these cheaper stocks. Spotify, call her daddy to stream exclusively on Spotify. Spotify just got an exclusive licensing deal, but I don't think it's enough to make them. I don't know if that's gonna hit Wall Street. The stock's not reacting to that at all. That's kind of like a Joe Rogan deal, but not as important. It is a big podcast, though. That's the thing. Yeah, not even. It's a different size fan base, I think, but it's still another exclusive deal. I want to see if they actually do pop off that. Yeah, the Joe Rogan, the Kim K. Remember all those? Those created some really, really good effects in the stock. Wish. Torchlight still going. Is Joanne on my radar? It's not. Like I said, they're a decent company. They just IPO'd. I haven't looked at them in a little bit. Oh, they're actually holding up very, very nice. I'm surprised. I remember their IPO I didn't really like too much. Ford making another move. SPY coming down here. NASDAQ is back down a third of a percent. Jeez. NASDAQ is very volatile. Excuse me. UNFI, TLSA, not Tesla, Tulsa. Tizania Life Sciences. Tesla's down 1.2, which MSTR. Pre-quad witching. Nah, this is pre-Fed. Getting ready for Fed, but the movements are a lot bigger. This is a lot like yesterday, but a lot bigger and a lot faster. I don't know if you guys realize that. Like you're getting, to get down 0.3 yesterday, it took almost all day while you had some of the bigger names holding up, and then other stuff coming down. Now it's getting a lot quicker here today. There's Shopify making a move. MSTR is still holding, believe it or not. Tesla German factory plan subject to public consultation. Airbnb making a move off there. Again, different tiers of what's holding up. How's UMC? UWMC. Came back up. It was down 6% at one point, so it's better than that. See Roblox. The quad witching usually creates chances for arbitrage. Some people they wrongly associate it with volatility, but it will increase pretty much dollar amount traded. And then I really think though this quad witching might be a little different just because you have a lot of volume at certain strike prices, so it's going to free up some moves. I mean, it might get us out of this pin down range because, to see the market pin down with a lot of options, I mean, it makes sense. So it's a big expiration, how people roll over, where they go from there. You should see a lot of dollar volume. Again, we've been seeing some very low volume days, but that's really going to be the key, is that it could free up a lot of room to move. What time? It's only been 30 minutes. We got volume's actually pretty good today. Wolf on the high again. Airbnb dropped there. Yeah, quad witching is fun to say. That's part of the event too. People love it. It sounds like an event. Yeah, TRCH Torchlight still at the highs of the day, and then where's the other one? Torch. There's Torchy. And then UAVs. It's really good. Then AMC's. AMC's actually $60 I still can't believe it's at $60 after all this time, all the momentum. So again, if you own those shares you've been holding, the covered calls have allowed you to hold this time. Make sure you vote. I had another person someone try to explain to me why I feel like they paid somebody at this point. I got like 3 messages of people trying to convince me AMC is good to let them dilute. I respect the opinions. I appreciate you guys. I just disagree with it. Just never really in my investing career has dilution been, looked on positively, especially after a round of multiple sets of dilution. If you're on TD Ameritrade, you go to shareholder library. If you're on Robinhood, they should email you. Otherwise, please contact your brokerage and see how you can vote or look for, shareholder library, shareholder actions. That's what you're looking for. And then Robinhood said they will email you. As long as you buy. No. The voting, that's wrong. You could only vote if you own before June 4th. So if you buy the stock today on AMC, you cannot vote. But a lot of people, I mean, I listen to everything. So people try to reference like the other channels where the CEO went up. I got all that from the filing. So all my data on AMC is straight from their filing. So even the interviews with the CEO on YouTube, those go into the filing, and you can see the whole transcript. So I've listened to what they've said on it, and it's just, and I've looked at the history. It's just I personally think dilution right now would just be that's just how the retail loses their power in this trade. If you're on TD Ameritrade and you have the shares, you go to the shareholder library and you'll be able to see it. Otherwise, if you're on Robinhood, they will email you. If not, you need to go ask. Oh, Viacom selling off there. AMC making another move. SPY coming down. You're down about 0.4 on the Dow. Again, this is a bigger move, a lot higher value. Ameritrade will also email you. The ballot's not showing up because it'll come out. It should come out in the next few days, I think. I think we're getting close to it. Corsair. I do like Corsair long term. The price, I'm not too sure. UVXY picking up right now. AMC moving. AMC. High ticker, pain in it. UVXY's coming up right now. Isn't dilution of shares required to save the company at this point? It might be. That's what they're saying, or they say it could be good. But again, I'd rather have more control over it, especially when we have more ownership of the company. That you could probably find a good plan. Again, if you just vote on their arbitrary dilution plan, you're going to give them a blank check to sell it to whomever at however. Where you could even the shareholders could even propose a plan. It's good to get money and it's good to have the money, but at the same point, you've already been diluted in AMC over the last 12 months. That company was a lot smaller 12 months ago. UVXY, man. UVXY is still kind of dead, though. It's moving up now, but it's not. It's very, very low. Good for company, bad for investor. I mean, it really depends, though, too. Because, again, it's usually going to benefit insiders when you dilute a company. That's all. The point is, you can see you've already seen what they've done. I mean, you've seen a bunch of offerings. You've seen big shareholders exit ship. You've seen them give out an offering and do dilution only for the person to flip it in 48 hours. So it's not. I mean, you guys could keep believing it if you want, but it's kind of clear that even if the company is going to fail without the cash, I would rather have it fail being in the ownership than having them still fail and then just make money on the downside. Make money diluting your shares. I think the point is no one's going to let the company fail. It's not like that's their only way to get cash. I think once they, if you're going to give them the green light, they'll dilute the shit out of you. If not, they're going to have to find another option. And that's the way I see it. If you really think they're just going to say, okay, you didn't let us dilute, we're clapped, I doubt that's going to happen. But I think that if they don't get that green light, they're going to be forced to find another option to, get a better offer for retail is what I'm saying. And that's what I'm saying. You have more power right now. So you could have, as a shareholder base, we could collectively demand a lot more. I mean, come on, people won't go to work because they want more money. They say, wow, I could demand more for my labor. Same thing with this share offering. The voting ends in July, I think. somewhere around there. It's all in the video that I made, and then it's on their filings. We'll have to circle back to that and get that all set up. AMC's still going, though, 63. The spot calls, I got the Shopify calls. Those did good. Those are almost doubled from this morning. Microsoft. Ho, ho, ho. Bradley Frizzle and the peach, baby. On. Good morning. It's what we needed. That is what we needed. Oh, invigorating. I feel it. I feel it. Like clockwork, baby. I don't know why Wells Fargo, I think that's a very unique move right there. To see Wells Fargo up while all the other banks are down so much. We'll see. It might catch up throughout the end of the day. Depends how we play out here. Hindenburg by the dip. Like I said, the beauty, I hope you guys realize how, like, OP this strategy with the long term really is. Like, take a look. We're able, you get this bad news that comes out, the stock drops, but we already used our deposit. So it's a very simple approach. We like the company. We want to see what's happening. This is the first time the news is coming out. You're seeing the stock react. All we have to do is say, hey, okay, we'll take a look when we get our deposit. If this situation still exists, we go from there. So it's not really that's why I like it. It's making me wait to watch the story play out, and then you're going to be able to actually see, okay, imagine 2 weeks from now, 14 days, we'll be able to really decide, okay, yeah, we could buy more. There's the dip. This is a problem. This isn't a problem, and then go from there. Money will be worthless. That's why it's free. So that's why you should take your money while it still has value and buy something with it. That will last the longitude of what you're trying to accomplish, if that's what you believe towards inflation. Option alert, June 25, 155s on Airbnb. Airbnb is looking nice. Again, our July contracts are coming back. I kind of like that because I'm like, all right, usually they were down. Let's see. So we saw that kind of with, what's it called? With Roblo. I think I'm far out the money, huh? Oh, yeah. Come on, load it. See, I guess they haven't been as poppy. AMC again is painting the high ticker. So again, we have like what, $7 more till 70. So remember, we still have that covered call. I'm trying to think if we roll over or not when it gets. I need to check the premiums. Where's the AMC? So we need to make back $8,000 on 3 calls if we wanted to roll over. I'm not going to roll it over just yet. That's why I'm looking at it get towards 70, and then I could decide. I'm at August, 3 calls. What did I just sold the 70s? Yeah, $8,000 for 3 of them is what I need to make back. You buy them back at 27. So, yeah, you could roll over to the 90s for December. So I wouldn't do it just yet. I'd wait. So, essentially, if it keeps going up past 7, we still got another rollover opportunity. Hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. So, we still got even December, January, you could still roll over. So, essentially, I could buy back the other 70s, get back more money, and then I could reopen a trade with unlocking another 20 grand of equity or so. Or wait, what's that going to be? 2,000 times, so about like 6 grand, 10 grand of equity. But I'm just going to wait a little bit. I'll do the rollover live. You'll be able to see it when we do. Our call's at 70, so I don't really need to worry till it gets to 70. They're talking cruise stocks on CNBC. Cover call expiring until Thursday. Is it in the money? I mean, it depends how far in the money it is, but I would, what you could do is just always look at what we're doing, right? You could go just see the option you have, go look at the option chain like I just did, and see what you have available. That's pretty much what I did. I wanted to see, okay, this is the call I have. This is how much I'd have to do. Is there other viable options? Yes. If there's viable options now and the premium stock keeps shooting up, I will be able to roll over then. So if it gets to 70, momentum is going to be in our favor. We still got a little bit more time. It's a 25 cover call and expires this week. Yeah, you might want to, assuming you could get a good rollover. It's once you get like really deep in the money, it gets difficult, but you have a lot of other time frames to play with. You have to keep rolling over as AMC reaches the moon, but eventually you won't be able to roll over. That's something we've talked about. That's why there's patience, and you guys remember, we haven't done a roll. We haven't touched this thing in like 2 weeks. So, yeah, that was on June 2nd. AMC is swing trade. I've held it for about a year right now at this point. This was a reopening trade back in August 2020. And even then, I put it into something where it was a swing trade. It's not like I wanted it I would put it in the long term, but this was using some of the option profits we had to start building up good equity. So that's why I bought it back then. And then it did what it did. And now I've been riding it through, doing the covered calls, and now noticing the situation with the shareholder control. I've been holding it. So I've already have my profit extracted from it. So even with these covered calls, I've already got back my full initial investment. So even whatever I spent on my shares a year ago, I've already got it back. I'm going to hold it as far as the covered calls and everything else. I mean, so if I'm able to keep rolling up and getting paid for it, I'm going to keep holding it. And then if it comes down, that means the calls will go to zero, but I'll still be holding the stock. Oracle. CCL's dropping. Carnival cruise line stocks aren't really not getting too much hype there. Palantir on the low. Low taker kind of getting active here. SPY's making another move down. As AMC hit 70? Yeah, for a little bit. SPY coming down, though. It's getting a little bit aggressive there. You're saying a lot of the leaders today are giving up. SPY bigger candles, but not too big. Even Bitcoin drop. Nokia for 19. I don't know. A lot of people like Nokia. I've seen people talk about it. I mean, honestly, shares might be your best bet. I would just buy if you really on some of these that could get hyped and you see kind of how people are talking about them. I think shares will take you a longer way. A lot of things are selling off. Even Bitcoin's dropping right now. It'll be interesting if we jump back to all-time highs. I mean, it will be key again. Watch for the daily effect that we've been seeing. To end where we started, but that'd be on the daily. I wouldn't be surprised to stay in the range even from yesterday. So today you just got a bigger range and a lot bigger volume than that. Where's ASON? December. There it is. Okay, I made a play. But I took some profits. Yes, sir. So do not trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I sold the Ace on Leap. So I had that 35 Leap for December. Again, I still own the 100 shares. Remember that. I got greedy with that play. So that play was actually up, but I still have 100 shares of Asana. I had an in-the-money Leap, so I decided to sell out of that for $13.40. We bought it at like $7 or something like that. Or, yeah, I think. SPY 427 credit spread. Should I close it? I mean, it's working in your favor now, and the longer every minute that goes by, it depends how much premium you have. Usually, taking 50-60% of the premium, you'll get less in the long run, but it's a good way to secure the bag that we've noticed. Starting to look like a rough day. It is bigger. It's bigger than yesterday. You got 0.5% on the NASDAQ. The low ticker's really picking up right now. Yeah, UVXY is running. Biden-Putin meeting begins 1 p.m. local time, Wednesday. BAC, where are the banks? Wells Fargo's still holding up. JP's clapped. AMC still holding up. Let's see Apple. See big techs. Apple not doing too bad, but it's down 0.5%. Netflix slipping from yesterday. Amazon. Bro, my charts. Is anybody charts really slow? Come on. Amazon's actually outpacing. It's not down as much. 716. Should you ghetto spread it or cash out? It depends where your cash balance is at. That one's you at least won. I'm happy with anything at that point. The ghetto spread will help you. Just how much is it profit? Ghetto spread, you're going to get a portion of that profit. How do you want to play it out? But again, what's your available cash balance out? And what have you actually, how would that play affect the balance if it swung to zero? GM's cruise unit starts reproduction or pre-production on autonomous shuttle. I was like, damn, y'all reproducing autonomous. That sounds really intense, GM. Robinhood been lagging. Verizon's going up. Verizon 0.37. That's a winner today. You can see it. What other value? At least Altria is still up slightly. Or my charts are taking like an extra half second, 2 seconds to load. We're getting ready for Powell and Russia and Biden and budgets. DraftKings coming down. If that starts to slip, that could get interesting. Something happened with UMC. No, I kind of just got clapped a little bit. And bond rates, too, at the end of the day. We have definitely noticed the correlation between TLT and UWMC. Y'all don't feel me, huh? Y'all don't feel me. Y'all really don't feel me. You see that? That's UMC overlaid with TLT because UWMC is in the business of, pretty much selling long-term bonds, aka a mortgage. So I think that's probably your biggest effect of it. We don't get bond rate news today, but bonds are moving again as getting ready into Powell tomorrow. And then even the move we made last week is all kind of connecting there. You just don't understand yet. Well, that's, I mean, it makes sense here. Think about it. UWMC's business is loaning out mortgages and refinancing. So their business is very sensitive to rates. So if rates are going up or down, that's going to affect the value of UWMC in their business. So that's why, more likely than not, if UWMC goes down on a random day, I would look at bonds. Or if there's a big move in the bond market, it'll probably have a bigger impact on stocks like Archite or UWMC. End of the day, SPY move. I think it was just low volume, and then the bigger cap tech names moved. How do you check bonds? That's why we use TLT, or pretty much looking at the 10-year is a good way because it's still a long time frame, and then the 10-year kind of correlates with the 30-year. But there's several bond rates to be looking at, or durations, and it's understanding the difference between duration of the bond. It will affect the rate. That's why there's a difference between the 3-month, the 2-year, the 5-year, the 7-year, and then the 10 and the 30-year. Do you know when you have to be a shareholder for NVIDIA to get the shares? I will have to double check. They should have said it with the vote. They'll give you it's pretty much like a cutout day. It's like an X dividend. AMC making a move. SPY kind of wanted to bounce here, but low ticker is still very, very active. Philip Morris on the high, 52-week high, and they have their X dividend coming up. Luminar debuts Blaze. Where's Vilder? Let's see, Laser. Oh, it's at the bottom. That don't help. Verlander. Oh, at the bottom. That don't help. What should I do at Uber? Hold it. I mean, I'm holding I like Uber a lot for the long term. That's why some of these opportunities, any of these drops, it could open up some nice gaps for us. Like, I'm glad. Let's see. As long as Airbnb and Coinbase stays up, that'd be a good pickup here, because then the next coming weeks, if the names that we like or that were cheaper kind of hold up, it'll be good. AMC at 64. It's going up. Roblox holding. Remember, Roblox loves the down market. Yeah, Roblox is up 1%. AMC new high of the day, 64.30. I finally get a spread in January. Woo. You play your UAVS purchase. The best thing to explain about that is I only put in about $500. I grabbed 100 shares. It seems like a hype play, but they've been getting back and forth news about this stock and all that. So I figured, hey, I'd rather grab that than spending even $50, $100, $200 on an option. I could put $500 into the shares. They'll never expire. If it drops 50%, it's a hype stock. That's more likely going to happen. I could still hold it and then play it out, but the risk isn't too big owning the equity. So wanted a hype play, has momentum. It was holding up, outpacing the market today. Shares were cheap. Cheap shares will allow me to kind of play this strategy you've seen me do 5-10 times already this year with these types of plays. I like Beyond Me. It sucks that it finally slowed down, or after we got that play, but the premiums are still extremely elevated. We'll see, but you're getting growth clap today, especially the stuff depending on what did good the other day yesterday. It's good though, but you got more inflation data, you got poor retail sales, you got Powell tomorrow, you got Biden in Russia tomorrow. We still haven't heard on the budget, so it's kind of all mounting here a little bit, but I think you're feeling the moves bigger than really what's going on. But this is a lot bigger than yesterday for sure. But the real question is just don't underestimate Powell and what could happen from that event. I don't think Powell will give a target date. No, he'll say something. I think he's gonna say we're thinking about it, and then he's gonna go back to his metrics. I think he's not going to give a target date. He's going to give a target like a checklist. Do I expect Powell to be dovish? I think he's gonna be nah, I don't. It's gonna be. I think he wants to be, but I think it's just gonna be a lot harder for him. I think a lot of people are gonna ask him questions tomorrow regarding this. Like I said, I think he's gonna say he's thinking about it, and the market might panic a little bit, and then I think he's gonna be able to calm him down and walk it back to a degree. I think he's gonna hint at tapering, but not really give the tapering. Hold the line on the average inflation and all the other metrics. If he doesn't say anything, people will think he's out of touch, lose. Maybe, but like I said, even this morning, I'm hearing what people are saying about the inflation rate, the producer prices. Nobody's bringing up the average inflation. It's crazy. Like people are. I saw Jim Cramer talk about the analyst. He was saying all this other stuff. Again, you already see what people are saying about retail sales and all that, but nobody's bringing up the average inflation. So it's not. I don't think Powell could lose touch or be out of touch when his metric has been holding up the whole time, so that's the way I'm kind of viewing it there. So I think usually it's a lose-lose. The only thing that has got my attention recently is that out of nowhere, and this is because like the billionaire dudes like Paul Tudor Jones, they're coming out and they're like, yeah, this is going to be the most important Fed meeting. I really wasn't expecting that. So if the sentiment is too high, we'll see, but I don't think I don't think the pressure is on as much as this meeting. I think coming into the next meeting after too high CPI prints and then what we said with the average, then we're talking. We're thinking about it. We're all aware of the situation. And believe me, when the time comes, I'm not saying it's tomorrow, but when it is, we have the tools to fix it. Yes, that is exactly what he's going to say. Tar said beautifully. That's exactly what he's going to say. MSTR moving. Surprised because Bitcoin's not moving as much. Powell should get it over with, but there's nothing to get it. Like Powell's metrics from months ago, they're not even there. Average inflation is still below 12. Is still below 2. There's no way to, if they're saying it's all transitory and supply chain, there's no way to know that it will continue. And then employment is still, the unemployment is still high. I'm holding 59. Uber expires. Should I hold? Don't ask me on that one. Again, that's why we want you guys to make sure, that you, get the confidence to do it. The best thing to do is look at your account balance right now. If you have an option that's about to expire, one, if it falls out the money, it will expire worthless. But you got to ask yourself, how much is that option worth relative to my account? How much cash do I have available? Does it make sense? Does your account want it? Usually if you get the urge, I mean, it's kind of telling you something on there. So, but I don't know the status of your account, so it's hard to say because sometimes I will take plays just to balance the budget. I will take a play where I'm looking at him like, hey, this one's working, but I'm going to need more cash in the future, or, it's such a large amount. I like it. You're going to have a little bit of a margin of error. You're not going to sell it perfect, but, that's what I take into account. Otherwise, it's just hard to say. AT&T, I like it for the long term. They had that change with their dividend recently and the growth stuff, so that's kind of been slowing some people down, but that's just pretty much it. Debit spreads are just notorious for getting shitty fills, or it's at least difficult to because of the volatility or lack thereof. T-Mobile on the high. SPY coming down again, 0.5% on NASDAQ. That's the leader now. Dow down 0.4, and then S&P down about 0.25. Airbnb, where's Shopify? Shopify, keep holding. So it's the best idea to wait before making a play. If it's a trading play, maybe it's just going to depend. But as you see, I've still been making long-term purchases, although I think the Fed is important. Although I like it, my strategy saves me. We just allocate our money and we go from there. So, and I've even made some plays today already. So I don't think, I think you could still play. You're definitely taking a risk comparative to tomorrow. But the real question is, what can we reasonably foresee happening after tomorrow? It's only 7:43. Been here for an hour. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive, respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We're glad you're here. Get up and greet each other. Say hello in the chat. Type someone's name out. SPY dropping again. Facebook on the low. Some of the bigger cap names are selling off. A smaller growth name is held up. Yeah, Facebook's a leader there too. But say what's up, man. Post your favorite play. What do you think is going to happen with Powell tomorrow? Post that in the chat. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Y'all can come with me. We a Cole baby. We like an intimate relationship when it comes to trading. We have a real big family here. So we just, it's only weird about it. Don't be weird. It's only weird if you're weird. See, now I'm sideballing it right now. We good. But Powell, I could probably talk about Powell from the bathroom. I think a lot of people got to realize that Powell has an incentive to move slower. He doesn't want to move fast. It is still 2021. A lot of the Fed expectations, we're aiming towards 2022 or 2023. So that's my big take with it. That's the one thing I think is important. So, that's a good bathroom thought. You know what I'm saying? I'm still peeing. I had a lot of water, coffee this morning. But yeah, Powell's going to be key. The market's going to move today. It'll be a little bit more calmer in the morning tomorrow. And then after Powell, we get the Thursday, Friday dance, baby. They don't feel me. They don't feel me. It's a good day, Chattadonia. It's a good day. Woo! Oh, yeah. Just in time. SPY hitting a new low. Oh, you can't. I was ranting about Powell in the bathroom. If you didn't hear what I said, 2021 is the year we're in right now. We're halfway through, but a lot of people are failing to realize, Powell's plans are very, very key to 2022 and 2023. So I feel like he has an incentive to move a little bit slower, and that's just what boils down to, is Powell not communicating effectively, or maybe he really is, because he's literally just his metrics have not been met. Yeah, if you trust Powell, you're not worried. I don't necessarily, to be honest, it's not like I don't really trust him in the sense of, like, I had more trust for him in March when shit was going to hell. Like, I was like, damn, Powell was an OG. He made moves that were very, very difficult during the pandemic, and he did very, very good. But now I'm also still, I think there's a lot outside of Powell's control, and that has to do with the government and the fiscal support there. Powell could control, a lot of things, but he can't control the budget and what's being handed out, and then the effect of that. That's the only thing it is. But I think he's a very wise person, but it's not like I don't really have a blind trust towards him. You think he wants reelected? I don't know. There's only been, I don't even think, two-term chairs. I think Janet Yellen was the only two-term chair, I want to say. Arquite. Apple kind of bouncing and wants to. Is it the DraftKings news? It's still very new. It is a short report, and that's the thing. The Hindenburg guy is actually decent. So, like, he actually has a pretty solid reputation. He has been wrong on some stuff, and then he also got clapped too. He had one where he was right, but then everybody short squeezed him. So he ended up it was kind of shitty. But he's in the game. Hindenburg isn't. I mean, he's done some decent ones. That's the way I'm saying it. But I don't. You haven't heard a comment from the company, and we'll see. Again, I'm a DraftKings shareholder. I'm just being fair. Like it's not like I. Even then, I don't think anything will be uncovered that'll be huge if it does. But thankfully, with our long-term plan, this is just the situation. You come back 2 weeks later and just see. Wait till you get a development from the actual company, and then we go from there. Think he would raise rates based on budget? No, he shouldn't. That's the whole point. He's supposed to act independently, but the budget might create an environment where higher rates would be necessary. And again, you have to realize higher rates is a natural result of coming back to normal, right? When you say we want to unplug these systems that we've been doing to support the economy, every unplug that you do, every bond taper, every asset taper, anything, even then when you start raising rates, all of it is going to lead to naturally higher rates. That's the key. That's why even my answer with that's why this last coming days with bonds was very interesting, but because if the market is really set on Powell tapering, the bond rates wouldn't go down. It's just that doesn't make any sense. It's like, yeah, the Fed's going to stop buying bonds and they're going to stop supporting the longer end of yields. Bonds are going to go down because of that. That doesn't make any sense. Of course, a gambling company that works in the gambling industry was doing some illegal things before it was legal. Yeah, I agree. There you go, Chad. Powell's job is going to be max employment. Amen. I think he's going to bring up inflation. He could talk about it, but I really think they're going to focus on that's one metric he's really far off on. They have not hit anywhere near the numbers they need for employment. No, that's it. Like rates and inflation, sure, but they have not came near the employment, and that could prove to hurt him. That's the real question. If some of you think Powell may not be in the right, if you think Powell is going to drop the ball here and Brady is going to fumble, the only way he fumbles is if his metrics were so far off, right? He set these 3 standards about 6 to 8 months ago. He sets these new standards if they don't really reflect, and they focus on jobs, but then the inflation situation goes runaway. That's going to be the issue. But that's the only way. His metrics are totally off. His 3 criteria, if his criteria is wrong, everything's wrong. But other than that, he still has to focus heavy on those. It's going to be fun, baby. We love Powell. I think it is a pivotal meeting, but not the most important. I think next week or next month and then the month after that, once we start having a real impact to the average inflation numbers, I believe that is going to be the real big one. Dollar Tree pop, Dollar Tree, yo, DLTR, check news. Dollar Tree, is it getting mentioned on TV or something? Because that looks like that type of move. Big candles. I'm not seeing anything. DraftKings running back up. Is DraftKings green now? Oh, no. It's still down 4%. Amazon down. Roblo is up but down. June and July are historically low months. I'm pretty sure. I'll have to double check. but I think they usually are. Do you think if inflation got bad and Fed wouldn't taper, China would have the ability to make a big move in bonds? No, they would just alter their currency or do kind of some of the moves they've done, and they're already doing it. They've already sent that message in the last month, by raising the reverse repo rate or raising their their reserve ratio, and then also seeing their currency. They're already ready to. I don't think they're gonna have to. It's just the point until where it starts to hurt their country. That could be sooner or later than what the situation you outlined. Possible for hedge funds to go under. Yeah, they more hedge funds go under than you would think. It will crash the market. It depends which ones, and it depends what it is. I mean, at the end of the day, we really don't even know what's going on with the AMC situation. Like, we don't know what the short interest is. We don't know if they have the shares, who's in it. A lot of people are even saying it. Realistically, I think it's a lot of people have weird exposure through hedge funds. A lot of people are saying, yeah, get the suits, but at the same time, it does tie into like pension funds and endowments and all that. There's many various different funds and their connections that would determine overall stability of the market depending on their success or failure. Biden reviews infrastructure talk 7 to 10 days. Is lumber still up? I thought lumber kind of cooled off. Where's the lumber? No, dude, lumber is looking like Bitcoin. So all of our inflation indicators, they Bitcoined and then came down. Look at, bro, lumber is literally Bitcoin. This is stupid. Are you kidding me? That's it. Everything's over. The nothing makes sense anymore. Y'all don't feel me. This is literally the same exact chart of Bitcoin. Oh, you can't see it? Look at this shit. Bruh. It's literally lumber coin. This is literally lumber coin. Do you not bro, this is exactly the same as Bitcoin. This is, January. Oh, no, this is July. I guess our run-up was in January. Still, though, no, it kind of was the same thing. This was what? 7,000 to 20,000, and then 20,000 to 40,000. Then this is lumber coin. That's crazy. Lumber coin and Bitwood. My reason is high because unemployment, whether Ops has to taper sooner. He won't. Powell said he's not going to. He said it last time. He said he's not going to be preemptive. His job isn't to try to get ahead of something. They said they still need a recovery, so they're not going to move till they see something. And I don't necessarily think. I do believe a lot of people aren't working and a lot of people are being incentivized not to work, but you could see continuous jobless claims. So you have to think about it. Jobless claims, those are you have to file a jobless claim thing to get your stimulus check. So you have to file jobless claims to get a unemployment thing to keep you at home. Although the numbers are month over month and you had the most biggest run up on that number in the beginning of the year, it's still elevated. But a lot of times, you have to be seeking employment to be considered unemployed. So, I don't think everybody is necessarily seeking. A lot of people have found other things to do. I know a lot of people honestly, you want to know what the biggest wave I've seen so far? I saw a lot of business owners this year make $100,000. And it's funny because I'm seeing people go through the same steps. So this is what we're seeing with real estate. A lot of people, they're like, I started my business. I'm making $100,000. I'm doing all this. But then they realize it's self-employed. A lot of those people haven't paid taxes yet. A lot of people don't realize after they do pay taxes, they really only made $20,000 in a year. And then it just one thing leads to the next. So that's a reason why where people aren't seeking employment. Some people literally just made so much money in the stock market, they are not considered unemployed because they're no longer seeking employment, but they're alive and living. So there's part of it there. It's just right now there is a lot of things going on with everything. It's so I really think it's going to be it's the job situation is key, but it's overall just the recovery in general, I think, that you need to see come back. There's just so many things. And again, all the shortages, I mean, it's kind of funny when you look at the shortages, just because you see how it's even, when things run out, it changes buying activity, or it's changing kind of consumer confidence towards certain items and all of that. So it is a weird situation at the end of the day. You have you noticed nobody knows what's happening. You could take some of the brightest economic minds, analysts, everything else, and then what are people doing? Nobody knows. You're watching the smartest people in the room disagree with each other every other week. So it's one part, and this is why I'm saying keep an eye out for 2022 and 2023. I feel like Powell would agree with me on this, because a lot of people are just looking ahead or looking very short-sighted, realizing we're only been in this for a year, a year and a half at this point. Alzheimer's, neuro, 570. What is this? Alzheimer's for sure, right? Is this an IPO or what? I doubt there are 10 million new millionaires. No. I'm saying, like I said, 100K. A lot of people hit the 100K club this year, and it allowed them not to seek traditional employment. Does it mean that they made a lot of money? Yes and no, and that's what I'm saying. Even the tax situation will highlight it. A lot of bills come, government shutdown. That could definitely, and that's been when you kind of have this sort of political environment. Again, the same thing happened with Obama. The 2 government shutdowns during Obama, those were very, very crucial. And one even led in 2013 to a downgrade of the United States credit, which dropped the S&P about 30% in a week. So that is very. I think that those September in the government shutdowns, any potential shutdown will be, I think, way more important than anything we saw in the last 4 years. Just because of the kind of when those shutdown opportunities happen, it's very opportunistic for some politicians on Republican or Democrat to come in there and try to, they could be a very big swing voter in those situations, and it leads to a very, very big gridlock. ALZN unhalted. Is this an IPO or what? What's ALZN? Is this an IPO or did it just start trading all of a sudden? Yeah, it's IPO. There's with no other news. What the hell is this? Is the sketchiest shit ever. Be very careful. Interesting though. After pricing IPO at $5, how many shares? 10? What did they do? DPW owns stake on ALZN. Is this why they went up? DPW. It's very weird. That's a weird one. Yeah, be careful on both those. UPS. AMC coming down. I can't remember. I won't get my badge back. It's through the YouTube. You would get it back, though. You're good, baby. Anyone else down big today? I'm down 3,000 on the Robinhood. See what we're down on this. Another 3,000 here. Again, UMC is going to be a bigger portion of it all. Yeah. So not too bad. Not too bad. Especially coming, we had a lot of gains this the last month even. So, depending on how you were set up. But now coming into Powell, you get a little bit of a breakdown here. Let Powell come in. Yo, UPS, those are two big candles, actually. Is there Amazon news with that? I put that up. I didn't see that. Amazon partners with USPS. Wow. Is FedEx dropping too? Yeah, FedEx and UPS. They going back to USPS, man. Bezos. He had the government working for him. Isn't that bad for Workhorse? Wouldn't it be good for them? UPS works with USPS. That's funny. USPS is great. I like the postal service. They're pretty reliable. Again, you've seen how Amazon used them, like 2015 or 2012 to like 2018. Amazon, they ran it up with USPS. Remember, they did that study where they were like spending more money. They were losing money sending packages for USPS. Can we get a sprinkle positive words on this sad red day, baby? I mean, what do you trust in? That's the beauty of it. I feel good. You feel good too. There's always positivity. I woke up in drive. We had a good Monday. We got Powell. The positivity is there. All today is setting you up for what's yours. Because what's yours is yours, baby. They don't feel me. They don't feel me. DraftKings pop, so that USPS stuff is kind of chilling out, just a little pop and lock. Clove running again. Oh, it is 2%. Let's see. Again, if the market does usually get like really red, you will see some movement on like AMC and all that. It's kind of interesting to see. Is it sad? Red day? You have a drip coming up. I get more shares. Nah, man, I feel you. I feel you. What do you make lumber prices? Again, I think it had to do with the inflationary. The price was pricing in a way faster inflation rate, and then that came down when everybody started to chill out a little bit. And the prices were just getting too ridiculous, and I don't think it was because of – I just think it was greed. I mean, I think that's what a lot of people are – like, if you guys think about it, a lot of prices of everything have gone up a lot, right? But I think the big portion, a lot of people are missing out. The amount of people trading financial markets has increased like tenfold. So that's where I think part of it's coming from. Like, you have to think about it. Who else is trading lumber futures? It's not just the people in the business. You saw what happened to oil in March. All of these different things. I think part of it is getting impacted by the assets being traded and traders not really recognizing the real world impact. Does Biden speak today? Biden's actually in Switzerland right now. So I think he might, but we saw yesterday with the G7, he might have something, but it's going to come later. And then the big thing with Biden is tomorrow, 1 p.m. local time, I believe in Russia or somewhere or Switzerland. That's when they're going to have the Biden-Putin meeting, and people are looking for that to have something. But yeah, like I'm saying, I think part of it has to do with the trading aspect with some of these. So like when prices come down, I think a lot of them were ran up for various reasons, supply chain, but then also what they were pricing with inflation. And then the fact that it came down, I think it's just kind of people chilling out a little bit. But we will see. I mean, the chart looks like damn Bitcoin. And I mean, if I could give you another chart, let me show you. What is it? United States. The Archite kind of moving. They're still down. I think they're doing way better than UMC, though. So, like, what do you see on this chart? This is the core inflation rate, what we got a couple days ago. Do you see something? Have you ever seen inflation? No. Would you like me to show you? So what do you think I'm going to highlight here? SPY coming down a little bit. Look at the volatility. So these aren't prices. Obviously, we're looking at like we're looking at price of lumber and all of that. But do you see what happens? Again, this is from the 70s. My theory, pretty much you start to get a bunch of volatility. So to see prices shoot up, come down, shoot up, like just like you're seeing with lumber, you see it in the inflation rate. That's why inflation gets a little worrisome, because then it starts to just cause bigger swings when it really does break out. SPY selling every bounce. Let's see. What's the volume at? We've been here for not even 2 hours. You're at 10 million. Volume's still a little bit lower. Again, you have Powell tomorrow. You saw yesterday. We came up out of nowhere at the end of the day. So I think the market is going to make some moves, but they're not going to move too much until they hear from Papa Powell. Looking at presidential term effects. I'm just looking at the money supply and the effect to inflation. And that's it. That's really what it comes down to. Because there's a lot of other factors that would traditionally, people like to look at the markets and this and that, but we have not seen this much money in the system since the 40s. 70s was kind of comparable, but that was just a big policy decision to get rid of gold. But then it was also categorized by an era of inflation. Powell is tomorrow. Tomorrow, 1 p.m. or 2 p.m. Pacific time. He's lit. Fitch ratings, Fed rate hikes are now expected in fourth quarter 2023, a year earlier than previously expected. CLSD chart, can I check it? Better be good, man. Better be good. Okay, looks decent. Clearshire Biomedical. Let's go. Wow, big volume. Another biotech. Obviously, they had some failure here, but what's their FDA looking like? What do they get? DraftKings saving. Is it just going up or did they say something? Mike Burray. Is it the real Mike Burray? Didn't he delete his Twitter? Something improved. I don't see I'm on Biofarm Catalyst. I don't see anything. That one could be interesting just given the what you've seen in the market. He came back to talk trash. Resipres, treatment of clinically important hypotension occurring in the setting of anesthesia. Eton, 20% pop. Oh, Eton. Eton Pharmaceuticals. Eton. Yo, Eton. DraftKings Hindenburg says report ran by someone who's short on company's stock with incentive to drive down share price. I don't like that response. I actually hate that response from DraftKings. Y'all better have something else. I don't like that response. They hit you with the classic. It's like that's a 2005 response. They're like, well, clearly it's written by somebody who's short on the stock with an incentive to drive it down. Is it not true? I mean, it is, assuming that what's his name disclosed it, but that's not, that's just not. I was looking for something better. You ever seen Family Feud? And they said an answer that shows up on like number 10. It's like ding, it was a decent answer, but they could have done better. They could have gave a better answer, I think. It's just like okay, yeah, good answer. We'll take it, but they could have done better. They could have done better on that one. We'll see though. It's still a developing situation. I thank God above that life itself is definitely transitory. Amen. So have a good moment. Enjoy it while you're here, baby. Yeah, Steve Harvey would have gave a weird reaction to that. Steve Harvey would have just looked at it with a side face like, huh? Okay, good answer. Boy's letter with the letter H. Ding, 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 ding. Jose. Good answer. Good answer. But that's good though. At least you got some response, but I think you should get a better one. Jose's like, yes. What was I gonna go look at? UPS bounced pretty good. DraftKings going up on it though. It's only down 3%. So not bad. UWMC is holding up, but RKT is doing a little better here. The SPY is getting ready for Powell. It's just doing its thing. It's relaxing. It's great. Carbo. No, I had a coffee. Today. Need some water. Water's always good for the soul. Did you ever watch SpongeBob as a kid? Not really. We didn't have cable. It was, and then somebody, I remember, we would get our ass beat for trying to watch an episode of South Park. We would find ways to get, bootleg South Park, and then we would get in trouble. And then, that's the next thing. How did a generation that was raised on South Park become so sensitive? That's another question. But no, I did not get to watch SpongeBob as a kid. I got to watch Jim Cramer though, so that was Mama did good. Mama did good. You know, we got our ass beat for the cartoons, but the Kramer finance that was acceptable. Yeah, we were allowed to watch Fresh Prince of Bel Air. That was allowed. That was a good one. Wholesome. Just a wholesome show, you know? One of the best. What do you think about Carvana? Carvana is actually, even with the PPI, everything else that came up, it's, you literally, where was it? Carvana, what is it? CVNA? They have been buying everything. They're part of the ones, again, this is one of the companies. They're buying almost a lot of the used cars, but they're making money on financing and all that. So they've had a epic run up here over the last year. I think they're good. I just think they're very, very high priced, especially for like an auto company like that. Usually the valuations don't go this high, but they have their business model is they're able to get profit from other avenues, which I think is really, really cool. It needs to move 79 beyond. The beyond play was it was just the best deal I was gonna get. So for $80, even then I couldn't really find the stock to move $79. Essentially, you couldn't have really gotten an option play with that time. You would have spent more without the debit spread. So my idea was play something small, get the upside, but it's still a low probability. And the reason why I did that because the options are still holding up 1,000% gains. Do I ever short calendar calls? I do not. Calendar spreads, we've done stuff like that before, but usually, I mean, it just starts messing with the buying power and all that. It's a decent strategy. It just it needs more monitoring, I think. There's a chance we rip off the Fed statements. I think we're probably gonna get a little bit of a dip, and then a couple days later, it'll just come back to normal. A calendar spread is like a spread, like a debit spread, a credit spread. But instead of doing the options on the same strike price or the same like month date, instead of like doing a debit spread, like buy a July call, sell a July call, it's like buy a July call, sell a August call, or vice versa. Different times, same strikes. The downside is that you're going to be exposed differently. So there's going to be a gap between the dates. So your one collateral or one either your collateral or the one you shorted, one of them is going to expire before the other, and then it's your purchasing power gets divided a little bit differently. So it costs more capital to do. Or the banks. Banks, that was a real clappage today. Dow down 0.4, NASDAQ 0.5, and S&P 0.2. Laser News, CNBC. Laser CEO on CNBC. Okay, that brought him barely pie. That brought up Valander too, so that's good. PNC CFO Riley, banks still cautious on commercial real estate. Louder Crowder? What's that mean? Fitch expects U.S. CPI inflation to fall from 4.1 at end of 2021 to 2.2. So they still expect it to be 4.1 by the end of the year. DraftKings hasn't had this much volume since October 20th. That's why I think it's an interesting one. It brought this stock down a decent amount, but it brought it down to a really, really good price. That's why I think in a couple days here, we will be able to make our decision once we get our deposit, reevaluate the scenario. But it's all developing now. But that is very, very good. The Twitter account for news is Real Cult News on Twitter. You can follow there, and then we update the accounts that we follow for news sources. Arkite again. Arkite. Oh, yeah. Shop is chilling out on the high side. What was theirs? Airbnb, that was the leader this morning. They're holding up. So a lot like yesterday, just a little bit more volume. Volume spike on Laser. CEO right now on CNBC. Dollar Tree coming back. Dollar Tree did good earlier today. We didn't find anything on that pop. Still holding up though. I think a lot of companies either took 1%. Some of the meme stocks took like 5%, a little bit more. But then it's either you had steam at the morning and held up, or you really, really sold off from here. But then it's doing what we saw, where bigger caps are kind of pulling the market a little bit more, and you have these individual names kind of holding things up. Yeah, that Boeing tariff. I'm surprised Boeing didn't go up a lot more. That was a very historic deal for them. No, Powell does not come on at market close. So there's a Fed meeting today, but it's not public. They go in, they meet up with each other. They're like, yo, what's up, Jay Powell? He like, yo, what's up, Johnson? What's up, Williams? What's up, Harker? And they all like chill. And then they like, they get some 710, they do their thing, and then tomorrow they make the announcement, and then Powell comes on about 30 minutes after the announcement, and then he has a press conference giving a prepared statement, and then he answers questions from reporters. The BA news was that the EU tariff deal between like them and Airbus, they removed tariffs. So this has been a long-standing issue with them, so it's good. Yeah, they vibe. They have a little Fed pizza party. They pull out their Coinbase accounts. They're like, yo, you see this, bro? Yeah, and then Williams is like, yo, man. Yo, you heard of Stellar, Jerome? You got to check out this XLM thing. This is crazy. And then another one, and Powell's like, nah, I like Ethereum Classic. And they're like, what? You idiot. Why would you like it? No one uses Ethereum Classic. And then they like go back and forth. And then they're like, all right, hold on. Then we got to get back to, they're like, so what do we do with the rates? They're like, we ain't changing shit. And they move on from that, and they're like, all right, what about the bonds? I'm like, they don't know. They keep telling us not to buy it. They think we ain't going to. And then they just do their thing. I did make a play today, yes. Honestly, it's part of the PHILO today. I've been doing that lately. I don't know why. Like, certain scenarios, I'm, like, trying to apply them to, like, modern days. And like, even though this is modern day. But then I'm trying to figure out how this situation goes, because I'm just like, wow. You'll see. Just wait for the PHILO. It's good. Got 30 properties that seem okay. They're in the budget. That's awesome. Hopefully, yesterday's talk, hopefully you got to widen the scope a little bit. Widen and then focus in. Your ass's uncle, the way you said Powell was exactly the same way you said it in the song. Is that... That's what you got out of that? He's like, I've been listening in. We're going to get to the bottom of this. I mean, we are related, so that's it. After looking, I want to end up buying all of Indiana. Amen. Amen. You sound like you work for BlackRock. Called a multi-million-dollar homeowner yesterday. Made me realize I just need to call more, baby. Multi-million-dollar homeowners. Thank you for the goal you kicked on the real estate zone. Amen. Let's go. See, get me a good deal, too. You find one that wants to sell. You could double end it. You could represent me, save me a couple $100,000. Then you make a couple $100,000 on the commission. And then that's everybody wins. We could do a good deal. And even then, you're going to build up a pretty dope network, too. It's how you do it, man. Get yourself out there. Get yourself out there. If I hit $1,000 play, I'm getting a car. Well, we've already talked about the other situation. I know you got some good value there, but can I give you a worse idea? Possibly. I have a better worse idea. It's actually really good. Instead of waiting to hit the play to get the car, go get the car so that you what's it called? So you go get a car so that you have a payment that you have to deal with, and then it'll force you to make money. That's what that was a real estate advice I got from a broker before. Or Mr. Hit says you could carjack it. He's in San Francisco, so things operate a little different there. Yeah, man, heat and pressure. That's what I'm saying. If you want to get to that's a good bad idea. That's what I would do. I'll just be like, screw it. I'll be like, now I got like $1,000 car payment. I either have to, you know what I'm saying? It's like you either gonna think or swim, you know? Jesus, Patrick. Dog, yo, Patrick, bro, chill on the jokes, Patrick. That's it, man. Patrick is the only blind guy, and then he's making blind jokes. I don't know how to react. Like he said some messed up joke during the Biden thing yesterday. I was like, man, Patrick, I don't want to laugh at it, man. Like you can't do me like that, bro. He said, I'm gonna get new eyes. Like what? That's crazy, dog. I've heard stories about sales offices telling you to run up your credit cards for more motivation. Oh yeah, believe me. I mean, you guys saw Boiler Room, right? If you watched it, but that is some people are really, really, high sales or high pressure environments, but these tactics work for some people. Some people will get, some people are very conservative and not having they get that would stress them out. Where some people, the only way they actually get moving is if they have something to push them, the fire. You forgot the class of Lexus 2020. We see you, baby. We just want the Lexus. Let's go, baby. Class of 2020 Lexus. We love y'all. God bless you. But Spy's coming down again. And ladies and gentlemen, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 2.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. If you can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Sitting is the new smoking. Then optometrist recommendations. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Woo! Amen. Wow, feels good. Next, I need you to drop your shoulders, relax your shoulders, fix that nerd neck. Some of you guys are scrunching up at the computer screen with your shoulders up. You don't need to. You just need to relax. Woo! Relax even more. Fix the nerd neck, drop the shoulders, chest to the sun, tuck the hips in, flex the core. Boom, baby. You look good right now. I'm not going to lie to you. You look good. Wow. Man, you look... Before I make this awkward, I'm just saying, keep that chest to the sun and legs in front of you. Some of you look very awkward with your legs wrapped around your chair. Stop mangling your body with your posture for 8 hours a day. Legs should be in front of you. That's all you got to do. And then finally, relax the jaw. Go, breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. So spine coming down. I need to hit some of these stretches. Y'all can please hold. Please hold. Oof. Oh, yeah. Good. But spine is coming down. Let's see. Slow and steady. Volume is high. Okay. Set of one stretch done. Yeah, there you go. Get some dragon breath in there. 423. I think the lowest of the range is 420 and then the 417. Again, we brought those up yesterday, but you're really not down that much. But NASDAQ's taking a hit. Get some stretches in there. Teledoc dumping. Two. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm doing these like open chest expansion things for my upper back. It's crazy. Spine coming down again. There you go, baby. Get moving. A lot of selling off. It's slow and steady, but, I mean, for the first 2 hours, a lot quicker than what we've seen in the last coming days. Leg balancing. I'm not supposed to be doing leg workouts. That's what Mr. Doctor say. I need upper back. Market is body slamming you. Well, wait till Powell. That will be the key. So you'll either get the Powell suplex or Powell will save you. I have 60 AMC. When will it sell? You could get exercise at any moment once it's in the money. But usually by expiration, you'll get exercise. Powell is tomorrow. Yeah, Powell is tomorrow. It's going to be around 2 p.m. Pacific time. You ever explain why you don't like Neo? Because I'll probably never drive one. It's a Chinese company. So I did see one in Cali, or somebody posted a picture, but I just, how many Chinese cars do you see on the road today or in the last 100 years? So they might have the China market, but then it also does, I think that most of the company is subsidized by the Chinese government. You will drive a Neo by 2025. You might, but I'm not. I don't think that's, if that happened though, I mean, we'll see, God willing, we'll see what happens, but can't wait to drive my Neo down and get some Lucan coffee, right? Good. That'll be the day. We'll just vibe out. Yo, man, you want to go grab a Lucan? Yeah, let's hop in the Neo. SPY's still slowing off. This was literally, you've had very minor bounces. Somebody said that earlier today, that it's selling off every bounce, but I think it's just a continued down streak. Low ticker really getting active here. Tesla's down. Yeah, you're picking up big right now in the low. I think SPY will pop off like it did. Not as big. The volume is a lot higher today. I think yesterday was a mix of the low volume, and then now you're seeing a lot more defined of a move than yesterday if you compare it. So bigger velocity, a lot more volume, a lot quicker, but we'll see. I mean, give it about 30 minutes, another hour here. Let's see when it does stabilize, if it stabilizes. Otherwise, it could just be straight down. Good time to buy stocks. Yes, and you just got to balance it out. You know, that's why I've been buying some of the plays. You know, that's why I'm glad I went for some of the stuff that was holding down. But it really depends what you're looking for. Again, even some of the value stocks too. The ex-dividend going away, that I think that's very interesting because it could affect some things in terms of value more or less. So we had some DraftKings shares. That's up to you. That's up to you. I've already explained the DraftKings situation, what I plan to do, so we'll come back to that one. But it is still developing. Redfin is getting into writing home loans. Uh-oh. They're going to start competing with UWMC. Where is Redfin? Down 4.2. Redfin, we got this back. We never added it to the long term. I had it before, but we had these in like the 30s. So they've moved a lot. They're good. Where's that EXPI? They went up a lot too. They're still looking good. They were at like $2. Unions discuss Italy plans. Said to mold battery assembly at Italy's Melfi plant. Who's ex-dividend? Well, ex-dividends are passing. So a lot of good companies, a lot of the bigger names now have all passed their ex-dividend. There's still a couple, but after that will change. You know, you definitely got some demand coming in for that in the last coming weeks. Low ticker picking up again. SPY looks like it's not moving as much. Probably getting some steam in the big names. Stellantis, are they publicly traded? Stellantis. Exercising an option is when you take the contract you're buying, like, and actually use it. So when you buy a contract, let's say you buy a call, that is the right to buy a stock at a certain price. So if you exercise it, you essentially, the contract disappears, and then you go and you buy the stock at that price. I love dividend. Dividend, very good. Like, how do you know when to sell? How do you sell them on Robinhood? You just go to, it's easy. It's very easy on Robinhood. When you sell is whenever you want. Usually, like, we have our strategy. I like to play it small, and then I hold until I'm in the money and the contract's up or expiration. Or you could do the free share strategy, where anytime you buy an option play, they move a lot in percentages. You're able to sell one out, make it free. But on Robinhood, you just go to any stock. It'll say trade options, and then you go in there. We have a couple tutorials on it, but it's fairly easy. Like, you just come here, like, let's say Abivai, and then just go to trade options, and then you buy it, and then you just click it, and then the price you want to go for is, this is the, you put in your offer there. So, oh, you don't see it? My bad. So you just go click any stock, and just go to trade the options. But paper trade a little bit, kind of get used to it, because, again, options will go to zero. You'll lose whatever you put in. So if it doesn't work. You need buying power to exercise a contract usually, but if it's in the money and there's equity, they'll give you the margin because you have equity on it. Jamie Dimon said he's concerned about inflation, so he's holding cash. That one was a little confusing to me yesterday, but the thing I realized is that maybe that's why they don't want to give out loans. Because think about it, if there is going to be inflation, you know, I told you guys, you make money by getting some loans out there. Think about it. You get a home loan, the price inflates, the payment stays the same. That's it. So maybe that's why. Otherwise, that was a very weird statement, I think. Wall Street bets pumping draft. Again, this is that theory I'm saying. If a stock gets shorted for even a legit, in this case with DraftKings, it still has the situation, but it's just funny how it could, if you short a company right now, you essentially become a target. It's pretty interesting. Any put plays? Not today. Not today. Not right now. Again, if anything, it's, you know, you wait till you get Young Powell. You think they should ban short selling? No. This isn't China. Short selling is a necessary function. I mean, you guys have to realize, otherwise assets will just go up. If no one could bet upon, you know, and put money where, if you think something is going to be bad, that's the problem with it. That's why, you know, yes, like naked shorting, illegal shorting, you know, being, you know, just criminal about it, that's obviously a problem. But like the general act of shorting is it's necessary to a really good function in the market. He's holding cash because he expected disinflation. It could be, or like, again, it would make sense for a bank not to hoard cash and not give out loans if you think there's inflation. So if you think there's going to be a lot of inflation, why would you, you know, why would you give out? You don't want to give, you'll lose on those loans. So any loan I've taken on a property in the last 12 months, I've won dramatically on. Some bank decided to give me rates at dirt cheap, gave me a loan for these properties that are all worth, you know, 30 to 50% more now. So you have to think about it. That's why that would be a legit reason to hoard cash during inflation, because that's why there's a lot of repo activity, because if they're not, they could do the repos so that they don't use the cash, but they're not loaning it out yet. If any, that's the next level of the real estate boom here, is that Wells Fargo is one of the biggest mortgage holders, and I think they have a couple $1 trillion, or at least a couple $100 billion that they have not even allocated for loans yet, or that they're going to. So they're going to start issuing more loans, but essentially, you could be you could see a bank not want to give loans if there's inflation, so that they could get a better deal with it, better interest rate, or at least understand the value of what they're loaning out. Because now, if you loaned out money 12 months ago, you made a really bad deal, if you think about it. And you also can't deny loans because it's not a convenient time. They have ways to do. They just slow it down, right? They're gonna make it. They do a lot of things that isn't denying loans, but they could add gatekeepers, and that could be what they're doing. So that would indicate reverse repo, yeah, because then they would just put all of this cash they have it through these reverse repos, anywhere short term, couple days to a couple, 30 days, and then that way they could kind of see the situation, get the money back, and go from there. And then, like you said, most people have it fixed. Exactly. That's why. Like I went and I got. No, Wells Fargo isn't just a server. Wells Fargo is actually one of the only banks that carries the mortgage. So Wells actually carries it. Like Bank of America, Citibank, they're just servers, and they'll sell it off. They have to lend it out technically, again, given the circumstance. But if they find ways to not lend it out, and then they wait till they get an inflationary environment that it makes sense, and now they didn't loan out the money, they could make a better deal. Because like I said, all my payments on any property, this is why I say first access to inflation wins, or you're going to get an advantage. This is what we were talking about 12 months ago, that video I made in April 2020. You go and you get a loan, the payment is fixed. I got fixed mortgages on all these properties, and they gave me loans to buy stuff, but now the asset is worth way more than what I'm paying on it, but my payment stays the same. I could go refinance it and pull out the cash if I even wanted to. So that's where I'm saying, that's where I could see and understand why some banks would not want to engage in loaning right now and hold cash, simply because you could make some pretty bad loans right now. And you get 10x on a house, probably over time. If you think about, again, if there is bigger, and if we see the same thing happen in the 70s, the property loans that's it. We just ran it up on the bank. But it really just depends over time. But already, you could already see the immediate effect of it. They're not writing loans, how they're making money, because they still have loans. They're still holding stuff. You make money by issuing new loans, but then again, if you're holding other ones or other activities, equity gains, even then just general deposits, you could still make money. Or even other types of loans. Even, again, we're talking home loans more specifically, but because that's where I think they want to go in. Yeah, Wells Fargo is conservative because they end up holding the loan. So a lot of even the big banks, they'll fund your loan, but then they sell it off to a hedge fund or somebody who wants to buy the note. But Wells Fargo, they have strict underwriting because they hold the most out of any bank. If you could go back, what beginner strategy would you master first? Holding long term. That's it. Not wasting my time and making sure I got the most of my stock trading history. And then I would say understanding break evens on options and understanding like intrinsic value for options. I'm 25K, 100K salary, 720, 25% down for a property. I can't get a loan without a cosigner. Did you probably not have that 100K for 2 years? So have you been making 100K for 2 years consistently on paper after taxes or with after taxes, taxable income? How much to buy someone's home loan? The amount of the house. So if, think about let's say it's let's say it's a $500,000 property. Borrower puts down $100,000. The bank loans the other $400,000 at 4%, let's say. That's a mortgage note right there, backed by the property. So then whoever funds the loan sells it off. So if you wanted to buy it, you would just have to put up the $400,000, give the $400,000 back to the bank. You take ownership of the note. You just bought a property without dealing with property taxes or maintenance, and you're first on the title. That's how that process works. SPY coming down again. Again, another one of these little bounces, but the high ticker, 1 minute, 30 seconds, 5 minutes, very, very active. Different jobs, but banks do care if you hop around. It depends, that history, but that makes sense. So that situation with your income and that's what I said earlier. A lot of people made 100K this year only to find out realistically they only made 20K on taxes and they need it for 2 years for a property. So, but that's been going on since 2015. So if you were in the same situation in 2016, 17, 18, 19, you would have still not qualified. And that's not the current situation's fault. It's literally Dodd-Frank. That's the reason why I'm saying we're not really in a real estate bubble, because most of the loans issued right now they're anti-levered in a way. It's hard to have people levered up the same way they were when you have all of these DTI requirements. Let's see, banks. Think about banks using whole life insurance to compound money. It's good. You could use life insurances very, very well for that, but you have to have them for at least 10 years. Yeah, Wells Fargo slipped up. Again, Wells Fargo is up 2%. Let's see, where's TLT? TLT looking like UWMC. I do not think this is a repeat of 08. This is very different than 08. I think maybe like 2018 in that issue we saw random bits of volatility and all that, but this is just a unique situation. I mean, it's just comparable to the 70s. That's the only time frame when I look at what we have going on now and today, and back then. That's the only. It matches up very, very well. I made some large gains and realized what percentage we said getting in the long term versus options versus down payment. If you made a lot of money on an option trade, don't follow a percentage. Go with your lifestyle. Go with really your life. How much you make in a year. You know what's a big amount of money to you. So the question is, you want to be able to walk away with money that you can forget about. So if you made a lot of money, you're like, what should I do? How much for a home? Just decide, how much do I want in long term? How much do I want to be able to trade? Am I actually going to be able to get a house or will I be able to afford the payments, all of that stuff? Otherwise, you could make it free. You could look for some of those percentages, but I've noticed really just looking at what you're comfortable with could take you a long way with those investments and when to walk away and all that. I saw a crazy stat that Wells Fargo made more money in overdraft fees than Coinbase made in trading fees. And I think 20% of Wells Fargo's revenue comes from Square. Better to roll over closer to expiration. If it's a credit spread, yes. Again, rolling over just a normal, a debit spread or a play, I don't view it the same thing as rolling over. It's just you're losing on one play and then you're buying another. Or if you're winning, you're parlaying it and taking profits. Covered call, better towards expiration day or towards your strike price. As you see, like, I'm 3 months away from the AMC one on the expiration, but it's approaching $10 from the strike price. So near the money or near expiration are your best times to roll over. J Powell keeps it calm. What other things to look forward tomorrow? Great question. Biden and Putin, that will have an effect even with what it could, people will assume stuff even for oil. That's going to be it. And then the budget, but they said 7 to 10 days out from here. It's hot as beep. Hey guys, I need to turn on the AC. Please hold. Please hold. Chadadonia. I've noticed, I feel like when the red days come out, dude, how many of you guys use like stock chat rooms as like a coping mechanism on red days? Like y'all just start saying weird shit. I feel like I see every days ago, y'all focused on some days, on other days, I'm like, what's going on? I could tell y'all exposing yourself. I could tell who's having a good day. Red makes you feel weird. I was born in red. I've blown up more accounts than anybody. These red days cannot affect me. But I can affect them. No, I haven't heard I can't feel anything. The numb. I haven't heard that. I've seen it just deteriorate. That's it. Good day, regardless. Let's go, Jimmy. I was molded by the red, taught by it. I was born on a red day. Oh man, I love the stock market. Just imagine. That's it. The day's red or green. Just so much power. So much power. Make real estate offers on red days. That's actually a good idea, huh? Thoughts on Wolf? I mean, Petco used to be a big S&P, or no, that was PetSmart. But traditionally, pet stores have been awful in the stock market. That's why I'm not really a big fan of them. Like even Petco, I think, didn't Petco get like delisted and then relisted? I think. I don't know if it was their first time, but I think it's getting momentum and stuff like that. But I'm not really a long term. I don't really invest in the pets. I know it's a good business, but I haven't. Yeah, Petco came back. Yeah, weren't they? I know PetSmart got dropped from the S&P 500. So it's not like usually their history has not really been the best. But we live in a new world until we don't. That's going to be the argument. You'll see it eventually. Like there's periods like you'll live in a new world, and it seems like everything's like, yeah, everything's about this until it's not. So we'll see. Chewy, I mean, I didn't understand it at first, or when it first IPO'd, we saw it. but it already went up, so it did its thing. Losing my ass. Well, let's see. I mean, we'll wait till after Powell, and then we could even get some cool credit spreads so you guys could start to, I want to take advantage of some of these days, or depending on how the summer plays out, we could be able to do some stuff. So, and it's a good way to get momentum back, and that's the thing. I think we're coming off really good momentum. It depends what you're holding. If you haven't been able to gain the momentum here with your trading, take a look for small plays. Not necessarily cheap plays, but something that, just get back in the swing of things and that's why I like the credit spreads. I could get everybody back with some momentum on credit spreads. I'm like literally we're just going to sell the $20, $50 a week one, something like that. But that will be you remember we did that for what, like 12 weeks. We made that, or like $8,000, and then we lost it all on the DraftKings, and then you could come back on it, but get some small wins there. You'll be good to go. I haven't ghetto spreaded in a while. No, I've either been, because I've just been taking the profits, or I've been making it free. HD on the low. HD. Man, HD really sold off. We got part of that run up here. Remember that? Notice you do more debit spreads when you're more bullish on the market overall, opposite for credit spreads. Yes, and that's the debit spreads are the meme stock hack. Again, when there's a lot of momentum, at that point, it's like I don't want to spend that much money for like a 2 standard deviation play. That's why debit spread just allows you to get in at the prices that we usually like to get. But then the credit spreads, I've just been I've been turned off from this market with the whole shorting thing. Again, I think it still applies with options. I think a lot of people, people talk about short squeezes with stocks, but same thing applies with options. I feel like it's a target on any back. Like you're seeing people buy 100,000 AMC options. Who's selling these? So, I know that I've been having a little bit of fear with it, but that's where I realized, again, I'm gonna look at my account over 6 months and say, hey, what can I do better? How can I do better at this? I've avoided a segment that I've made a lot of money on, but the reason why I've done it is because I have more fear. But then when I'm literally going through that logic, I'm saying, wait a minute, Josh, fear is good for credit spreads. You know what I'm saying? That type of worry is how you make the money on it. So I think it's a risk I'm willing to take. I just have to I'm going to get into it conservatively. I'm going to wait and let the events get away from me. So spreads and events. We have an event with Powell. Let's get through this event, and then boom, we're going to be able to hit spreads for the next coming weeks. And then hopefully it works out good. But if I could get an extra $50, $100 a week, something of that nature, I think it'll be fire. Let me see. I don't know. Do you want to try it? That spot play messed with my mind. That one, that was the last. That one wasn't a credit spread. That was just literally a naked put sell. So that's why we could even. We could try it for the sake of learning. We could do a credit spread before the Powell and then see after. Because again, I would want to find one now. But what's the idea? The logic is that if you do it on an event, that's where you're more likely to get blown out. So, but if I do a credit spread, it's all about limiting it. This is coming down to balance control. So when I go about these spreads, I don't want to, we could go for the high collateral plays, but that's pretty much what I want to avoid. Because that's the high collateral. Anytime we've ever wound up in an issue was because of that. But even then, and most of the issues, like DraftKings, we came back from it. The Spotify were down, but then we will be able, like Spotify, I like it. Again, that's why you have to balance out your budget to take advantage of it. Spotify sucked. I'm down on it, but I just walked away with 100 shares of a company I like. So it's not really that bad the way I look at it. So some of you may not have that ability to do that, and that's where if you don't, you got to keep that in mind. Well, I wouldn't do any credit spreads on Arquite, and UWMC. Those are going to be linked to the bonds and the rates. So anything that happens with the Fed could affect that. Brand new super. So we could try. I'll look right now. Let me find. This is what we'll do. The first credit spread. If I do one now, I'm more scared of doing one right now. But I could limit. This is where I'm saying, if you know what you're playing, like this is why I could show you educational purposes only. I'm a trained professional. Do not do this, because I could find plays that could get me what I'm looking for, essentially. I could find a cheap play where I know it's all defined. It's going to be max risk, max reward, all that. But we could do one before the Fed, and then we could get in. But I'm planning about next week. I think we're about to start credit spread season again. So I hope you're ready. Yeah, I'm looking at some of these credit spreads. Whew. Credit spread season where we sell a lot. Yeah, you could come. Usually, as long as I'm not taking high collateral trades, again, this is for everybody. We've done very, very well with them. That's all. The minute we go big, we usually get clapped. That's the only issue, because you'll want to. Remember, last time we hit credit spread season, we did like $8,000 in a month off of and it was like 90% successful, and then we got DraftKings, and then we're like, okay. So let's see here. Oh, I did not lose it all on DraftKings. I made that shit all right back. And I walked away with profit, because then I doubled down on another account, because I saw it. I said, hey, I'm already down this much. I'm saying we're going to fucking come back. We're going to make a way. This was the DraftKings fiasco. This is how we did this account. So we hit, what's it called? We hit the TLT. And then for those, we hit a couple plays here and there. And then from pretty much like May, July till like September, October, we sold credit spreads here. This is how we were able to grind it up another 20 grand on the account. And then I did the DraftKings play, and then we dropped 30 grand, right? And then we recovered it all, and we were able to get it back. So that's what we were able to do. It was very, very good. Again, I rolled over. It took me. I had money and I had time. That's it. And my knowledge of it. That if I didn't know how to play credit spreads, I would. You know how many people in the chat every day were saying that's why I'm saying that's where credit spreads gets tricky. Because if you don't have the background and you don't know how to manage the budget, it will rip you apart. Because dude, you know how many people were telling me to just take that loss? They said, take the loss, take the loss. Why would you roll over? Just accept the loss. We were like, no. Why? Like, it's just like the covered call situation. If you understand what it is, you don't have to. But this is what credit spread season is going to look like, where we take advantage of the market. We start again, during this time, I just bought a bunch of long-term stocks. We were able to do all that. But the thing is, credit spread season could distract too. That's all. If you get one bad play, it ties up your collateral. You know how you could get out of it, but it's just going to cost you time. Hot spread season. Hot spread summer, baby. Credit spread summer. Yeah, I could do an easy one. You won't even make that much money. I don't mind collateral being tied up if it means I come out ahead. And I agree with you, and that's my approach with it. As long as you don't overexert yourself and keep the budget to hold, you'll eventually win every time. But that's the problem. That's what I'm saying for everybody listening. Not everybody is going to be in that same position. So I know a lot of people, they go too big too fast. Credit spreads get real tempting, but then you got to balance it out and just make sure you have enough money to hold it through, or at least know your budget and yourself so you can play it. Trying to think what would be a good one. I recommend trading in Roth. Nah, I wouldn't fuck with your retirement. Let's see. So this is how the credit spreads will look. Let me see what we can find. Do you want me to do them on Robinhood or TD Ameritrade? I could do them on both, realistically, but I don't know which one will help you guys learn better. So let's see. What is like JP Morgan been to? If we sell a put, you're essentially saying you don't want it to come down. Yeah, so like 148 here, like 140, anything around here will probably be somewhat safer. Again, and this is why I'd want to sell a put, because take a look, it's going down. That means the premiums will be up. Let's say like what, 147 to like 142. But again, the higher we spread it out, the higher the collateral. So we'll get 10 cents for one. Oh, that's a June 18th. That's this week. Let's go next week. 147 was the low. Let's say like 146, you get 38 cents. Jeez. Yeah, this one's 15-cent credit. 385 max loss. Ew. See, but these are the high probability ones, but these are the ones, and these are the ones that are just as dangerous because you're not getting a lot of collateral. Yes, you could always roll into it, but to make $30, you're going to be risking 700. But this is like a 90% probability play. No, but Robinhood has some new shit. Like Robinhood has a nice little they got a nice little play thing. So like they actually do help you a little bit more now. Like if you wanted to do a credit spread, let's say. See, they'll show you where it is. Gives you the max profit, max loss, and then your break even. This is really all you need. Vizio Pop. Yeah, Vizio. IPO, Vizio Pop. Is there news on that? Surpassed 12 million addressable TVs. No, it's from July 9th. Damn, I got to pull up a 10-year chart to see 2015. We getting old, boys. Yeah, credit spreads on the SPY are the easiest. You want to do it on indexes, believe it or not. Indexes are how you indexes are more diversified. They move a lot less, so that's how you're able to really take advantage of them. Beyond dropping. The buying power for a spread is the difference between the strike price minus the collateral you receive. Oh yeah, watch out for X dividend on the SPY. We got clap with that. Let's see. X dividend, you don't have one coming up. Maybe actually, I don't know. Yeah, you could get assigned on it for sure. Well, not on a credit spread. You're just going to take the loss, or you could roll over. Oh, I have those old June 18th puts. Those got clapped. See, you could have sold the premium on there. But see, you get bigger spreads, but it just really depends where you're at. But you can see how high these ranges are. You could even get a 410 put, $30. I could use the collateral I own from here if I really wanted to, but I spent way more for that. But you could get a decent amount of credit. The difference is just how far do you want to widen out the ticker. Actually, I like. I'm gonna do a low collateral. I'm gonna do one of the plays I like. I think I have an idea. I like the ones on HD. You don't really have them the same way. Let's see. I'm looking at a credit spread right now. I'm trying to see. I want to see if we could do one even in the money. You've seen us pull those off a little bit, but Wall Street Bets is pumping Vizio. Torchlight's going up again. Let's see how this play looks. If we did this one, bought this one. I'm just going to show you. I'm not doing this one yet. So that's a 190 credit. Let's see. So even if you come here, it'll give you the breakdown. So these are the higher risk ones. These aren't the same guaranteed risk, but these are going to be the lower collateral is what I'm looking for. Where the hell is the strike price? So there it is. Your break even's 310. At 312, you would make the majority, and that's if you got filled at 185. Fill me at 220. No. No $2. Okay. Oh, come on. Facebook pop. Oh, all right. That's one spread at 190. So $60 risk. We'll go over that one. Facebook pop in. Yeah, Facebook making a move. Vizio moving as well, too. Nigerian pump. So I did that one on TD Ameritrade. If you guys didn't see it, not a recommendation. You just saw me do it in front of you. But this is a credit spread. This is a lower probability one because it's in the money. So essentially what I did was I shorted a 312 and then I bought the 310. So essentially we want the 312 by next week to expire worthless. So what happens with that one is essentially if the stock closes above 312 or the stock goes up, we're going to make money on this spread. So what do? We shorted the 312, bought the 310, and I collected $190 in credit. So that means my risk is $60. So there's a $2.50 difference between the contracts. That's the max risk, $250. But now if it shoots up, I will be able to get, if it keeps going down, I'll lose $50 or $60 max. So that's a credit spread for next week. Depending on how it works, it could be pretty decent. So let's see what's about to happen next, okay? And again, that's pretty much this trade here on Robinhood. It's showing you you short the 312, buy the 310, total credit 190, and you can see here pretty much at 310, if the stock goes to 310.60, you don't lose anything. You break even. Anything above there, that's where you're starting to make money. At 312.50, you get the max profit of $190. For credit, do they take the difference? Oh, yeah, good thing we already passed ex-dividend date. Ooh. Do they take the difference at money? No, if you get assigned, you'll get assigned, and then you'll have to either, if the other calls has value, you'll have to sell out of that, do a T-trade. You place this trade at once. You just go on TD Ameritrade, you would just right-click it. So, like in this case, you would click the first one that you want to sell, click it at the bid, and then come down here and hit control, and then just hit this one at the ask, and then boom. It creates it on there. If you're on Robinhood, you just come to the option chain. Where is this? You just come to the option chain, come to the puts, go to sell The contract you're selling, you're shorting the 312, and then you're going to buy back the 310. You sell the expensive one, buy back the cheaper, then it gives you your credit here, and then that's it. Vizio pop again. Oh, wow. What the hell just happened with that? All right, well, I got that on the stream alerts for y'all, but damn. What the hell just happened with Vizio? That's crazy. So this is one, the options are, you know, again, those options are up literally 3,000%. This is one you could probably do with the shares and be a little bit better off there. There's no options on that chain. Yeah, the Vizio, is that 30,000%? They're crazy. No, it's 3,000%. Still nuts, though. Again, these are just going for 10 cents. Obalon closed merger. I put it on the stream alert because that was a big move, but dude, by the time we look back, it just went up another $3. Damn, son, where'd you find this one? Roblox. Not the same. Not the same. TRCH still going up. They make hand over fist selling data. That is cool to see. But it's 9:30s, ladies and gentlemen. Amen. Amen. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive, respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too shy to say hi. We are glad you're here, but we've been here for 3.5 hours. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation, stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times, relax those pretty little eyeballs. Bang, 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 bang. Oh, wow, I needed this one. That was good. Woo! Oh, yeah. That's good. That's good. Ooh. That was nice. Relax the eyeballs. Then drop your shoulders. Fix that nerd neck, chest to the sun. Tuck the hips in. Flex the core. Boom, baby. You look good right now. I ain't gonna lie to you. You look good. You look better than that Home Depot play. You know what I'm saying? That was a high credit or high collab. I like it, man. Woo! But you do look awkward with your legs wrapped behind your chair, your computer chair, like you're riding a dolphin. Legs should be firmly in front of you. Please stop mangling your body, especially if you're staying here for a long time. And then finally, need you to relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your dragon head. Go. Did I just get one? Yeah. Again, if you get more, again, do not trade that credit spread. I'm trying to show you guys what a credit spread would look like before the Fed and then after. But if you don't know what you're doing with it, you will get clapped. If you get more than one on these play is a 10%, 20% probability, if that. But it's already a losing trade. You're opening a losing credit spread, hoping it falls out of the money. So if you get more than one and increase how much you can make, and then you increase the collateral, that is where you get clapped. Oh, but let me go to the bathroom. I go pee. I gotta do some stretches. expand the lower back or the upper back. I put my hands on my head, behind my head, and then you close your elbows so you lean in, and then you go, and you open the chest, just like that. And then I need to go pee. NXPI, CNBC pop. Gotta stretch and go pee. I got Chatty with me. Here in my car, I feel safest of all. I can lock all my doors, then I don't know the rest of the song. Yeah, here in my car, I feel safest of all. I got long-term on calls, and I'm holding the long. That's a banger, bro. They hating on it. That's a banger. Here in my car. I love it. Shout out Need for Speed 1. Hot Pursuit. Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. They don't feel me, man. They don't feel me. Here in my car, I feel safest of all. I will sell credit spreads. Down. NVIDIA big. Riders of the Storm. Kind of. Woo. Well, I need to do the other one. You don't need the stretch instructions. These are just for me. I don't know if you want, like I said, I'd show you guys, but they're very full body workouts. So right now I'm laying on the floor with my legs together and my arms spread out. And then you just lean all your legs to the left, then to the right. You know, get some spine mobility. Okay. You know, it's good. I'm about that life. That's good. Lower back credit spread, kinda. Then I do these weird, like, chest opens. It's hard to explain. There you go. AMC got clap, Baba Chicle. Here in my car. Oh, Alibaba falls victim to Chinese web crawler data leak. Wow. Hold on. And then Vizio came down. Yeah, Baba with the Chicle there. Part of a data leak. Bringing them back to the lows. Yeah, Baba's printing the low ticker. It's taking him towards lows. If you get continuation on that, that will be key. Yeah, I only got one of those HDs. And like we said, you want to understand why you would only get one. If you don't know why, or again, if your budget allows you to, but you have to know what how that play is most likely going to turn out. It's a low probability play. OBLN resumed. Oh yeah, OBLN, they approved the merger. It was just at $2, so you're up 40%. Baba bouncing there at the bottom. Pinterest on the high. Oh, wow, 2%. How about Snapchat? Down. DraftKings came up. Still down 6, though. How do you know if you just sell it out the money option? If it's close to expiration and it shoots up in value, but you're still pretty far at the money, but it's working, that's usually when I sell them. But I like to sell it if I have profit, but then depending on, it's just all with the time in the contract and where you're at on the chain. Airbnb still winning. Kind of. OBLNM. Yeah, that's in the top right. Never doing a spread again. I've heard that before. It all just depends how the spreads play out. They are confusing. Again, that's why keeping them small, getting some experience. That's why you guys got to watch me open the trade. You'll see, and then like I'm saying, I'm only risking $50, so that way I could show you a play before the Fed. We'll see some of the volatility, and then after the Fed too. I didn't add to spot. No, I did an HD play. AMC got clapped. We were just at 60. We're at 63. Can you go over the HD play? Yeah, in a second here. I want to see how the market plays out. You got a couple things moving. The HD play, we'll even cover it on the watch list, and we're going to do a lot more of them. So I encourage you not to rush into them. That is the best way to do it. HD spread has a higher probability than a naked call at 60. Slightly, yes, just because it's a credit spread. A lot of volumes kind of coming in. The Baba news will hit CNBC probably, but the Baba news is very, like, Baba does this all the time. Baba has, like, support. Like, remember, this is every single time it's just held these levels. Like, look at this. It's not going to drop from here. And this reflects the Shanghai Composite. That's why I got the puts at the beginning of the year, because I said they're dead. I said these guys are gapping down. You see what's happening in the China market, but they're not letting Baba slip. And it is just an extreme value right now when you look at, you know, market cap, sales, all of that. They're literally, it's a steal of a deal. It just has the China risk. Why you go credit spread versus HD debit spread? Because credit spread, you collect the collateral. You have a higher probability if it goes up. Debit spread, the options weren't even expensive on HD. I didn't need to do the debit spread to save money on it. It was just a matter of it's more likely that the stock could it can move up to that level. But if you buy the option, you need it to go up to the price to break even and all that. In this case, I just needed to simply fall above 310 and I don't lose any money. 312, we make the full collateral. So it's a different type of play, different probability, capping the gain that you can make. Same thing with the debit spread, but now the probability is more in my favor by selling a credit spread. If it stays below 310, I lose how much I paid, which is $60, or the risk. I collected $190, but the contract is $2.50 apart, so that's the max risk of $250. I collected $190, so my max loss would be $60. So if come end of next week, if HD is if it's below 310, I would lose $60. If it's above 310, I would make my money back. And then if it goes even higher, we'll be good. Well, more time the better. It depends, though, because if it falls out the money quickly, you'll get that money. But we've done spreads like this. Usually having an extra week is good because then it can leave you some rollover opportunity. It just all depends. And then more time, more premium. If you're selling premium, that's what you want. No, I don't gain 130. No. If it goes above 310, I make money. If it stays below 310, I lose $60. What exactly makes this credit spread season? Really, you're coming more into summer. You're having things chill out. We're seeing these big moves depending on the Fed and kind of how things are. You're seeing this level of stability. Once we find the next move out, not much is probably going to change until 2021 unless it's downside volatility, and even from then, it's still you could take advantage of where the market's at right now. It's instead of waiting because right now you could do debit spreads, but that's if you want to play the hype. But think about it, people are only playing the hype because the other stuff is really holding with stability. It's my third June on stream. You've consistently started selling spreads around June of each year. Yeah, it is around this time because think about it. What did I show you guys with real estate the other day? Things are very seasonal. Like you got to really, I have a pattern with this. I've did it again. Even when I go look at the Robinhood, you could see it. It's, think about kind of how things slow down and speed up right here. If the first 6 months of the year, getting started into the year, things are kicking off, the Fed, I really wouldn't want a capped gain strategy, right? But now as we get to the second half, until the latter quarters, this is a good time to start collecting some of the premium. If it hits 312, you could close and keep the whole premium of 190. Yes. And then the max risk is $60. That's why this play is good. It's low collateral risk. It's low probability, a little bit better since it's a credit spread. But the idea is it's $50 to make 190. I need to learn spread in 20 minutes. That's like you don't want to go to a doctor who will fix you up in 20 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Like, you should learn it as soon as possible, but don't learn it in 20 minutes because, it's going to be there's a lot, and it could get confusing. Intel making a pop. Any news on that? CNC pop. President Biden finishing talks with the Swiss president. CNC. It looks like it's breaking the high from today. A volume, but not too big of a pop. Intel, unusual call activity. John Najarian. People forgot they could learn all this on YouTube, but I don't know what it is with the just even wherever you learn it, you're gonna get experience through actually doing it, and you have to look like you actually have to like trade because again, you guys have seen it here when I've done spreads. The amount of people I've seen tell me to take losses on defined risk trades is unreal. So, there's a lot of information out there. A lot of people do things really, really different. The simplest thing I could say is just go make a TD paper trade account and you could follow along with what I'm doing. And I could give you ideas and you could see, but you like watch how I play it with my budget and my money because you see me do it and you guys have watched me get out of these, but you need to like understand the underlying mechanics of the contract. That is like the biggest deal. That's just it. My biggest issue is that people trade too big on them and they don't understand how they're going to have to hold it and it claps them. And then the other part is the, what's it called? People are going to be coming in and they're going to be closing the trades out too early, not understanding that, they'll be in a good position, but then they will close it out in a very, just literally in an irrational way where it's like, why would anybody do that? But yeah, keep it small. At the very least, you start doing these as if you do experiment and just know the max risk and never trade more than one. You could limit some of the damage. Yeah, as long as trade size is managed, you will be good. TLT. Did UWMC follow? No. Be careful. Delusions of grandeur, AMC and GME. Even your leader said it was for a quick gain. I don't think it's that deep. People just got excited. That's it. People got excited at the beginning of the year. They had an enemy to attach it to. LGVN looking good, baby. Amen. Amen. This is how I play the cheap stocks. I mean, I feel bad if you put $10,000 into this one, but I mean, my $1,500. This is why you do not buy the options on these cheap plays. They don't even have options. Yeah, we chilling. We chilling. I went with HD because I like that. I played that one a lot. If you've ever watched me do credit spreads, there's no assignment risk. It's past X dividend. And the reason why I like it is because I'm trying to do a play before the Fed, which is an event. So I want to just see the results and be able to start showing you guys. So I did one where I could cap the gain where I know HD could actually move. It's dropped a lot in the last 2 weeks, so the credit spreads on the put side are in my favor. So then I decided to sell it where I just had a good collateral, good credit to collateral ratio where it really went, it's a $50 play at the end of the day. So that's why I like it, and it's still somewhat possible. You're up 80% on a covered call. Should I close it? Does that mean you sold the covered call and it went down? No, I mean, you can if you want. You have most of the gain. You could close out and then wait, but depending on how much is left of it, if it's about to expire, it's in your favor. Even if it does shoot up, you could always roll over. I took the credit spread on the put side. So we sold the 312, bought the 310, break evens at 310, max gain at 312. So if HD comes up right back here in the next week, if HD settles at this kind of support, we make $190. If it goes to 310, I make my $60 back, and then if it keeps dropping, we lose. Maru and Roku. Little bit. These are kind of just getting momentum here. Oh, wow. Roku's on the downside. I did a put spread. Airbnb 2.5. 20 left. I'm up 140. Sold it for 160. You could buy back for 20. That's not bad. It's either 20 bucks or you could literally just get the free 20. You know what I'm saying? It's like if it does shoot up, you can roll it over. But usually, like, remember Workhorse? I still held that Workhorse that I had for a while. Difference between debit spread and a credit spread. Ooh, I'm excited. I think you guys are going to learn a lot here. Are you ready? Shout out to all the even with the Elon badge. So look at that, Chad. Some of you, you've been educated so well on these topics. You've got to watch me for about 2 years. You know, fuck shit up, fuck my own account up, do very good, fuck it up again, you guys have seen a lot. It's beautiful. So some of you are really about to learn here, and we're about to unlock a whole new set of tools in your option trading arsenal. So I hope we got the basics down. I don't know. You remember beginning of the year, we were talking a little bit of option basics, making sure you guys know break even, making sure, you know, if you haven't watched the 1000% option video in the description, please do so now. It's very, very important. We also have a ton of credit spread tutorials, but we will go over these live and you guys will get to learn a lot. I'm just excited to see that some of you may not have been aware of it. It's really risky. There's a lot involved. Obviously, I have to say that, but I genuinely believe that. You know, we've seen a lot of crazy shit with credit spreads, but it's also a great account building tool. So we're going to go over it all. A debit spread is to buy. A credit spread is to collect premium. So when you do a debit spread, you are spending money to buy an option. You cap your gain, but it allows you to get closer to the money for cheaper. You are buying an option. You make money if the stock goes past a certain price. When you sell a credit spread, you are shorting an option, hoping that the option expires worthless and you keep the money that you collect. Debit spread allows you to play a stock for cheaper. You could increase your probability by getting closer to the money, but you have to pay money and then you still need to have the stock to move. Whereas a credit spread, you can make money if this stock doesn't move at all, and you have a higher probability of getting the actual money back on it because it's not a purchase. So they're not both bullish. It all depends. You could do a debit spread up or down, bullish or bearish. Credit spread, same exact thing. And then a credit spread is reversed. So I sold a HD put credit spread, but that's a bullish trade, believe it or not. Even though by shorting and selling the put, I believe that the puts are going to expire worthless. That's where you make money. So that's a bullish trade. You got to watch it. No, we're going to go over this a lot. You'll watch me do, again, this is kind of the time where I start getting into them. And you'll see it, but it is, you know, there's a lot. That's why I'm just saying, watch. Like, again, most people, you'll see again, very rarely you're going to, like, you could watch me do every single trade. Like, you're going to be able to watch me get into these spreads. I show you damn, look at AMC printing the low, dude. Oh, AMC. Oh. So you guys will get to watch it, and that's why I'm saying go very slow with it and just keep it small, worst case scenario. That's it. I know some of you are little crackheads. You can't keep it in your pants. I get it. I understand. We're all traders here, but just keep it with one contract. As long as you don't go above one, maybe two, but even then, that's you're pushing it. Just keep it at one contract. You'll be able to watch me do them, and you'll be able to really see how it's playing, and you'll really get a good idea on it. CLF Unity's on the low too. Yeah, CLF now it's running. That first one wasn't really a pop. CLF is now it's really going. Yes, CLF. Yeah, X is going up with it too, though. So they kind of have a nice little relationship there. So someone is selling me a debit spread when I open a credit spread. No, you're funding it essentially. You're agreeing to collect the premium in exchange to offer them that trade. So a credit spread is shorting an option. That's the difference between a debit spread. You're buying a stock, just like when you buy an option, you're buying it hoping it increases in value so you could sell it for more money. But when you short a contract, when you do a credit spread and you receive a credit, you're getting the money up front and you're hoping that it exits, that the contract expires worthless. And then you collect. That's how you win on shorting a contract. You are kind of funding both parties. You're shorting one and then buying another. But even then, don't get too caught up on where babies come from. You know what I'm saying? Where you just got to you really have to understand which trade is what. Debit spread, credit spread, buying, going long versus shorting. How do you make money? And understanding the basic nature of that, and then intrinsic, extrinsic value. Root or Corsair? I don't know. I don't know what Root is. Probably Corsair, honestly. Yeah, because Corsair is actually a real company. Final trade, Cisco, TMO, CVS, and Halliburton, CNBC. That was a credit spread different than a put, because when you buy a credit spread, when you buy a put, you're paying somebody to buy the contract. So again, that's going long. You're buying something hoping you could sell it for more money. So if you buy a put and the stock goes down, that put goes up in value, it goes in the money, you're making money by selling that out or taking the actual trade, right? Or exercising, doing your thing, but you're making money off of it. Whereas if you shorted a put, you're making money off of the put expiring outside of the money. So as long as it stays outside of the money by expiration, that put will go down in value, and that's how you make your money, by shorting it. So instead of buying it and selling it for more money, like a debit spread or a normal purchase, you are shorting it and selling it, collecting the premium, hoping that it expires worthless. And then that's the difference. If you buy a put, you are bearish. You make money, you increase your value by the stock coming down. But then if you sell a put, if you short a put, if the stock went down, you would lose money. So you would make money by the stock going up. Selling a put credit spread is actually bullish. Get ready. Y'all got to learn some stuff. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got to learn some stuff. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh. Woo! Get ready, baby. Get ready. I'm ready for the gym. Yo, if your name is Jim, I like you, okay? Oh, TLT. Probably the bond auctions have been very strong lately. Yeah, let it go. Let it do. Again, UMC didn't move. They know. They know. Jim, I don't care how you spell it. If your name Jim, I love the gym, and I love Jim, and I'm thinking about the gym right now, and I'm like, damn, Jim's a good guy. See, Jim Levy, I love you. It's my Jim, man. I love Jim. Habibi, Isaiah Habibi. UAV's a joke. Damn commies. You just call me a communist for buying 100 shares? I love freedom of speech. It's amazing. Dude, somebody got mad at me. Can y'all make sure you guys subscribe? Okay, can y'all like the video and subscribe? Because somebody, they unsubscribed to me, and they said that me doing the Pledge of Allegiance every morning is borderline propaganda, and they said it's disgusting. And I was like, my parents came here from another country. I'm just grateful for the opportunity, and I love what the veterans do, man. They hold it down. Yeah, I was like, so I guess we have a different perspective on it. My name's James, but go for Jim for sure. I love you too, baby. Hey, man. Shout out all the gyms, bro. Horn. It was crazy. It was a crazy moment for a little bit. I was like, wow. I mean, but I respect someone's opinion. That's fine. I mean, I just think, my experience in this country, I mean, it wasn't always the best. I mean, y'all should have seen it growing up. My parents would get scammed all the time. We were treated very, very different, but it was, grateful for the opportunities. I see what it is. So, you guys got to subscribe because that's just subscribe now. Shout out to all the gyms, 24, Planet LA, home, all the Pelotons, whatever it is, man. We love y'all. So, I love you all. I love you all. God bless America. Oh, you just signed up for Stream Alerts, baby. Welcome. Welcome. Get ready. Get ready. And again, please just, let's learn the credit spreads. I'm excited to get these started again. It's our time. So I hope you're ready for it. I'm just waiting on my moment. What's Stream Alerts? Oh, man. One of the best inventions here in the cult, when we first started the stream, we had a couple hundred people, and I think so at that time. And a lot of people, they were like, Josh, I can't be here all day. And then they would miss a play. They would miss news. Something would happen. So then we were like, okay, how can we, still give everybody what they need for free? We don't want to make a private group. We don't want to sell a course like that. We don't want to do any of that. We love the community. The community brings in news. That's why y'all got to keep sourcing the thing. None, everything was free on here. So we said, okay, well, some people really want to be able to do it, so we made a freemium product. No, Stream Alerts was never free. It was freemium. So we said, well, hey, we can make a service to text you, but then that way everybody on the stream gets everything, and then it works. And then that's what happened. I got Stream Alerts so I could say, Josh, text me all the time. Amen. Text me back, man. Come on. Love our Kobe and Shaq alley-oop marketing. It works, man. It works. Have you seen that one dude on TikTok though? Have you seen that Wall Street stonks guy on TikTok? I think he was saying something. I forgot what it was. He always just drops gems. I don't know if you saw that one. That one would be good. Wall Street stonks on TikTok. It's dope. Yeah. I want to see. I'm going to try to collab with them. I hope they could get me on there or something. Oh, shit. He's in here right now. That's crazy. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy, bro. So I seen the trading tree on TikTok. Yeah, it's good. It's good. That's crazy, bro. TTC popped off tattoo. How is that stock? I haven't seen that one in a little bit. I only trust guys who don't show their faces. That's a good one. It will be. TTCF is popping now. This thing is holding up pretty decent. It hasn't popped in a minute. It's actually holding up very good for the growth. Where'd AMC go? DraftKings pop a little bit. Some stuff is picking up again around 10 here. You're watching us level out. So this is kind of like yesterday, just a little bit. This is like a widened version of yesterday. So we need to watch how that plays out. TTCF. Has anybody ever ate? I think I asked that one time. I think a couple of you guys have ate it, right? Don't they have it at like Target? Does anybody actively eat Tattoo Chef? If so, make sure you're going to the gym. I don't know how that is for your health. They were at Costco. I actually eat Tattoo Chef. I'm vegan. Your girlfriend tried it. She said it was good. Bestseller at Target. Try the mac and cheese. Really? I haven't had is it like a microwavable meal? I guess my meal preps are pretty much microwavable. But like someone makes them. And then I microwave it. I've heard of it. I've never seen it. I've heard about it. People said it's in these stores, but I've never got to like actually, encounter it in real life. No IRL experience. LinkedIn joins digital trust and safety partnership with Microsoft. They give you tattoos in a box. Yeah, I think it includes like a little henna packet. And they give you like a stencil to like henna your favorite food on your body. After you have your meal, you're like, I love this mac and cheese. Yeah, that's a noodle. You see it? It's going to stay there for 6 months. Yeah, microwaves are crazy though. I like microwaves are dope if you think about it. Microwave, bro, that changed the world. Y'all don't nah. Y'all don't know. Y'all don't know. Your Tattoo Chef meal had a worm in it. It's vegan, bro. Like, come on. Okay, we almost got clapped. We're glad you're here. That's it, man. Here for a reason. It's just part of the meal, bro. It's like a garnish. Like you're not supposed to eat the flour that comes with your drink. Like they put a worm in there so it looks like it's nature, You're not supposed to eat it. It's just a garnish. Gosh. There's no news right now. A lot of the meme stocks kind of took off. You had the CNBC trading session. They had a lot of different names up there, and then things really started moving. And then you had a bond auction. Some statements. Bidonius finished up his meeting in Switzerland. And I'm going to go to the bathroom. We're live Monday through Friday. 30 minutes before open, drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press high chat. X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We're glad you're here, baby. So God bless you. You guys are going to hear me go to the bathroom probably, but I got something for you when we come back. It's going to be good. It's about to be good. Oh, are you ready? My pockets are full, not heavy. Excuse me. I'm zoom to the fade. Hold on, I'm sending a message. Dude, did y'all know air conditioning? I'll wait till I get on the mic to explain this one to you. This one's a good one. You'll like this. Yeah, TTCF it's popping up there. Again, another hype name moving right now. But did you know in Switzerland, and I think in Europe, do you know what they call air conditioning? They call air conditioning aircon. I said, what? Yo, I heard you peeing. That sounded just like Uncle peeing. I got you. Ford. I got Ford up there. It's a lot of them, so be careful here because we've seen this move in the last 30 minutes. You've seen this like little pop, and then it goes out there, and then they're kind of continuing. What's it called? Did that CLF, I think? Yeah, so just keep your eye on there and see how it plays out. But SPY is coming down right now. We say aircon? Yeah, like the Nicolas Cage movie. So do we in Australia. It's so crazy. I was like, aircon. That's crazy. We call it AC. You know what I'm saying? Air conditioning. That cool. That that fan. I don't know. I'm totally just messing with you at that point. Mm-hmm. Wow. So SPY coming down a little bit. You think we could do it? I think we could do it. It's kind of a quick PHILO. I think we could pull it off. Unfortunately, TOS does not have this same high-low function. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, I hope you're having a wonderful day. It's going to be exciting here. It's now time for PHILO. So if you don't like personal development, you don't like positive concepts, anything like that, you may not like this moment, but we encourage you to stay, especially with some of the lessons we're going to be going over for trading. Your mindset is actually most important. We were talking about this even with the credit spreads. A lot of people know how to do them. A lot of people, it's very easy to put on a credit spread, but you got to have the right mindset, and your mindset is very important, especially for the rest of the year. Invest in all of that. And even what I want to talk about today, it's going to sound very biblical in nature, but it is very business in nature, the way I interpret it. And I hope you guys see that. It's kind of, we're going to talk about, I'm going to give you a little cheat code today. I'm going to give you a quality that we need to plant and cultivate within ourselves, and also one you got to watch out for. But I like it. If you don't like this moment, we don't want to offend you. You probably might get offended regardless, but either way, I'm not trying to waste your time. I hope you could give us the same mutual respect. We're looking to seek for the greater good out here and get our people moving, get our people thinking. You know, that's all we could hope for and all we could ask for. So get ready. I like it. Are you ready? Are you guys feeling loose? Can y'all shake it off a little bit? You know, shake your shoulders. You know, let's go. Let's get a neck crack in there. No, okay. Are you ready? Are you ready? So let me ask you this. This is how we're going to start it with. Peter. You ever heard the name Peter? You know Peter? Anybody, any Peters in here? Family Guy Peter. Peter Parker. Lone Wolves is Peter. Peter Piper Pepper. My dad's name. Peter of the Gate. Peter Parker Griffin. He said Peter Pumpkin Eater. Yeah, Peter Thiel. Peter Pan. Peter Pumpkin Eater. Oh, Peter Pumpkin Eater. Oh, that's a good one. Pedro. Okay, Peter from the Bible. Yes, that's the one we were looking for. Great. Finally, we got there. Amen. So today, we're going to talk about Peter. Now, I'm not going to make you read the whole Bible. I'm not going to make you go dive deep into it. You know, but there's just something about Peter. Have you ever looked at Peter's story? I'm going to highlight some things, give you the Spark Notes version of it. But Peter had a quality. And that's what I want to talk about today. Do you know what Peter's quality was? There was something about Peter. Any ideas? If any of you know Peter from the Biblioteca, what was it? Fortitude, wisdom, honest, humble, trustworthy. Yeah, he had a lot of ways to define him. And even then, there's something, you know, even in the end when like you had Jesus come back and all that, he said, go tell the disciples and Peter. He named Peter. He said, everybody else is a disciple and then Peter. Peter was very, very special. Peter was literally like one of like Jesus's OGs at the time. That's the guy he was rocking with. So why is kind of my question. You know, when I look at it, I'm like, what did Peter have? And then you look at it, Peter really had one real quality. And this is the quality I want to talk about on the surface. We're going to get into it. But oh, man. Peter, he was down. And that's what I want to talk about. Just Peter was down for anything. Like there was something about him internally. He was ready to go. Like if you actually go and look at it, he was really, really, really different. And it's funny because I was having this talk with somebody the other day. And we were just, I think it was lending tips. We were laughing at like the disciples. Ride popping. Is it off the same news that they're going to sell the cars again? Ride is popping again. Again, it's heavily shorted here. That's part of the theory, but I think it's because they said that news, they have binding orders. Jeez. Interesting. Microsoft on the low. Microsoft selling off right now. But we were talking about the disciples. I was talking to Lending Tips about it, and we were just laughing at like these guys were kind of stupid. If you think about it, like, even then, like, again, at that moment, Jesus was living with the time. I don't know. I think some of you may feel like this sometimes. You ever feel like people don't understand you? Do you ever feel like, that's, I know some of you guys, a lot of stuff, you're involved with some stuff, and you ever look around and you're like, how come people don't care about the same stuff I care about? How come people are, it's very easy to, we all do it. I think everybody does, and you got to watch out for it. It gets very dangerous. You want to be focusing not too much on that, but, think about it. That's what it was back then. It was the same thing even with Jesus. That's why he would say, he was like, dude, y'all look at me, but y'all don't see me. He said, you are listening, but you don't hear me. That's literally what it was. It was the same thing with Jesus. Some people got it, some people didn't. That's just what it was. Some people were like, damn, look at what this guy's saying. Other people, they're like, this and that. So even his disciples were like that. That's why we were joking around. We were like, man, some of these disciples were dumb. The only smart guy was the one who turned him in. The one who was like a tax collector, had a good resume, was good at business. He was trying to take Jesus public. You know that. Judas, he was like, yo, Jesus, man, you hot right now. You hot in these streets, bro. Let's go public. We could mill that. We could turn 5,000 fish into a 10 million, bro. We could go running. We could take the Roman Empire. He was trying to go public. Jesus was like, nah, man, my time has not yet come. But then even the rest of the disciples, like, they were dumb. Like, think about it. These guys who would just be sitting there with Jesus, and he's like, yeah, one of you is going to kill me. He's like, they ain't go. He's like, what's Jesus talking about right now? You ain't going to die, Jesus. This Jesus guy crazy. They're like, what? He's like, yeah, whoever eats this is going to betray me. They're like, oh, man. Like, what is that, cane sauce? They really weren't, like, if you really think about it, it's kind of funny. Even the people closest to him didn't even get him. So we were laughing about this because it was funny. Like, I'm genuinely like, this is what I was saying earlier today. I put myself in some of these scenarios. I'm like, man, that must have been frustrating. But either way, the point was Peter was very, very special. And he had a quality. And like I'm saying, it all boils down to he was down. He was ready for work. He was ready for the battle. He didn't really care about, like, he was just ready to ride. That's all it came down to. Like, he believed and he was ready to go. And that's what I want to talk about. That's the quality that I think separated him from a lot of the other disciples and just everything in general. He was named by name. So why? Let me show you the examples. Right? It started when Jesus first met Peter. Peter is on a fishing boat. Peter has his own boat. And then Jesus is like, yo, let me get your boat. What did Peter say? Peter was like, okay. He was down. Like, what would you do? You guys know that? Think about it. I like this whole no face thing. If I came up to some of you guys, imagine you're leaving your work parking lot, right? You're going in the parking lot, you're leaving work. And I come up to you, random dude. He's like, yo, let me drive your car. What would you say? How many of you would be down right away and like, okay? Or if some guy came up to you and claimed that he was Jesus and said, yo, man, I created the world. Can I get your car? Dude, I'm saying it's a funny concept. But that's the first experience with Peter. Peter got a boat. Jesus comes up to him. He's like, let me get your boat. Peter's working. He's fishing. And he was like, okay. That's the first one. Peter's down. What's the next thing? Jesus takes Peter up for the transfiguration. He gets to see like Moses and all this other stuff. He's like, whoa. And what's Peter like right away? Peter's like, bro, this is crazy, Jesus. He's like, let's build a tabernacle. You get one, they get one. We build 3 of them right away. And Jesus is like, yo, chill, bro. Chill. Peter is Chad. Bro, that's what we said. No. All the disciples were Chad, bro. That's what we were saying. Literally, all the disciples, they would get asked something. They were like, okay. Oh, yeah, you're going to die? Oh, shit. Okay. Who's going to be at the right hand? Oh, am I going to be on the right hand? Oh, duh. Okay. No, he didn't mean that. Yeah. Okay. That's what it was. But again, Peter was always there, and he's like, let's go build this. Let's go build that. Right away. Think about it. Jesus was walking on water. All of the disciples were freaking out. You see Jesus walk. They're like, dude, what? Oh, yo, it's a ghost. They're like, bro, you see that in the water right now? It's a ghost. What did Peter do? Peter was the only one. He said, yo, if that's you, Jesus, bid me to come walk on the water with you. He was down. Think about how different that is from the other 12. Right? Everybody's freaking out. Everybody's scared. He's like, damn, if that is Jesus, he's like, no, let me get out there. Call me to come walk on the water. That's a third example. What's the final example? They tried to take Jesus. The soldiers came. Judas betrayed him. And right away, what did Peter do? This guy pulls out a sword and literally cuts someone's ears off. He was ready to go. I mean, and that's the funniest part, right? If you know the story of Peter, what ended up happening? He was the one who ended up not betraying Jesus, but denied him. But it's funny because you see I think it makes sense because he was so down. I think he had to go from one end of the spectrum to the other. He was either about to fully ride right there or not. But he did end up denying him. But overall, and that's the best part about Peter. I hope some of you realize that, right? Because usually Peter goes down as the guy who denied Jesus, the rooster crows. That was his role. Right? That's what they were like, okay, this guy. But even besides that critical failure, some would argue he was Jesus' favorite. I don't think Jesus had favorites, but again, everybody's listed in the disciples. It says the disciples and Peter. There was something about him. And this is what I'm talking about. This is why I am bringing this up. This is why this stood out to me. I heard a story about Peter, and I'm just like, dude, this guy is actually like, it's an interesting philosophy, and I see it with business, and I see it with work. This is the character and quality that he had. You see, and this is really what I'd want some of you to take for. Yes, what quality is God looking for? Amen. But what about in business? Do you realize that is a business quality right there? Yes, you could say it's impulsive, but I think it'd be better than the reverse. He wasn't sitting there trying to calculate everything all the time. He wasn't sitting there spending so much time researching all of this stuff where he wasn't able to, he was just ready to go. And at the end of the day, he believed in something. I'll tell you, you guys want to be the best in your business? You should believe in what you're doing. That's it. The minute he believed in God, he was like, yo, this is the Son of Man. He keeps moving. That's what we talk about. He kept moving, but he was ready to go. But he believed in what he was doing. That's where I'm saying this quality is key, because at the end of the day, whatever he believed, whatever that brought him to this, what you have to think about it. What is that? Like, how do you, if you believe something, what gets you to do this all the time? And that's why I'm saying this relates to business. CBOE to extend hours for VIX and SPY options to nearly 24 hours. I am on a 24-hour SPY put diet. Slippage while I'm trading, and I'm not buying. But, oh, there it is, T-Lo. Amen. There was a certain motivation, and what I'm talking about here is an internal motivation. That's what Peter had. But his attitude, too. His attitude, he was ready to go. And that's what I'll ask you, too. Are you ready to go? If your moment does arise, this thing that you're looking for, Are you going to be ready to go? Literally, think about those situations. When the opportunity first comes to you, Jesus in the boat, right? Are you going to be ready to go in that? Internally, with everything you got going on, your motive, are you going to be able to go? Are you going to be able to strike? That business opportunity, connect, somebody comes your way. They say, let me get the boat. How are you going to go from there? The second thing, the next stage in life, when somebody shows you something, or once you learn something that you did not know before, the transfiguration, are you going to be ready to build on that? How about when you're in a storm? The next stage. They got a lot of wind, a lot of rain, then you think there's a ghost on the water. In the middle of the storm, are you going to be ready to go? Again, you getting clapped at. Are you going to be ready to go? See, that's where it was with that internal motivation. He was ready to go on this. And this is what I'm saying. With all these different opportunities and all of that, that internal motivation is necessary here. And that's what I really got from this. I was like, man, this is a quality that really separated Peter from everybody else. And this is what I believe God is looking for. And at the same time, more so what I've learned even through business. This is where business leaders are made. This is where I'm seeing people become very successful because they have this quality. Even Earl Nightingale said it in Lead. What is it? The Lead the Field. Is the people who can figure it out as they go. But again, too, I'm not saying be down for everything. Now, you know what I'm saying? Don't put yourself in situations trying to use this logic that will end up hurting you. But the thing that he did do, he was just ready to strike. So my question is, are you down? Are you down like Peter? Are you ready to go? Is there an internal motivation? Do you believe in what you're doing? And where do your beliefs lie on what you're doing? And is it enough to push you at all of these different moments? From literally the opportunity to the storm. That is the real key. Because that's where I'm saying, that's what we're all setting up for. I hope you know that with trading, real estate, finance, where the world's headed. This is where the gap is going to come. And this is where that's the door for some people. But who's going to be ready to go through it when their opportunity is there? You see that quality, he's not waiting for confirmation all the time. And again, this is a dangerous PHILO. Because I'm not telling you to be ignorant. I'm not telling you to be, ignore things that are in front of you. Obviously you got to use your wisdom, use some of your mental faculty to protect yourself. But it's really saying, are you going to be ready to go on it? How are you going to react when the moments are there? But do you have that quality where you're just down? It's, again, you have to have that belief, and it's that internal motivation. That's why I encourage you to really think about what you're doing and how you believe it and how ready to go you are with it. Compare your qualities to Peter. Yeah, Peter could probably do some things a little better, but I hope you could see at the same time, you could have a lot of qualities, but if Peter never really acted, it wouldn't have separated him, and then maybe he wouldn't have been in the position he was in. So, it's very simple, but to me, this stuck out a lot, because I'm just thinking this whole time, I'm like, wow, that quality, some of us have it too. Some of you may even view it negatively. You may even view it as impulsivity. And then you'll say it's this, you'll say it's that. But at the same time, I'm seeing that is a quality that was very, very different. They all followed Jesus. They were all there. They were all ready to go. All of them. There's 12 of them. How come Peter is separated? And that's why I like the quality of that. I like his quality, but then I also realized that is the base quality for business that I've seen. So I hope you're excited for it. I think some of you, I hope you see your moments are coming, and I hope you're ready for them. And that's what I really want. I'm excited to see everybody be ready for when the opportunities do show up. And again, I'm not talking just the stock market. Don't get too hyped. Because every single one of you have your own life. You're all living and doing something, and there's something in there that maybe the lack of Peter attitude may be holding you back. Some of you guys, you need to go. Some of y'all need to think more. Some of y'all way too Peter. You like Peter's evil cousin or something. You got too much of that. You ready to go all the time. But there's also a lot of people really, they got everything. They got everything ready to go, and they're still waiting for the moment. We got yeeters. But overall, I'm excited about it. I think I found another quality. And I think some of you guys, again, remember what I told you at the beginning of last week? Even Nikki B came in. He's like, wow, I actually contacted some of those multi-million-dollar listings, and I got a good result out of it, right? That's the attitude of Peter right there. Peter was down. He sees a $5 million house. He's like, all right, let's call it. Okay, I see this opportunity. It may look bigger than what it is, or it may look bigger than what anything I've done. Okay, I'm going to try it. You see, that's what I'm talking about. He was ready to go. He was ready to try it. He was down with it. He wanted to build. He wanted to go. It don't matter if it was a storm. There's something I hope that hits with you. Because that's why I'm saying, as much as this is about the Bible, this is about business. This is about the difference between the 11 disciples and then the Peter. You will have 11 people in real estate, and there's going to be a Peter. Oh, y'all don't feel me. That's fine. So I'm excited because I think a lot of people are going to be able to, or somebody will take advantage of this. And I think you're just waiting to unlock it with your Peter moment. So take that to the bank, and that is your philosophy. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and real estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Whoop. Get your Peter on, baby. I'm excited. Get ready, man. That one quality, just ready to go. Not afraid to try. It could take you a long way. The Peter Prince of
2020, baby. Yeah. Got the color, got the put. I can make the money both ways. Oh, wait. I can buy the whole chain. Go away. Got a lot of love and throwing no shit. No games, small change. I just made my own band. Probably trading stats where you still at the snoring. Morning, scoring. I'm just bringing more in. Hissing the DeLorean, sourcing. You could throw your own in. Drop it like a ball when you holding. I'm shorting. Skinny motherfucker, but I'm eating. Seeking, scheming. I get paid for sleeping, dreaming. Hating for no reason, you a demon. Leeching, heating. Wishing you could be me. Ain't easy. I told you I'ma do this. Don't forget this shit a marathon. You make a move, but stay in the same place. Or West Peloton. Make 100 off a phone call. Now that's a telethon. Benjamin's Jefferson. YOLO to a ghetto spread. Yeah, you know I invented that. Who's been like a Trinidad? I'm moving like a president. Can kill me like a Kennedy. I'm trying to be a better me, but they just keep on tempting me. Release the demon, set him free. He come back, bring me 50 G's. Nowadays it's hella smoke. Your game like I'm from Babylon. My capital got stamina. I wrap it up in lemon. Talking in new blabbering, but I'm not understanding, bro. You hating and complaining, but you still watching the channel, bro. I do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building. I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. Do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building. I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. So
woo! Uncle, baby. Uncle Answers. God bless him. Available on all platforms. It's beautiful. We love it. Told my God I had a dream. He like, for real? You telling me? You think it's coming that easy? Oh. Yes, rumors of SPX options. Yeah, they already have it. I mean, if you ever looked at TD Ameritrade, I think there's a SPY. Like, it'll say the 24-hour symbol. Where that shit at? They usually would. It used to. I've been seeing that. Have you guys ever seen that? It'll literally have like a 24-hour next to it. I gotta say, I can't find it. Excuse me. Coin. And then we got $5 on the HD credit spread. I've been tired, uninspired. He says, I've been seen, I've been admired. I don't even know what he says. Something. That's the devil. He a lie. Strategy, EDM, wake up alarm. It's a good way. That one wakes you up. That one and Let's Go. That's a great alarm song. Even in the gym. Primarily, Uncle music it works best in the gym. I've noticed. It's kind of crazy. How long do stream alerts start taking? Anywhere from like 10 minutes to about 24 hours. So then if they're not working after 24, 48 hours, send an email. The last track was called Legacy by Uncle Answers. UWMC. Is it moving? I know a lot of people keep talking about it. Again, a lot of people keeping the faith with, oh, it's moving. Uh-oh. It's very interesting with rates. See, this life like it ain't mine. For that been beaten and despised. I've been seen, I've been admired. I've been angry all the time. I've been tired, uninspired, but that's the devil, he a lie. Whew. Amen, amen. There it is. See, thank you. You got the, I don't know. That's why I don't know the Uncle lyrics as much. SHIB on the move. Are they going to add Shiba coin to Coinbase? I don't think Coinbase has any tokens sub-penny. There's no way. They don't have any sub-penny tokens, right? I don't think so. Lordstown will see additional funds from GM and other early investors. Yeah, but Doge isn't a sub-penny anymore. Like, Shiba coin is like 0.00000008. And then, did you guys see this one? This one's just funny. Bro, you know how much they paid Floyd Mayweather? What's it called? They paid Floyd Mayweather $30 million for the logo. And they got everybody on this. Ethereum Max. Bro, look at this thing. It's 0.000 this. And then they got Kim Kardashian posting it. They got everybody, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm like, what? They got Kim K. They got a bunch of other people to do it. Yeah, that one's sketchy. I mean, nowadays, I can't say anything is sketchy just because if it runs, y'all are going to get mad. But, so, be wise is the best thing I could say. But here's like Shiba. Oh, wow. Shiba's up 30%. Wow, the first one. But Shiba's still like a 0.0000 whatever. It's crazy. Paul Pierce tweeted it after he got fired from it. You got to make that money, man. The Ethereum, after I saw the Kim K thing, I looked at the Ethereum Max and I was like, what the hell? They're pumping a sub penny? That thing's crazy. I'm down with lumber. That one's surprising. Gonna be a sheep coin millionaire. Well, again, this is just be careful, man. Take advantage of quality assets. This is what happens in the investing world. These are all opportunities, and you've been seeing them come up here and there. You could definitely make money on some of them, but the question is, 6 months from all of the hype, what's going to happen 6 months later, a year later, all of that. But if you keep going in the growth and crazy stuff, eventually it will be, it's attracting low quality, a bunch of low quality hype growth investments. I mean, it's going to add up and not in a good way, I think. But that's why I'm saying, if you are depending on, even if you feel like you got a small budget, if you could take time and use it, you'll be, and actually invest in real stuff. And then once you have all of the good bases established, you'll be good. Can we stop talking about shit coins, all the people pumping? Well, that's why, I'm trying to make it clear. That's why I'm even seeing, I'm noticing it from, I could see who comments. There's a lot of people every time they tell me what they're in. I could see what investments people are really in, but that's why I'm like, it's been like 6 months. So you guys are seeing where, 6 months of adding up. If you put 90% of your money into the long term, or even, and then 80% did 10% on options, even 10% on the shit, you'd be good. But I'm seeing a lot of people, they're wasting time and energy on them. But, again, anything could happen. I already got crucified for Dogecoin and telling you guys that it was a scam, because I still believe that. I've never traded it in my life. But, you see what's happened in the last 6 months. But that's why at the same time, don't get caught into the trap of not owning quality 6 months from now, 12 months from now. If you don't own a real investment, there's a reason why we're seeing, people and celebrities get paid for so much. Oh yeah, crucify. Y'all should see my emails. From people I was even surprised. That's why I'm like, it's kind of sad. I looked at people very differently after that situation. Because I was like, damn, you saw how people really, some people got real bad FOMO on the Doge, but in general, like, I was speaking from trying to protect people, but even like I've said with anything, y'all do what you do. You know what I'm saying? It's your life, and you do it. That's it. It's just simple as that. But, to know what a good investment is in the long term, like my theories still hit. Like you might miss on some short-term stuff, but if you're doing if you're holding it down with our strategy, you don't have to do everything I do, but the kind of this strategy and approach with the long term, you are going to be set you guys already see the proof. Like you're watching all of this and that. So like I'm not saying it to shit on anybody. I'm not trying to like talk down an asset. I could have been better about it, but even now, like even what I'm saying, like I noticed some of you guys, and that's why I'm just trying to, as a good brother, a good uncle would, I'm here to tell you, just stay, you see these opportunities. We know how to gamble and get our hands in them, but don't sacrifice your future. You see what I'm saying? That's it. That's just all it comes down to. And even then, what the demon has crept in, you're already seeing it, because it starts with one, and then it slowly adds up. Like, again, you could get a Shiba, a Safe Moon, a Doge. Then you're going to get a couple stocks here. And before you know it, you bought 10 different things, 20 different things. But all of them are not, they're recently hyped. That's all. It's not something. So that's where I'm just saying, though, just keep an eye out for, I don't want people to miss the longer term opportunity, even the midterm, focusing on the short term. There will be gains you can make on the short term with high risk assets, but you want to understand, that's not really that's not where you get wealthy. That's it. I've never really met anybody who their story started and ended with one trade or one big thing like that, where it's usually, building up the wealth over time. And you'll see it's going to be a collection of good investments that will take you to where you need. And it's using, it's being principles of being responsible. We've seen that kind of, it got overshadowed. Like I said, it's amazing for me to be right and be wrong at the same time. I firmly believe what I believe in Dogecoin, but I didn't think everybody in the world was going to start pumping like they never have before. So it's a cool concept, but that's why I'm saying, man, I hope you know what we're here for. There's a reason why I show up. I wake my ass up in the morning. I really, really love all of you guys, or at the least to make it more genuine, I really do love the people who have committed to what we're doing here, or at least being involved and at least trying to spread positive investing, and positive investing, both attitude as well as just being responsible. There's a way you could blend your age and your generation with investing, and it does not have to be reckless and avoid of anything quality, realistically. So That's what I like, and that's what I'm saying. That's the focus with it. So if you just notice you have a lot, again, you see, I have meme stocks as well too, but you're noticing that's not the primary thing that we're balanced on. How go land dividends. So I do agree. I don't like some of the pumps and all of that, but again, I'm adapting. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't mean you have to watch these pumps in anger. And yes, I encourage you not to pump stuff. I mean, again, it's just a bad look, and if do whatever you want, it's your life. But at the end of the day, too, you could play this responsibly, but make sure you're not throwing your whole bag at some of this stuff, and that's why they call it bag holding. You don't want to be holding all these different things adding up to a majority of your portfolio. To be fair, you could throw Tony Bones. Yeah, I agree with that, and that's where I could have probably done better. Because I'd done that with some assets where you could just throw you could throw $20, $40, but again, if you are on a small account and you're throwing $20 here, 50, it adds up to 15 different plays, and you still are, think of just what are you going to do with $200? But then this is what I've always said. This is what I've always said with the long term. You're watching it. The long term can produce you $100 in the future for every dollar that you invest. So that's where you have to ask yourself, $20 today, $100 today. The question is, what about in the future? If you spend $20 today, $100 today, and then whatever happens. But the question is, if you put it in the right way, you could do a lot, and it will add up and reward you. Man, I miss paying $40 a share for Workhorse or $50. Amen. No, the thing that was just so. It was just like everything is turned into. Everything is turning in it's kind of like idiocracy, and I don't even mean this in a negative way. I'm just I got to be aware of it. It's not like I'm hating it, but it's just you're seeing some of the most like sports. Look how they treat boxing. Somebody just said that it was a disgrace to the sport. You see it. They're doing these fights. You got Lamar Odom fighting Aaron Carter. They're doing. They're turning everything is kind of just turning into. It's not really operating as serious as it was. Everything has been memeified to a degree, and I don't mean that with meme stocks, but just in general, of there's no, just a lot of things that were once serious don't get taken as serious anymore. Please mean it in a negative way. Well, it's up to your interpretation. I'm saying when I say I don't mean it to be negative, I don't have any ill blood towards it. I'm not really, that does not bother me internally. I'm not, it was when I didn't understand it or when it was first happening, but then it's now it doesn't really hit me the same. It's just, okay, I adapt very, very easily and quickly. So it's not I have no ill blood towards it. I'm not really throwing shade at anybody or anything like that. All I could do is make sure that I keep buying quality, and if anybody is willing to listen to that and owning assets and taking advantage of the market we have here over the next 5-10 years, you will be happy. Intel popping again. It fell off of the Nigerian pump, and it's moving again. Mm-mm. Mm. Mm. 41K on the corn. The corn is ripping. Bitcoin is ripping as we've had this discussion. Sponsor a League of Legends team if you guys are good. If you suck, that's it. I'm not down. I was thinking about that when someone was saying, Josh, your kid is going to be like that. I was like, man, I just hope my kid is good at video games. That's it. I won't feel bad. My kid won't even want to play video. I'll be like, you better be good. You know what I'm saying? We take it very competitively here. Okay, we like it. As you see me play Halo, Yash comes out. If you're not holding AMC, you're not part of the movement. Yeah, if you bought AMC after January, you're not part of the movement. I agree. There's no, again, trading is not a team sport. I think that has to be reminded. It's all about getting your investments, doing what you need to do, handle yourself, and you know, make the rational decision for you. Maximize pleasure, minimize pain. So HD's moving up. So again, let's take a look. Where is that? Woo! Oh, I was like, man, how much? We only made $10. So you guys see, I was looking at that. I was like, damn, we already made 120 back. I was like, that's crazy. So this is the HD credit spread. Again, remember what we did, and you can see this is why we're starting to make a little bit of money. We sold it down here, and what did we agree to? We shorted a 312 put. So by shorting the 312 put, if the stock goes above 312, we make the full profit, right? So the whole idea is that as it starts going up, the put decreases in value. We shorted the put, so this is where we were able to get some money, but watch this over time. Coin moving, that's what I wanted to check. It's kind of at the price we got it at yesterday, right? Yeah, Bitcoin 41.3. You need to get the real number, I believe, is 42. Where do we get clapped at? Yeah, you need to break. Actually, right here, really. Or 42,000. If we break above 42,000, the bull rally could be back on again. But if not, it could start to look. It still doesn't make the best scenario. But if you get volume and momentum above 42,000 on Bitcoin, you might start seeing inflationary hype back into it. And Paul Tudor Jones yesterday, he pretty much endorsed Bitcoin. Does that mean you want the credit spread to go to value? Yes. Essentially, our value would go up because we collected it. But the idea is you want the put that you sold, you want this one to go to zero. So that's why by selling a put at 312, if the stock goes above 312 by next week, it will expire worthless and we get to keep the collateral. And we collected more than we spent for the insurance, this one. So then you'd walk, and that is $190, and that's what we get. UWMC is liable to make a big move tomorrow, up or down. I'm not directional on it, but after the Fed and the rates and what you saw today, UWMC is liable to make a big move. Analysts are seeing 80 barrels. The spread was for next week. Can I quote you like a clip of your streams and post on Wall Street Bets? Yeah, of course. I mean, that's it. Just get ready for some. It's sad because I think there's been a flip-flop. Like some of the old Wall Street Bets guys, they didn't like me because of my religious kookiness. They were not down with it. But now we've all kind of had to come together, given that the current new guys it's a different. That's it. It just turned into a public. It's like a public market now, and that's it. It just turned into a lot of the pumping. But yeah, feel free to do whatever you want. I mean, I love it. At least that's like the old Wall Street Bets guys. We just disagreed when it came down to like the way we joke, the positivity, and that's it. They just thought I was like a religious dude who was trying to fucking throw them into hell or some shit. But like the logic going after, so I just wouldn't go as crazy. We were just more responsible with it, but we were very similar in that, because like guys didn't pump like that back. That's just what it was at the end. This was like, bro, we had a respect for each other at the end of the day. There was always that, everybody knew, like, you just don't, like, pump like that. You could show that's why Wall Street Bets had plays. Like, people would post their plays. You guys have seen me post my trades live in front of you for years. Like, that's what you do. Like, it's just not, like, it's not that serious. And then it just turned into, like, everything is just a pump. Like, people have really said, don't buy this now. It's all about this. Like, that's where this shift has happened. And that's why it's, like, it's a cultural shift. You see it. Shorted 2 of the 20 put leap on UMC. Did you do it as a spread or by itself? That's a long time though. Remember, so it's not going to go down too much in value until the time decay will keep that up. Arquite. Again, bonds and those companies will make a move. Banks came up a little bit. We only made $10 on that credit spread. Come on. Bitcoin again, 41. We'll see. Could be a good week. I mean, I wonder if Bitcoin runs up into the Fed. That would be interesting. Michael Burry back on Twitter and warning the biggest market bubble in history. Bro, where's the fucking, like, papers, Burry? We watched your whole movie, man. We liked you. You said you read all the what documents did you read this time? How come they had all those documents in the movie and now it's real life, man? Come on. Where's, like, don't you have some document that shows us by this date? Yeah, UNH is nice. Ex-dividend is in a couple days, I believe, or did it just pass? Because I was looking at UNH. I thought that would have been a decent one, a nice 1%er. Yeah, dividends in 3 days, ex-divvy. Spot looking stronger than tech. Well, that's been the whole case all year. You look at the 1 year, that's the S&P. I guess NASDAQ did kind of come back up. Right now in the last month, NASDAQ has outperformed relative to Dow. That's about it. Specific day for increase of rates. Well, rates will fluctuate naturally on the open market between a range. And now some people would argue that because of the Fed's influence on the longer end. But if they were going to change rates, it would happen at one of the FOMC meetings like tomorrow. So that would be scheduled. However, you have seen rates change unscheduled like we did see in March. You saw 2 emergency rate cuts given the situation. And that was a crazy moment, might I add. You guys remember that? Remember we woke up over the weekend, or it was the first emergency cut, and then that same week, I'll never forget that day in my life. I was so hyped that day. I was walking around the house. It's crazy. I remember that weekend. I was on the phone. I was calling people. I was like, what? Southwest has 14% of flights canceled, 15% delayed. If you're already all-time high, does it be moving the mass? Would you recommend to sell if you made 100% or average up when it comes around? I mean, if your plan is to hold long-term, like our long-term, I hope you guys realize that the plan for the long-term is like a will, right? It's like writing your will and then storing it away into a safety deposit box, right? This isn't, that's how I view, that's why the best part is we made that plan and we stick to it no matter what happens. So it doesn't matter what happens in the meantime, the overall execution. So I'm only going to sell out of it if I need to buy something. So if you are up 100% and you need to make an investment, there's a life event, then yeah, you could do that. But if not, I mean, you're just at that point, you're just trying to time the market. So if you're up 100% now, and then what if it goes up another 10%? Are you going to actually not going to get in? If it goes up 20%, anything like that, it's look up the market timing fallacy. This is a real study that has been conducted, and it's the fallacy of timing sells and buys on a long-term account or in general. What people often do is that logic. They say, okay, I'll just sell when it's up and then I'll buy back in when it drops. But usually what ends up happening, stock will drop or it starts dropping. They'll sell out, take less because they sell when it's coming down. And then when they wait to buy back, is statistically most of the returns happen on a recovery. Like if a stock market drops 30%, let's say, 10% of it, 15% will be recovered in 1 week. So then by the time it recovers 15% of that and you try to get back in, you're still going to miss out on a bulk of the recovery. So look it up. It's a cool study. Market timing fallacy. The same thing with like Bitcoin, everything else. That's why we like holding stuff. Because if you know what you're buying, if you know why you're holding it, and you budget accordingly, it's time in the market that you're taking advantage of. That's what people don't realize. Like I said, there's like when you compare like a 50-year S&P investment strategy from someone who's like 20 versus 30, that 10 years makes a huge difference. But that's because you don't want to time, it's not about buying things randomly. It's just about having investment time in the market. When you own something and give it time to grow as an investment, it will do very, very well. SPY's coming down pretty big right now, actually. You got some stuff running up. UNH is still there. Don't even large institutionals trim positions. Yes, if they have something, that's what I'm saying, know what to buy. But large institutional traders, I mean, they have a different goal. If you really, again, yours is to build an account for you, to build your personal wealth, to use it to invest into other stuff. You say Apple, big drop? Kind of. Apple is slipping up, down 0.5%. But it's been in that range all day. Biden obtaining uranium. Uranium. Bow, bow. Mod hours Coinbase. Oh, Mara's killing it. And Riot. They're moving with Bitcoin. Bitcoin's hitting another new high. It's about to. Mom works for EXP. Can I invest? I think. Pretty sure. I don't know. Unless she has something that she can't. VACQ. Watch Apple if that drops. Again, the Bitcoin stock's making a move. Isn't VAC, if it ends with a Q, doesn't that mean it's bankrupt? I'm 18 TD in my, I have 18K in TD, 36 in the bank. What do you suggest I integrate to 36 monthly? Just $1,000 a month. You could raise your budget, and that's good. Honestly, you're in the best situation possible because you got cash available. You got 50% invested. Just start $1,000 a month. You'll put 12 grand in there, maybe 2 grand if you want to be aggressive. But I think 1,000, or keep that 18K and then look for a house that you get 36 grand. You could get a $150,000 property, 20% down. That'll be 30 grand right there, and it'll cover closing costs with 36 G's. You do that, 150 grand, you go buy a house in Indiana, now leverage 150 on a mortgage. So now your 30K just turned into 150,000 in assets, and then boom, you collect rent, you cash flow. That could even give you more monthly deposit. Then you still got 20 racks in the TD Ameritrade, and then that starts to grow income. Life is looking good, man. You could do a woo. Down. But I get real excited about it. I don't know. I like those ideas. So I did. I closed on the 30th on a 4-plex. Let's go, baby. Indiana's just cheap. You could get anywhere you could get a nice, good, like I was having this talk yesterday with somebody, and we were talking about, Indiana is just a good renter base. Like you just have like, it's not, you can still find like some places you go 150K or less. Like it's the real, like it's a trap house, or it's going to be like a historical property that you can't really even update, or it'll be a nightmare too. But some places like Indiana, you could get a cheap house, good rental base. That's it. Phoenix, you can't get, you're not going to get a house at 150. Indiana. What's that place we have it? Like, where's that place where we got? I don't even know what city my houses are in. Was it like Greensboro or what's it? Remember? We told you guys before. I remember Lending Tips put me onto this. He bought like a bunch of them there, and I was like, all right, give me a couple. This was back in the day. Greenwood, Indiana. I don't even know. I think we have like 10 or 20 there. In Greenwood, Indiana. Oh man, these got expensive. Yeah, we bought these for dirt cheap. But these rent solid. Like, see, these are $299. Like some of these, bro, these were going for like $150 not too long ago. Yeah, see, like a $175, bro. This one's actually gonna be solid. Like $140 here. You could get this with 30 grand. You could get it with 30 grand, and you're gonna rent it out to somebody who still makes 80K, 100K a year, and they're just gonna be a solid renter. It's active. See, 7 days. What did this last sell for? Yeah, see, they never sold it, and then a tax assessment's at 80,000, 90,000. That's what these were really going for. That's like I don't think I spent more than 100K on any of these, the ones that we got here. And they got new build 1.3. That's it. I thought there'd be more houses here. Let me see. Market kind of coming down here. $3.2. Why are these so expensive now? This place used to be cheap. All right, give me price low to high. Yeah, there you go. Get some land. Yeah, there's just a couple of these. You used to be able to get a lot more. 175. Did we look at this one? This is one we looked at, right? Yeah, look. Nah, see, he sold it 80 grand. That was in 07. And then these houses are like a rental area, so they didn't get that much equity gain. Then look, he rents it out for $1,000 a month. That was in 2017. He probably get that much. $2012, $59,000. You blew up the market. You want me to blow up another market right now? I could do it. I got put on to a place. A small place with cheap properties and ridiculous short-term rental rates. Great for Airbnb. That's it. But if I tell you it, it's gone. It already has a premium right now. It's already getting a lift. If I say it, it's gone. Abbey IBM dividend aristocrats. Yeah, we'll see. We'll save it. We'll save it for a weekend video. Yeah, or get ready. Any of y'all, that's it. I got one. If you could get, the houses range from like anywhere from like 200 to $1 million, but they're great. They're cheap. And you could get, and they rent out amazing. That's it. I'll wait. I'll keep that as a Chad secret. For any of you, once you get the down payment, you know, just you come to me. I got you though. I got you. I'll give you the plug. 29 Palms. I'm not talking about 29 Palms. 29, that's Joshua Tree. No, it's not. Joshua Tree was 2016. I think I have YouTube videos from 2016. We were at Joshua Tree. I didn't buy there actually. I looked back the other day. I could have made a lot, but not Joshua Tree. It's crazy out there, bro. I've never seen that many meth heads. Joshua Tree was crazy, bro. But that was a couple years ago. Maybe it got better. Yeah, we got Rai out there. Palm Springs, Palm Desert. It's lit. Hemet, a close. It sucks with Hemet, dude. Like, Hemet, that is like cheap. I'm telling you, like, but I was looking, I'm like, what could make Hemet go up? Like, Hemet still has cheap properties, but it's like, there's no, like, it's such an awkward location. And then there's like, well, the reason to go out there, you don't get, it's just like, oh, Hemet is still a very cheap in Riverside. Like, of Cali, that Hemet is still the only cheap place, but it's like, there's not as much going for it. But then that's what kind of can make it opportunistic, though, too. It's decent. Like, Hemet is like, I wish if Hemet just got like I don't know if they made like a sports team. I don't know, the Hemet, the Hemet methods, or I don't know if they got any, I don't know, like something, man. Got an as-is cash deal in San Jacinto. Send it to me. I'll take a look. Beaumont. I've heard of Beaumont. I don't know much about it, but I think there's decent properties there. Santa Clarita, a long time ago. I haven't been recently. tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Today's only Tuesday? Why did I think today was Wednesday? Oh, man, we still got the Fed. Out-of-state, 140K house. To get a property manager to rent it out. How are we talking about? I'm assuming y'all have, like, sketchy, just not. If you have good income, you got a job, you could do 3%, 10% down. It's very, very easy. But if not, if you 140K house, you're going to need 20K, pretty much 140. We're going to do, 20% down plus another 2.5% times that by what? 22.5? $31,000. $31,000. I don't know. Let me check the mortgage. Please hold. It's a good tool you could use. Zillow mortgage calculator is fire. Too many zeros. So $26,000 down payment at 20%. We're doing $5-6 for closing costs. Your payment's going to be $979, and you'll probably, again, that house I just showed you was renting for $1,000 in 2017. You'll probably get about like $1,600 for that one. I think ours are renting. We were renting them out in 2019 at like 1,600, I think, anywhere from 12 to 16. So then your mortgage payment would be, let's say, $900 all in, $979. That's insurance, taxes, and principal. And then even if you rented it out at $1,200, you're going to cash flow $200 a month. You'd cash flow like $200 to $500 a month, depending on the quality. So you need $31,000, and that's adding extra for closing costs. So otherwise, you would only need 20 something. But yeah, and then it should cash flow. And then you get the asset. So I did that years ago, but I was buying them at 90K, 80K, 70K. So that's why I'm saying you get to leverage the asset, and then it pays for itself. All you're doing is putting down your 20K, you're putting down your 30K, swapping it for the house, and then you're going to be getting somebody else is just paying your holding cost. So that's it. And then even at $200 a month, what you're probably going to take probably $100 will go to the property manager, give or take, maybe a little less. Depends on what it is. So, but somebody else pays for it, then the asset year after year, you don't need to pay for it as long as it's rented. It gets rented out there, it's paying for itself, and then the equity goes up over time. It's your long term that's paying you a dividend every month. You're cash flowing $200 a month. Your cash on cash return, I mean, as far as cash flow, it's not going to be, it's very, very small in this case, and everything we're saying is assumptions, but that is okay. Again, it's just like a dividend. Like I'm saying, a dividend yield, even if you're getting back 2%, 3% over time, and then it has the ability to gain equity, and then you're borrowing money right now while it's cheap, you got a lot of things going for you just to build a long-term hold on it. But, if you want to look at the returns and even some people look at the IRRs with there of how much, because again, you got to factor in the mortgage and all that. But the real question is, how long do you plan to hold it? All right, are you going to hold this for, a couple years? Are you trying to flip it? All of that. An RTX 380 will cash flow $200 per month. Hell yeah, it would. But then what's your electricity cost, right? And then you're going to have to deal with that stuff. But then let me ask you this. In 2 years, can you sell that RTX 50 for $100,000? Because that same area I showed you, we have multiple properties there. I bought them at anywhere from $70,000 to $90,000. Even if I got a $200 a month cash flow, I could now sell them for $100,000 in profit. That you can't do. That's the extra bonus we're trying to take advantage of. Or worst case scenario, in places like this, why I did that back then, because as long as it was cash flowing and cheap, it was going to pay for itself after about 10 or 15 years. So do you see why I like that deal? Because I could just go put down the money, own the house, somebody pays the mortgage, and again, like I've had the same renters in those properties for 3 years. They have not left. So it's the same people, and they love it. These people will stay in the house for a long time. But that's where you get to, I was down with just paying it off in 10 years. Why? Because 10 years from now, if I get all of these assets, somebody was paying the mortgage, I pay down most of it because you get the profit, all that. I get all my money back in yield. Think about what's happening there now. I got a free house. I got multiple free houses. So you're able to pull that off, you're good to go. Well, I do have great tenants, but that's why I'm saying certain locations, you're going to find good tenants. Like everybody in Greenwood, Indiana, like they're making a lot of money. These guys work just solid jobs. It's not LA. Like go to LA and try to rent a property. People are going to come to party. You're going to have someone who wants to be an actor, a TikTok star. You got a drug dealer. You get, LA, you're going to be getting, Vegas as well too. I was talking about Vegas with somebody. And Vegas was very, Vegas, you could get some great deals and great houses, but your renter base is going to be dog shit. It's going to be, all people paid on cash. You're going to have people who will just, I've had crazy, my buddy has one in Vegas. It's been nuts. We had one in Vegas. It was a nightmare. SPY went down a little bit, holding up. Coin making the move. What happened to the corn? I live in Vegas. I'm a shitty renter. There you go. Thank you. Running a Section 8 tenant. Still the same thing. I mean, it's usually better. It's good to have it with that, but still going to be, you know, you're going to have some issues more or less. It's just all about it's just different types, different quality. Some Section 8 renters are great too. It's just, renting it's a flip of the coin, but you can find good ones. You can find good renters. Mm. Mm-hmm. I sell you my house in Beech Grove, Indiana, if it's a good deal. That's just what I've just seen. Everybody is greedy right now, so I get a lot of deals lately, but some of them are just like people hit me with, absurd deals sometimes, or they want to sell it to me. Like, it's funny. Like, I mean, I know what I'm doing with it. That's why it's just like I will pay a fair price for the property, but I'm not gonna, if you want to get top dollar, I would be the one to tell you just go list it and just go deal with people. But if it's at a fair price where we're just saving you commissions but giving you what you would pretty much get break even, then that's what I mean by a fair deal. Like some houses, you could sell it to us at 500, save some of the taxes, commissions, and we could close it very, very quickly. It's going to be the same thing as you listing at 540. And then you're going to list it at 540, deal with people, go back and forth after commissions. You're still walking away with 500. 300K, 20% if you have, and that's assuming bad job history, and then add another 2.5. That's smart. That's what I do. But then lately, right, what's been happening, most of the deals, somebody will come to me and they'll give me that price. They'll give me a price where it's fair, it's still elevated, but it's a fair deal, and we just have ways to make it work for both of us by saving some of those fees and stuff and making it a smooth transaction. But then right when you say you're willing to give them that price, they want more. And then I'm just like, okay, just go list it, dude. Spy kind of, is this a mini barcode here? Is 20% the way to get, only way around PMI? Yes. First time buyer, you have 20K in the long term. But again, first time buyer will give you credits, but you need a job. You need income or verifiable income to qualify for some of those programs. Maybe in the future with Biden, they are offering and rolling stuff out, but I don't know if it's income qualification based. Excuse me. Through your body check. Okay, then you might be able to get a nice FHA loan. If you have 3 years work history, you'll be great. And Michigan's good, is solid. There's obviously some areas are nicer than others. If you know the area and you're from there, you could take advantage of that. But you want to try to get an area where the properties are cheap and you have the ability. It's kind of, you just want to rent to someone who's employed. That's really the best way to get around it. Making sure you get something good and make sure it's not a historical property. Because some people will find some cheap deals on historical zone properties, and you can't remodel them. You get commercial real estate deals through politicians. I mean, I don't know I don't know why it'd be illegal. It just depends. Started from the bottom, now we way up. Yeah, historic properties, you can get a grant. It's just usually a nightmare, though. That's why, like, going through them is very, very difficult. DraftKings at resistance on the upside. Watch Apple. That one's slipping up there. I think that one's kind of key. We saw UWMC go up. I don't have any pins positions, no. Yeah, Vegas has a lot. Vegas is good and bad. Vegas is a very, like, it's a fickle market, but Vegas has a lot of stuff they're doing. You know, they have a lot of development, infrastructure, sports teams, events. Yeah, they have reasons to go out there. So, and then not to mention the Strip, but it's just usually, you know, like that's where Vegas lagged behind everybody in terms of recovery because of Dodd-Frank. So you have to think about this. Like, most people in Vegas are paid cash, believe it or not, even if you gamble. But, like, you know, the guys, you know, like those guys out there, you ever been on Vegas? I don't know if they still do it. You know, the guys with the cars, and they're like, hey, man, you trying to party? You trying to party? What's up, man? Yo, you trying to party right now? Yo, we got this event. You just get this wristband, free, you know, free drinks. You know what I'm saying? You just got to go. You ever meet one of those guys in Vegas? The promoters? Oh, you know, some of them make bank. I became friends with one. Yeah, you want to go Sapphire? No, wait a minute. Nah, the popping cards is the strip clubs, y'all. But the ones who just try to give you a wristband to go to a drink, to go get a drink or go to a club, they make a lot. I talked to one of them one time. This guy kept selling me, and I was just like, bro, talk to me. I was like, how much are you making? I was like, let's talk, bro. I became this guy's friend, and we talked for a little bit. And he was telling me, he's like, he makes like 90 grand, 100 grand a year. Just because, bro, they get mad commission. If you go into with the wristband, they get a lot of money off of it. But he was like, oh yeah, I talked to him about real estate. We were going back and forth, but he said it's all cash. So think about a lot of the people out there, even the drivers, some of them, they're getting paid all cash, but it's not. With Dodd-Frank, you had income requirements. So most people couldn't qualify in Vegas. They were making a lot of money. Most of them would just rent because they only had a lot of cash. So they'd either have to put 20% down or more, but they're not qualifying for FHA and certain stuff like that because they don't have income on paper. Schumer says many in his caucus who thinks bipartisan proposal is a good start but doesn't do enough. Promoters get paid on a point system for the hotter girls they bring? Damn, he didn't tell me that. That makes so much sense why he wasn't trying to give me a wristband. That's crazy. Man, he was like, we get no points for you, Josh. Sorry. Like, what do you mean? I think I hate him. But nah, Vegas is the whole that's why Dodd-Frank, the real estate market out there, very interesting. But there's a lot of properties, and again, they were dirt cheap. I mean, you had to think about it. It was very, very cheap out there. Some of them made big gains too. But then I've also seen houses in, when it does run up, it's like Vegas is just a weird market. Moved to Vegas 2 months. I've had enough of it already. It's an interesting place. I lived there for 6 months, I think, after college. We tried a Vegas experiment. To Michigan. I have looked at some place in Michigan. It's just knowing the right ones. I like some of the houses out there. What did Mama Answers have to say? Oh, she didn't like it. She said, Shaitan. Don't be careful. Oh, excuse me. Mm. Yeah, Floyd Mayweather was my neighbor, or like one of his houses. It was the funniest. You drive by this house, bro. He has like a 10-foot photo of himself overlooking the staircase, and you see it from the front of the house. mm. Where's MC? Mm. Yeah, the budget they said what 7 to 10 days. Mm. Mayweather's from Grand Rapids. Oh, bro, Mayweather is a walking billboard. I can't believe the Ethereum Max thing. That one, like we said, that one was interesting. You've never had a desire to go to Vegas? I mean, it's fun the first time. That's what happened. I never went to Vegas till I was 21, and then I was like, all right, I'm gonna go try this out for 6 months. I was like, this is pretty cool, but then it's not. Vegas is great for 24 hours, 48 hours. Awesome place to be. I haven't been there in a while though, since COVID and all that. But anything beyond that, I'm just it does get very very old quick. Mm-mm. Never been there. Oh. Well, Colt might have to take you there. He might have to take you there. That's what I'll see. We'll go to Vegas. That's what I wanted to do the first. I like it. I think it's a cool place. I think that's why I like it. It's a cool place to test people. That's it. We'll go to Vegas. We should go with the squad of 10. I'll give you guys each a couple $100, and then we see who just what do you do with it? That's all. How would you spend your time around the distractions? You could go have fun. You guys could party. You have all that. What are you gonna do? Are you still gonna want PHILO if you're, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, that's what I'm into. I like it. Give them a real challenge. Let them out there. Let real decision making come to life. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be the bad influence. I don't care. I'll be there. I'll be like, yo, you guys. I'll be like, why y'all trying to trade? Let's go to the pool party, man. It's crazy. Y'all, let's go. I'll be like, man, y'all. I said we trade every day. We in Vegas, man. Come on, you ain't trying to kick it with Josh at the pool? Let's go. Come on, apply for a job later. It's Vegas. Hit a slot machine. Vegas will get some of you, man. Vegas will get some of you. Mm. Mm. Everything chilled out. This is like a mini version of yesterday. It has not even power hour yet, though. Or a big version. Yesterday was the mini. Where is the Bitcoin? Did Bitcoin come down? 40.90. Bitcoin came down a little. Back out of tech to see, but some of them is still holding up. Like Apple is, I believe, they're still holding up the gains from yesterday. I think Amazon was up. Amazon's higher than yesterday, which is crazy if you think about it, because they had a pretty high close. Mm. I pick my dividend stocks based on companies I own, or like companies that I use or have used, or that I just know that will be here in 10 years, and something with a good history. That's the key with the dividend stock. You want it to be a decent dividend, but you want to make sure it's consistent, especially if you plan to hold it for a duration long enough to actually, you know, give you the result that you want. Blink pop. Don't blink, you'll miss it. Oh, blink is popping. That looks like, is there news on that or did someone mention it? Because that's big volume, big move. EV charging station is going to get 10 billion bipartisan. That's the first. Yeah. Oh, no, that was 27 minutes ago, though. There's an older one and a new one. Holy Spirit, come down. I'm kind of sad right now. I don't know who to talk to except you. That's good, though. You said kind of sad. That means there's still hope. You see what I'm saying? I like it. I see the bright side. You said kind of sad, so we not fully sad yet. So, you know, that means we still in the game, baby. It's good. It's good, baby. Did you break up with your girlfriend again? Is that why? Are you going through the back and forth? It's like when Bitcoin first drops. Yep, officially, bro. Yep, he's going through it. I feel it. Gee, see, I mean, you could be kind of sad. That makes sense. But it's that's like a natural chart progression, right? You had the run up, and then you had the first breakup, and then it drops, and then you like get back together a little bit, and then it's like, then you know it's a little pop, and then you drop again. So then it's, yeah, you're good, bro. No, it happens. It happens. Even look at the chat. They could relate. They're like, don't talk about girlfriends, man, please. You know? So it happens. Just get back into the gym. I'm sure you haven't been going to the gym as much. Go get your ass back in the gym. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Some video games will help you out for a little bit, but not too much. Otherwise, you'll get stuck there. You're going to swap the girlfriend for video games. We talked about getting married and shit. Yeah, that happens. Yeah, it happens, man. It happens. So you're, that's it. Just get back to the gym. Yeah, real estate's great after a breakup, to be honest with you. You know, you could look at houses all day. You might cry and be like, I thought we could live in this together. No, but you'll be good. You'll be good, man. I'm telling you, get back into the gym. Just go do something. Until then, you'll figure it out. What's yours is yours. What's meant to be is meant to be, my friend. Yeah, long term would help a lot. Can I sponsor you for esports racing? You have to be good. That's it. As long as you're good. Like, if you're not good at video games, then no. You have to be really good. I take video games very seriously. Yeah, man. And you broke up at a good time, honestly. It's hot Chad summer right now. So get ready. Hot Chad summer. We're going to get credit spreads. You going to get the Fed. Oh, we going to get that big tech run up. We going to see what happens with Bitcoin. We are too focused right now in hot Chad summer, bro. You know that? We're going to roll out with the stream alerts meetings, and then once we get that out the way and make sure that they're going to run smoothly, then we got the events. It's hot Chad summer, man. What's wrong with you? Your girlfriend couldn't come anyways. That's it, you know? You're like, why are you always on the computer? You'll be good, bro. You'll be good. I get a wristband for that. I got wristbands if you're trying to go. I love you, man. Yeah, we got, do you know credit spreads, Sadiq? We got credit spreads you got to learn. That'll keep you busy. In real estate. Honestly, I mean, I'm not going to, dude, anytime. I don't want to say it to you, but like, because it's not like, this is just my personal story. I mean, I just amor fati, love fate. But like, anytime I've ever like broken up with a girl, I've made a ridiculous amount of money following it. So sometimes, you know, God is just what's yours is yours, man. Amor fati. So it's kind of it's a real interesting phenomena. I've made a chart. Like I have a chart. I could chart every single relationship I've had, and then I could look at I'm like, damn, I was like, I need to do this more often. Okay, see, you guys are like, that's how I found the cult, baby. I met Trey in the car. He's telling me at the old play classes, OG Chads are the real D. Oh, yeah, man. I was talking about it the other day. I was even telling, like, lending tips because we were seeing, you know, some of the OG Chads from when we had the pledge class and all that. It's cool to see, you know, anybody who really stuck with it, they did very, very well. And it's amazing to see. And that was just more personal. It was smaller, so it's cool to see. No, I don't feel so alone. There you go. You guys are good. I think half of the Chads are here because of heartbreak. Realistically, when we look at the numbers, that's why you guys get involved in these conversations. That's it. The other half of the Chads are married. That's it. Like they got perfect relationships. It's all taken care of. Go EV pop. Oh yes, go EV. Oh, go EV did make a pop right there, but see if it gets followed through. It hurts, man. Y'all be good. The phrase "don't be in a place you don't want to be" stuck with me. I decided to don't. You are not blaming that on me. No. Amor fati is what we say, to blame it on the world. Okay, that's fine. He said, "Yeah, I listened to your PHILO and I dumped this girl." I didn't do anything. I said, "What's yours is yours. Don't be in a place you want to be." I agree, but that wasn't a recommendation, advice. That was not actionable at that moment towards your. See, that's why PHILOs can be dangerous sometimes. So you made a debit spread on UMC because the premiums were too high for you? Yes. They even at the moment they may have looked like they were down, but a lot of them are elevated. So let's see the July 15th where it's at. Like the 15, like this thing's still at 40 cents. So this is why I don't like it, because literally last Tuesday it shot up, but it was trading at 14 cents, or then even like 7 cents, 5 cents the day before that. Powell is going to be around 2 p.m. tomorrow, 2:15. 2:15 or 2:30. What's good, Cameron? Go AV is a little pop and drop. Where did Blink stay up? Kind of. So I'm saying you've been getting a lot of pops, but not as much follow through. We're 3 minutes into Power Hour, and SPY's about to go green. So SPY's the real leader today, along with the Dow. Yeah, MSTR, damn, another 5. No, Powell is speaking tomorrow at 2 p.m., not today. How much I start trading options? We'll figure out how much you want to invest total and how much you can afford. And then I think around 20% of that amount towards options, the rest towards equity, will give you a nice strategy and base to build off of. And I think HD went up. So again, you guys are seeing if we sold a different credit spread, we might have made more money. But hopefully you guys see, what's it called? You can see kind of the difference here. Where's that HD? Oh, we made $20, so you got 10% on it. But again, HD's coming up. If we didn't do a spread and just sold it by itself, again, you lost money on the one you bought. You make money on the one you shorted. That's the difference. But you're seeing we shorted a put. Stock goes up. You're making money when the stock goes up because that premium is losing value. That's how we make the money. Yeah, we have 2 weeks of time still. If it gets closer to the money, though, you'll see it will probably get up 30, 40%, maybe more. And then we go from there. But this is why I'm saying watch this play. This is an example play I'm trying to show. So we're going to make some more in the coming weeks here and then after the Fed. But I want you guys to be able to see it and give us some data here to see kind of before it. If you're still confused on it, you'll be fine. I've never done it on Webull. I don't know. Again, usually when we start doing spreads, we run in. This is where your brokerage comes to light. You get to really see, how they hold it down when it comes to assignments and the T trades and all that stuff. So I don't know how to trade them on Webull. It's usually the same concept, though. Sell to open, buy to close, all of that stuff. But I did it in the money credit spread. Yeah, I did in the money so that I could limit the collateral. My collateral is only $50 on this trade. If you did the same trade for this week, you probably would have made more money because now it's going to less time decay. But then again, the play is still in the money, so maybe not that much. So we're going to do a lot of these, like I said. This is an example one. We're going to do some after the Fed to kind of gauge the market because the only thing slowing me down with the spreads, there's a lot of activity in the market. And then even with some of the short sales, I'm kind of like, okay, hold on. Option price history. I think some people, you just link it to the chart and then click it. So if you come to chart, set the color, set it to red, let's say, then come to the option. All you got to do is just click an option, right click it, and then send to red. And then boom, your option chart will load once this loads. There's no data. Yeah, that's how you should do it. Let's see. I don't know if I could send it there. No, it just doesn't have history. Send to red. Did I send it? Did I red send? Yeah, there it is. Oh, that's what it is. You could click on the letter. Wait, which letter? The X? It's 415. The Q? Where is the Q? This one? It's not the letter. Which one? This guy's. Drop on the SPY. Yeah, a little bit taking us back to that level. No, Powell is tomorrow. Why did so many people think Powell is today? I've had that question asked more today than any other Powell day. Webull, it might be called a vertical. That would make sense. It is a vertical spread. I don't think that's not working for me. Everyone thinks today is Wednesday, probably. Powell's Eve, ladies and gentlemen. And it is, what's it called? Power Hour. Shopify partnership with Google. It's getting volume, but it's not going up. It expands partnership with Facebook and Google. I got to assign a number. I think, yeah, we have to probably just link the chart color. Wasn't that news released this morning? Old? Well, there you go. Yes, I say you're getting volume on the stock, but it's not moving. Neo. Some people saying a candle. SPY coming down a little bit, holding the range. SPY was about to go green right there. Neo, kinda. Approval for mass production in Europe. Powell, it starts today. The FOMC is a 2-day event. You don't hear from Powell till the second day. Bikes. I want to see the Shiba Moon. That thing's still moving. That just I'm surprised that if that got on Coinbase, I'd be Coinbase really trying to get this public pressure, bro. Minutes will come out in a month. He won't speak in a month after. Well, no, he's speaking tomorrow. It's not the minutes, but we'll find out how he got to the decision. Then you're going to get the CPE or the PCE, and then we see what happens from there. You'll get the digestion. The press conference is really what's going to make it move tomorrow. So SPY picking up now. It broke that range, and now it's heading back to kind of that downside momentum. Again, that was just almost a 0.25% move on that S&P. I pretty much reopen. We should play Powell bingo. Yeah, that's fun. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too shy to say shy. I need to use the potty. Please hold while I connect your cord. Oh yeah. I might have to pee in silence this time. You know what I'm saying? This is a silent pee. This is good, enjoying the peace and serenity. You know what I'm saying? Peace and serenity. Feels good. Woosah. Oh. Man. Oh, I need a pro. That's what I need. That's what I need. I remember. Why can't I open these? There it is. Senators say infra plan is $10 billion. There it is. That's why Blink went up. Wow. So I thought that news, we said that a little bit ago. But I didn't know how updated that was. Where's charge point? Charge point is not moving on this one. Interesting. You did a debit spread on AMC. You did a 64 sell for 66. So how much did you pay for it? So that could be a decent trade if you think it's going to get there by expiration. But the max gain on that play is $200, $2. So depending on what you spent, that's what's going to really determine if it's a good trade or not. Oh. The Blink responded to that. Go EV popping again off that PCG charging infrastructure. Okay. In the long term. Akiba wins $40 million. Akba. Okay. Oh, don't move much. Any TLT pre-signals? I said on the watch list, I think after the TLT has just been very, this last coming days have been weird. Thank God it came down because this just could have been a move and you had the auction, but it's staying right in the range there. I don't think there's any signals. I think the dollar would probably show you more and you could see it kind of edging up here, and that could be it, but we're 1 day away. No big plays. We did some of our long terms. We did our credit spreads. I'm pretty much chilling until then because I think tomorrow we'll get, and depending on the move tomorrow, I think it's going to open up a lot of room. And then by Friday, after that quad witching, we're going to get a lot of options expiring. We're going to, might give some freedom on the market to move a little bit. What's the play? It's my birthday. We made a Shopify play and an HD credit spread. Credit spreads might help you, but be careful of the birthday trades. They'll clap you sometimes. Amazon made COVID portal online. I think we have an old play on Go EV. Remember, it shot up a little bit, but they came back down. It's just weird because you're seeing a lot of the meme stocks do this like formation, but then they're not totally collapsing, but then they're just hanging up there. Will GME pop? Yeah. The AMC looks pretty clean. Riches and poverty are the offspring of your thought. You're exactly where you need to be. Let that sink in. ALZN. Was there a delay? ChargePoint just didn't get any. And then even Blink had a random run up, but it could be a delay on ChargePoint. Some of them are reacting to the news. ChargePoint just got a little bit of the reaction wasn't as big. But again, I think ChargePoint has moved and held up a little bit better. I haven't looked at Blink. I guess they look exactly the same. Weekly spreads. I did a 2-week one. Again, you just gotta watch the collateral. Because on the weekly ones, you'll get faster expirations. You'll be able to do good, but you're going to take high collateral plays for less credit. How come I saw my debit spread? It's priced at too ridiculous above. I'm trying to get 199. That's the problem with it. You'll get the max gain by expiration. If it's in the money and there's still time and there's, again, the out the money contract still has value, that's where it claps you because it's just showing you estimated what you'll get from it. So you'll have to either go a little bit lower if you want to get out, or if you want to seize the max gain, you'll have to wait till it hits the that price by expiration. Box L. I think I do have the Box L shares still. Yeah, I made them free a while ago. So we're still in that one. Roblox. Oh, Roblox. Go EV still popping again. Man, this kind of looks like that Vizio trade was the crazy one that we saw. Like Oracle has more IV. Yeah, but again, it's the same concept. Evie, you could do the weekly spreads. You just have to understand what the real risk is going to be. Volkswagen seeks partner for battery metals race. Where is Tesla? Yeah, we've sold naked calls and puts. I've got clapped on naked calls and naked puts too, actually, yeah. We've done them. Some of it worked very, very well. What other? Been very, very quiet so far, but a lot of the overseas headlines. Again, Biden was in Switzerland, so he did good. Did some good. Got to hear from that. You're going to be getting the budget talks. That's going to be another important thing for everybody. You dipped your toes with naked calls. Selling? Well, you'll just be careful with them. Again, selling naked puts is a lot better than naked calls. There's just more risk on the naked calls. Yeah, Go AV's still moving. We have an old play on it. Down 85%, but they shot up today. Box L still moving. Let's see the charge point. Tomorrow is going to be tomorrow, and then the quad witching on Friday. That's where everything is going to get really, really nuts. If you think, again, I think there's a lot of options at certain expirations. And once those get widened out, that's it. Once they go away, I think the range is going to increase heavily for a lot of people. How do you close a credit spread? You buy it back. So just on here, it'd be very, very easy. Same thing, even you just make sure you have both there, create closing order, and then you just buy it back. And whatever you buy it back for, that's going to be the difference in credit. Why is it $7 credit? Jeez. Oh, that's only buying back one. It didn't do both of them. But you just go you sell to close the one you bought, and then you buy to open or buy to close the one you sold. And then on Robinhood, if you have a spread, they make it all nice and pretty for you. And all you got to do is just hit the option and then go to sell. Yeah, Ride CO dipped, but then they said today that they're going to they still have binding orders, so they still have to deliver them to whoever made the orders. So they said they're going to look to get capital from GM And then again, I think my theory is it kind of exists. You even saw it with DraftKings today, where I think a lot of people are. It's like if the stock gets shorted for a real reason, it gives it fuel. That's why I think you could see these. It's like slowing it down, but it probably should have dropped a little harder. But there's just a lot of activity on all of these. Clove volume, Corsair pop, go EV towards the high. Yeah, I bought shares of UAVs today too, just 100. Yeah, I got it. We saw it popping again. Ooh, I got clapped. But this is why we go with the options. So we saw it popping. Remember, we saw it last week, and then I think the couple weeks before that, we saw this was one pop on Thursday, sold off, and then throughout that week, it started going up on that FDA news. So then it started to pop again and was holding up. So I said, hey, let me get $100 or $500 on it. Call it a day. The cheap stock strategy. UAV inbound. Orbital VSAT. That was my favorite perk. Roblox. Well, we have our other calls on Roblox, and like I went over my plan on the watch list yesterday. So then I could do it where, we let that play come up if it works. If not, and that play is going to expire, I'm going to look to get better trades again, assuming we just need the underlying vault stock to move. You want these big candles on Roblox. We just don't want it to turn into like Airbnb, where it just stops, where it starts moving hundreds of percent. Big candles. Like, look, this is what I don't want it to look like, where you get the pop, fat candles up and down, and then what ends up happening, the candles start to get smaller. Good job, team. Get ready for the next round. Go EV is going crazy. Things still moving. And this is the long term. So I don't know if you, damn, long term. Why are you getting clapped today, long term? Snap clap, DraftKings clap. Dang, long term. Damn, Abby Vi, you got work for us, man. Damn, long term, but that's the long term. Great call out, Troy. Why'd you not play it? Yeah, Troy. It happens to the best of us. Especially, again, even today, there's been a lot of, honestly, there's just been a lot of pops and not that much follow through. Baozun. Oh, yeah, where's Baba after that news? I think Baba held up. Those little scammers. Baba has so much just solidarity at some of these levels. It's crazy. Well, yeah, Baba is underpacing for sure. Troy, like, yo, pay the plug. Got you, Troy. That's why Troy got the wrench. Troy out there, man. He on top of the news. Anything fun planned for the week? Bro, it's Tuesday. I thought it was Wednesday. Just a lot of stretching. Ooh. What are we doing here? We're working. We're waiting for the most I don't know. How many of you think it's going to be one of the most important Fed meetings of the year? That's what a lot of people have been saying. They're out of nowhere. That's what Paul Tudor Jones said. Tesla dropping. Volume on the SPY, too. What's that? Low ticker picking up again. You do? Yeah. Oh, a lot of people. Definitely. Me, I do. Everyone. I've been thinking that. I don't know. Maybe not. Nah. I'm excited about the next one. I do because inflation pushing tapering talks. I do 50-50 for sure. Think because the hype, it probably won't be. Pass. Market isn't going to like what J Powell says. I got UAV. I grabbed 100 today. 100 shares. I don't know enough to say. I think it's overhyped. No, fam. I don't care, man. Corsair. DraftKings sold off bad. That's how these conversations would go sometimes. It's like 50% of the people respond, and then someone randomly just like, Corsair! Like, okay, yeah, I feel. Is there anything you don't want to hear? Tapering. If he says tapering, and if he says that we're actually far along, or if he comes back and says anything is not according to their plan and they have updates, that probably won't be good. I want to, again, I said this last time, and this is what Powell can do. Powell could slow down the meme stock. All he has to do is say, like he did last time, it's frothy. So that's what I'm really that's what I'm worried about. Is what he says about the meme stocks. Is he going to say that it is frothy? Is he going to say that asset prices have inflated too high and that we're worried about it? That would be the way I get scared. Otherwise, just going to be about taper talks and what he says. And I don't think he's going to, I think it's going to be bad in the sense that he's going to say we're thinking about it. But then I think the market is going to get over it. Or he's going to be like, yeah, so looking at the employment rate, Corsair. So he could do that. He totally could. Yeah, Michael Burry was on a mission today. He said they weren't thinking about things. So now I think he's going to say we're thinking about it. I feel like he'll be like, it's obvious. Obviously, you guys see it. We all see it. Our metrics aren't there. We're going to think about it. But like I said, I think once you get three data sets of inflation, that's why I think it's funny. I think they're overhyping this Fed meeting so that next meeting doesn't get hyped, because next meeting is the real hype one. Because think about it, after next meeting, your average inflation is probably going to go above 2%. And then you're going to see 3 months in a row of a CPI above 4% probably. So that's why I don't think next meeting is where negative rates are factored in. A lot of it. But I just think this one, it just does it. A lot of people are saying it's hype, but I was surprised because I wasn't really expecting it to be that hyped. But I see why it could be. Again, we've had a lot of talks about tapering everything in general, just with inflation. It's been a key point. So we will see. Yeah, it's once a month, except for towards later in the year. They'll probably skip, I think, around like October. August to October, I think they skip 1 month. Oh, yeah, Jackson Hole, too. I forgot about that. Appreciate you too. I have not really purchased vacant lot. I've worked with people who know how to do it, and we've done certain deals, but I've personally never bought a house and built it and sold it. I'm too lazy. I've done mostly existing home sales or remodels, or if I've done that, I've taken a house and knocked it all the way down to one wall so you could keep the structure and you don't need approval to redo the house. And then I built from that one remaining wall, but that's about it. But I usually try to keep it short, simple, sweet. I don't like the waiting for the materials and getting people to do it and relying on it. It's hard sometimes. Batman slaps you. What's up, Batman? Please don't hurt me. SPY coming down a little bit. You said UMC dropping. Watch rates. Fed meeting is tomorrow. It's going to be around 2 p.m. Pacific time. Oh, wait. No. Not, excuse me. 2 p.m. Eastern. So 10, 11. So 11 a.m., I believe, is the press conference. You could get a loan to fix the house. Yeah. Would I invest in a boat storage facility in Texas? There's demand for that, but I like storage facility in general. I'm really a big fan of that. Fed meetings. I think it's going to be key tomorrow, though. Like, it has some level of importance, but I think I have a handle on it. Like I'm saying, I think he's going to say that they're thinking about tapering, but he's going to say none of our metrics are there. I think the market won't like it. And then I'm looking for the X factor on what he says about asset prices, maybe even real estate as well, too. I do have an IG at the Trading Fraternity. Go EV popping again. Mm, 30 minutes remaining. Go EV. I don't know if it was because of the budget news. They said about $10 billion for the Chargers. Blink made a move, and then ChargePoint kind of, but not as much. And then Tesla started selling off. You think possible negative rates could affect real estate? Maybe that's why all the big funds are buying it and all that. I don't know, but I really don't. I think the only way you get to negative rates is if we experience another crisis in the meantime. Other ways, naturally, I don't think it's going to happen. A lot of people talked about it. Lending Tips even thinks that, and some people in the mortgage industry believe that it might go negative, but I'm not really sold on that thesis without a crisis or a reason to justify it. Arvel on the high. Dude, again, a lot of these little pops as you're making these moves. But then again, the concept is we are one of the only nations left without negative rates. If you think about it, most of the world, I believe, or more than half of the world already has some sort of negative rates or negative yielding interest or real yields that are negative. Negative rates wouldn't mean failure, but they would be a flip-flop of the whole policy that we've done. I mean, we would just turn into Japan. It would be very bleak for the next 10 years. If you go to negative rates, what that says about your potential growth, that just means you've overwatered the plant at that point. So it's like you're trying to get a recovery, you keep watering the plant, you water the plant, you do all this stuff. The minute you go into negative interest rates, that's like it's going to be able to survive, but the plant is overwatered at that point. It's going to be so frothy that real growth is hard. Again, you have to realize negative rates, a lot of debt, all of that stuff, it makes growth harder as equity gets burnt up. If rates go negative, you don't less than what you borrowed. Yes, but it comes with crazy implications. So your German Bund isn't negative, but it has been negative, I'm pretty sure. But this is what we've learned from this year is that in one area, you're right. Like, yeah, if you go negative, you'd owe less on the borrowed amount. But what other consequences would that bring about? It's like, yes, those rates would go down or those amounts, but then the overall cost of things would go insane. That's what that's why I hope people have learned this in the last 6 months, that any of these actions, it has created the immediate effect that people look for, but then there's 5 other auxiliary events that gets created, and that's what you're going to see. It's like, yeah, real estate went up, but so did the cost of everything else tenfold, right? So when you look at it like that, ARVL is still shooting up. Is there any news on that? ARVL? Powell's term ends February 2022. Arvell popping, no news on it though. He can get reelected, yes. He might. Some people, I think right now it's about 80% people have actually approved, or they want Powell to in office too. Just sign up for Stream Alerts. Being skeptical for whatever reason, but after he sees seeing you be consistent and the effort put in, you deserve it, man. Thanks for everything. Well, thank you, man. I hope it helps. Again, don't overdo it. Don't treat it like an alert service. I mean, the people who've used Stream Alerts as a real trading tool and a real tool to learn from and to make sure that they can never miss anything. It works very, very well, especially as we get into credit spread. They'll be there, so just use it to your advantage. But appreciate you anyways, man. God bless you. We like the support. We like it. Arvo post on Wall Street EV minivans. That's if y'all pump this, I lose all faith in you. That's all I'm saying. That's it. Why y'all pumping everything that's not cool? They like, okay, check me on this one. Okay? EV, right? We got to get into that minivan market. Everybody's sleeping on it. They like, yo, let's get the car that looks like it's from Dr. Seuss. Let's make an EV electric. Let's make it, nah. Who's doing minivans? Nobody's doing minivans, bro. We corner the market, EV minivans. You got soccer moms. You got people with 18 kids. You got, look at the opportunity. They gonna need it. They need that. This is crazy. That's just going to be the sad part about this generation 10 years from now, is that, like, you're not even going to, I guess it's the same thing that happened in 2001. It really is. This is exactly like 2001. Now that I think about it, it's like, what did you fall for? Like, which one did you fall for? I fell for the EV. I was like, yeah, I really believed in the EV minivans for a second. And some people, like, it's crazy. It's crazy. I fell for Biogen. Nah, that's fine. I mean, Range Rover Sport SVR G-Wagon. Depends what year, but Range Rovers lose a lot of I wouldn't buy any Range Rover now. They haven't updated the body style in 10 years. Whenever there's a new Range Rover, I'd get that one. Whenever they like do a full end like remodel of the face and they make it like a new style, then I'd buy the Range. Otherwise, new G-Wagon any day. And I wouldn't buy an old G-Wagon. Easy go, my worst long term ever. I'm still shook. I'm not as fine. Just hold it. We hold it. Big wagon guy here. Diamond handing the shit out of a Chrysler Pacifica. Roblox like Freddy. Go EV still pop. Again, SPY's been slowly selling. Bro, you almost went positive on the SPY, and then it just flipped. Jesus. Shopify holding up, but it's selling. Let's see, Home Depot. Home Depot. First stream alerts, I was a bit worried it wouldn't work right. Oh, that was fast. Whew. That's it. You good to go, baby. So, yeah, you'll see. That's what I'm saying. Even that last stream alert, you'll get news updates, stuff without the day. That was like my 5th call out on just a random popper. But like I said, you know, they're not. It's what I've been saying on stream. They're not holding. You got little weird activity today, considering, you know, some are holding, some aren't. But just what you go to watch out for. How do I get your level of understanding on things? My friend, you will. You're well on your way. It's about experience. You know, I've learned a lot. I've exposed myself to a lot. But one thing that I've seen that really has proven to be, you know, invaluable has been the level of experience. Like, you know, think about it. You're trading alongside me every day, and that's if you're here every day, right? But I'm getting more and more experience every day while you're learning. But then at the same time, I've had, you know, another over 10 years, I think 10, 11 years of trading before that. Just, you know, every single one, you know, think about every single trading hour that you get in the game. And that's why the stock market's so wonderful. And even then, just like this year showed us last year, you're going to learn something every time. And your understanding really gets developed and honed over time. And that's why all of our strategies are based upon time in the market to make sure that you could stay here, even if you were trying to hit these high option trades. That's why we do it, because you have that opportunity. If you are just in the game long enough, you're going to hit them. And even then with the watch list, you know, I'm posting some of these plays and, you know, we're going over credit spreads, debit spreads. You even see the thumbnails, all of that. And some of you are like, wait a minute, what's the probability on this? I hope you guys know. I will let you know if it's a good or bad play. Some of these are low probability, but what I've realized here too, and I think some of you have realized it, a lot of people like my crazy plays. So a lot of people understand my low probability trades, but when I do my low probability trades, people like them because you get to learn from it. So I want to highlight some of these trades, not so you take them all the time, not so you do them, but you could kind of see through my experience how I've found, I've hit some crazy trades. Just that's one of my specialties. Small amount of capital, large return. It's finding those little gaps in the market, and that's why I want to highlight them and bring attention, not so you trade all the time like that or only make those trades, but so you could see those are the gaps in the market that people like. Someone at my door? Please leave my house. If you're here, I don't want to check. Hold on. Who the fuck is at my door? So I'm just watching this. I got some lady at my door wearing a mask. Does that mean she's sick? No, I'm kidding. So I be careful. It's June 16th right now, June 15th. Why is she still there? No one's came to the door. Okay, now she's leaving. You hear it? She's just looking at the door. She just walked down the whole driveway and just like stare back at the door. She's just looking at it. She's like, you gonna open it? Not Amazon pop. Oh my gosh, she's coming back. Do I have an appointment? I don't think I have an appointment. How's that? Amazon making a move. Bro, she's just standing in front of my door. She's plotting. Little does she know I'm plotting too. I see you. GoDaddy CEO on CNBC. All right. She dipped. So this is what I do. I don't like social interaction with everybody. So I sit in my house trading stocks, and I monitor everything going on around me, and I just watch. I can't talk if I wanted to, but I don't even want to talk. I'll talk to Chad. I mean, I don't really. If you come to my door and I did not invite you, I'm not there. That's just how it works. PBI getting a pop. You said Amazon had one. PBI's on the high ticker too. Pitney Bones. Pitney Bowes. Jeez, man. This one's actually holding up very, very well. PBI, another pop. Is there news? Well, that's a kind of a decent one. Again, smaller shares. Don't be afraid of or smaller companies. Don't be afraid of them. Duh. So what happened to the old Josh that let Chads in? The Chad started robbing me, then getting mad after 3 weeks because they didn't get a long term. That's it, man. People, you can't be too nice to people, and that's why. Then I was like, I'm gonna focus on working all the time. See, that was happening. Someone is at my door. I spent the time with you. So we gotta stay focused. Gotta stay focused. A good man is the one who knows a little of everything and a master one thing, or is it fine to be a little on everything? I think mastery is key. You have to master it, something. That's why the stock market's key for the people who have ADD like myself. When if you have a lot of random pieces of information and you compile them together, it does very good in the stock market. But at the same time, you have to have a finance understanding. Mastering money is not the same as trading stocks. That's where I think my approaches came in, is that I look at money as money. I view it as a biological being. I view how to grow it, how to make it reproduce, how to protect it, where does it thrive, where does it not. Everything mine is about managing money. I just happen to use the stock market and other things like that. You can master in finance or economics. Finance, you're going to learn how to read balance sheets. Economics, you're going to understand broader theories. So I would say economics, but both of them aren't going to. Again, you still have to apply it. You know what I'm saying? You could learn a lot about this stuff, but you know, there's a lot of people who are finance degrees, economics degrees. They don't really invest. Investing itself, again, the nature of money and how to grow it is a true, it's a skill and an art there. But you know, not everybody gets it just by having the better the better knowledge of it. It's all about managing it. Block buy on Wish. Amazon made a nice move. At least Amazon's positive. SPY came back a little bit. You're only within 0.1%. Got about 12 minutes remaining. Yeah, today flew by, bro. 10-minute rig right there. Pets, PTIX. We get a rug. This is a lot better. I mean, not even a rug pull. The question is, are you going to get a run up? This is a lot different than yesterday. You're still kind of closing at that level, but very interesting close here. Mm-mm-mm. 10 minutes. I need to go to the bathroom again. I drank too much Pro. Yeah, 10 minutes. I go to the bathroom, right? Yo. Bro, that's actually... Oh, shit. That's funny. Love to see something. I just saw something on my on something else. But let me go pee. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before opening. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. BRB. Everybody in the 313. Put your 10 hands up and follow me. Go body stand tough. Notice that this man does not have a long term. These stocks got you gassed up. Now who's afraid of the big bad VIX? 1, 2, 3 into the 4. 1 stock, 2 stock, 3 stock, 4. 1 option, 2 option, 3 options, none. This guy ain't no mother in day trade. I know everything he got to say against me. Oh, yeah. Woo! Came back at the right time. The 10-minute rig down. But I wouldn't. Let's see if it starts to move like yesterday, but I doubt it. Tomorrow's going to be great. Get ready. Could be disappointing, too, though. Again, you might get all this hype and anticipation. I think banks are coming down. Again, that was the wildest. Oh, yeah, look at Citibank. Yo, check banks. It's banks. Bro, it's something with Citi. Look at Citi. Don't we have those old puts? Something with Citibank. I'm telling you, that one sticks out heavy right now. It just looks like it might be technicals there. I guess they've already been on the downtrend. Yeah, these things are cash. Are these June 18th? Damn it, that's why. That's weird. Citi's dropping big. What time is it? Let's try something. I'm getting some ideas. Yeah, bro, 28 cents credit. Max loss $80, max profit 86. Kind of down. Oh, you're not going to film me there? This is 100 for 100 trade. Break even 73.75. Yeah, I'm down with that. 20 cents lower by the end of the week. Should we try it? We tried it. 27 cents. I think I sold 5 of them or 4. Yeah, 4 of them. 4 city calls expiring this week. But again, it's $100 for $100. That's it. It's a very... So pretty much, which ones did we sell? We sold the 73.5. So as long as if the stock goes below 73.50, if it goes 50 cents by the end of the week, you make $100. Minus 4. 74 calls. Oh, nice. That's already actually looking good. No, that was a credit spread. Where does that bring us? Yo, what? Like, why is it I'm down 12? Oh, I'm damn. That was on the first city put. Jeez, I was like, that's crazy. Man, those city puts I just should have got way more time on that when I got clapped. Got 5 minutes left. So again, we sold the 74 or 73.5. I don't know which one. Which one was that? Oh, minus 73.50. See more lows. So you already got 20% so far on that one, or a little bit. Oh, wow. So look at that. Do you see that? I shorted there. If it falls below 73.50 by the end of the week, yeah, like, so look at now I could already make back most of the money on that trade. So if you see, let's see if we try to close it. Let's create the duplicate order. We had 4. So we got 27 cents. I don't know what it would be to buy back at it right now. You see, so we'd buy back these, but these are out of the money now. You see how these are both out of the money. If it stays there by the end of the week, I just sold them for a lot more. But hopefully you guys saw that, bro. We called out the city just because I was saying you saw this drop, but you saw city take a way, way crazy one. Your max loss is 200. No, my max loss is 100. Again, the difference between the strike prices is 50 cents, and I sold 4 of them. So I got 27 cents back. So that means it's $23 risk on 4 contracts. My real risk is like $80, $90. I got filled a little bit better. So it's a very equivalent trade, 1 for 1. But that's why it's like $100 to not, instead of making a normal play. I probably could have made more on the puts, though. That's where you want to see the difference. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. So we make our final approach. If you guys are holding on to any bags, please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. You'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of them. So we make this final approach here. We're going to be landing here in the second link terminal. Second link in the terminal is going to be our nightly watch list and main channel layover. And then we're going to be taking out promptly around 5 or 6 a.m. Pacific time out of San Diego, California. As we make our final approach here in the San Diego International Airport, it is about 80, 90 degrees and sunny, very hot out there, so hopefully you stay hydrated, but we are still under COVID guidelines, so please make sure all masks are worn until tomorrow and exit one row at a time. As always, we appreciate you guys' business, and thank you for flying with the Colt. 1 minute! Woo! Oh, come on. Come on, stop playing with me. And it's credit spread season. Get ready. Get ready. We'll see what's about to happen, but wrap it up. You got about 30 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen. 30 seconds left. Figure it out. That's what our cover calls. Ooh, look at the activity here on the market. The low ticker looks a little crazy, but 10 seconds remaining. That was a strong one. Hey, a left pop. A lot of things are moving here. We got our stuff locked in. You got the Fed tomorrow. Ding, 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 ding. On. Yes, baby. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. GG. We did it. We made it. Oh, I forgot about that track. We got to get that. We did it. We made it in the bitches. Hey, we did it. We made it. Oh, let's go. Let's go, baby. GG in the chat, baby. You all did good. You all did good, okay? You did good. GG's in the chat. Don't matter if you made money or lost money. At least you got to learn something. And guess what, baby? You get to try again tomorrow. Yeah? So, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. We love you all. God bless you. 1.7 thousand likes. Let's go. So, before you head out, I got some things to show you. You're going to love it. You'll love it. Okay, we got a lot to talk about. But before you head out, let me just tell you thank you. I want to thank you for being here. If you gave me your ear, you gave me your attention, you gave me your time, I am grateful for it. I don't care if you like me or not. You don't like the chat, whatever the reason was, because I'm grateful for the opportunity. So I appreciate everybody who's given me that opportunity. Thank you for listening. Thank you for showing love to the chat. Special shout out to all my positive chads, posting the news, posting the plays, holding it down, just coming in with some general positivity and some value, baby. We love it, so God bless you all. Shout out to the members, and thank you, baby. All the people rocking the badges, y'all look good with it. Y'all look real good with it. I'm not going, you look, But we love you. Thank you for supporting. Thank you for holding it down for everybody else as well. Shout out to all the people on the stream alerts. Hopefully you're making the most out of it, and we got some stuff for you. But we love you, and thank you as well. And shout out to all the people who give their time, man. We appreciate all of it. We understand. I hope you understand what we're here for. I hope that's why you respect some of the stuff we teach and our goals with it. We got long-term goals. We are going slow, so we really respect you if you're giving your time and being positive. I get it. Not everybody got a membership badge. Not everybody got the stream alerts, but, man, some people are committed to learning the right way. So we got respect for you, man, and we appreciate your support, and hopefully we can support each other to get everybody a house. You know what I'm saying? But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is your day. Another crazy day. It's going good. Tomorrow's going to be even crazier. We're going to have all of it live. I get to come out of my shell. That's where I get to show you the Powell. You know, I'm a Powell interpreter. I'm a trained Powell interpreter. I've been interpreting Powell at least for the last 4 years, but I've been interpreting Fed chairs for almost 15 years now. Okay? Maybe like 10 because I was pretty dumb when I was younger. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But hopefully we see you here. First link for this Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. If you don't know, free long-term alerts, baby. Look at this. This is, you sign up, you get a free text message anytime we make a long-term trade. Do you know that? A free text? That's crazy. It's crazy. Where is it? This one? I hope it's the right one. Let me see. Let me see. Which one is it? Oh, you guys don't even see it on the screen, huh? Look at that. Look at that. Oh, my bad. You don't see? Look at that. Why wouldn't you want this? This is how it's going to look. Look at March. And then before that, anytime we add on the big long term, you get to see what we bought. Look at that. Then the next day, oh, look at that. Oh, MO. Damn, MO at $44? What, Josh? At $44? That's crazy. Then look at Overstock at $65, Josh. This is free. Wait, this is free $99? So to get this on your phone, that's crazy. Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. Wow, they don't feel me. So that's the first link, and then you can see everything. I'm going to update this today, but you can see the whole portfolio, what we got, baby. That's the first link in the description. That's free $99. That's for you. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. Yo, what's up with y'all, man? Bro, Chad, why y'all killing it on the comments? Huh, Chad, why y'all I'm on the wrong video, but y'all been killing it on the comments. That's a y'all post. I love it. Keep killing it on the comments, Chad. Look at that. Second link, if you missed anything, we're going to go over all of the credit spreads today. It is going to be great. You'll love it. Third link for the membership badge. Fourth link for the merch, baby. Anybody, somebody, yeah, we got the merch. Somebody said it, bro. We had a special Chad, man, and his mom found the merch site. Your mom had to go to collectcult.com, and she ran it up for y'all, man. You know that? You got moms getting y'all gifts. It's beautiful. I loved it. I love it. Roblox reported metrics for May. No, why you want to report it now? Why you want to report it now? Oh, 87. That's fine. That's great. That's great. I thought it was like down like 18, not, $1 million. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know, that's it, man. It's the cult, baby. We love it. We love to see it. That's positive merch only, though. So, okay, if you're not really positive, maybe you want to get positive, it could help. And none of that's a recommendation. None of this is a health advice. Please consult with your health professional. Option trading, extremely risky, and most financial investments. No financial education, no purpose, only thing, every thing. But, come on, Oracle had option or earnings. Oh, we're still in the money. We're right at the money. We got that final play. Beautiful. Beautiful, baby. Beautiful. But hopefully we see you on the watch list. Check out everything else. The new channels, Cult PHILO, Cult Cars, Cult Music, Cult Real Estate, baby. Follow me on Instagram, The Trading Fraternity, how option pricing works. If you guys want to start getting into spreads and you haven't understood this video, this is about buying options. But when we get into selling, it's about to be credit spread season. Get your credit spread bathing suit, baby. It's about to happen. It's about to happen. Okay, so be on there, how we set up the law term. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, the prayer request wall. Me and my mom, we like to pray for y'all. So I don't really care what you believe in. It's just good to have somebody, supporting you, just praying for you, sending good vibes your way. All I ask is that you pray for me, pray for my mom, pray for my family. We got you, y'all. That's all we ask. Very simple, man. Love keeps the world going, and we love y'all. It's good vibes, good energy. I hope we want everybody to be a success. And let me be real with you, though. Not everybody will become a success. That would be a lie. That would not be true. That's not how the world works. The harvest is plenty, but the workers are few. But don't mean we still gonna love everybody. We still gonna pray for everybody. So we wishing the best. That's why, we gotta wish the best for the people who want the best, Right there. It's very easy. If you want, let's go. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a wonderful day. We're going to have an even better day tomorrow. What was I thinking? I was missing something. I think I was thinking about something. What I forget? I feel like I'm forgetting something. Well, man, listen. I love you all. Go read Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And let me just tell you this now, man. Y'all better get that attitude of Peter. Y'all got to be ready to go. Separate for business. You got to be ready to move. Are you going to be ready? From the opportunity to the storm, to the moment you need to build, to the moment you need to fight. Are you going to be ready for it? You may not know what's going to happen, but you're ready. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm speaking to a special group of people who does not know what is going to happen in the future, but they're ready. Oh, they don't. They don't feel me, man. They don't feel me. You ready? I'm ready. My pockets are full on heavy. I'm zoom to the fatty. Oh, y'all don't. Do you hear what I said? Think about that. Come on, let's see what's about to happen next, okay? Bro, you don't know what's going to happen, but you're ready. Oh, that's a different type of person. That's 11 disciples, and then there's Peter. Then there's that. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. Are you going to be ready? We will see. Because life is going to disappoint you, my friend. Life is going to do its little life thing. It's going to slow you down with the time. It's going to feel like this. Oh, and then you start factoring a little bit of emotions in there. Sprinkle some emotion. Oh, man. Woo, it's hard. It's hard, man. I'm just saying, are you going to be... Oh, it's difficult. It's difficult. Let's go, baby. That's what we need. That's what we need, baby. So, listen, man, I just hope you're ready. It's game time. I don't know what it's going to look like, but I'm ready. I'm down. Are you down? Are you ready? It's game time. You got the long term. You get a long term. What else? What are they going to do to you? Huh? Oh, you starting with the little bit, then what are they going to do to you? You already seen the bottom. That's all you could do is go up. They can't even hurt you. Oh, man, they don't feel me. That's it. It's game time. Game time. So get in the game, baby. Get in the mood. I'm going to see you tomorrow. I hope you enjoyed today as much as I did. Pray for Roblox. Pray for me. Pray for the fam. We going to pray for you, baby. But that is it. I love you all. Please don't ever forget why we show up, why we put in the work, why we ready even though we don't know what's going to happen. You know why, right? Why we keep going, why you put in the work, baby. You expect something. We expect something. You show up every day and put in work. That's a sign of I expect something. They don't feel me. Come on. Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo! Game time. So, I love all of you. Have a wonderful day. I hope you enjoyed it. I will see you on the watch list. Get your bathing suits. Get your credit spread bathing suits. It's time. It's that season. It's that season. You got Jerome tomorrow. Citi warns of second quarter trading slump. Oh, no. What's going to happen? Let's see. Get ready for the plays. I'm excited. It's a good day, but I love all of you. Okay, no, I'm hype. I'm not trying to hit you with too much, but just enjoy your day. Okay, keep it rolling. Please wake up and drive tomorrow. Remember, please don't forget, I had to give you a whole week of PHILOs on attitude, so just understand how important that is, okay? Because we still rolling off of that, man. We still got the attitude. Remember, your attitude is going to shape what's around you, okay? Green day, red day, it don't matter because eventually when you look back at it with the long enough time frame, you're going to notice it's green, baby. Don't stress out too much. You got to be ready. Peter wasn't stressing about the boat. He wasn't stressing about even cutting the soldier's ear off. That's crazy, man. So you in the game. That's it. I hope you stay blessed. I hope you know we love you. And God bless you. Have a wonderful day. Have a good sleep. Go to the gym. Get some workout in. Get the body moving. Wake up tomorrow. Wake up refreshed. Throw it in drive, baby. That's it. You are not a chameleon. You know that? You are not a chameleon. You are not going to react to whatever the morning throws at you. You see, because if you don't wake up and drive, you're going to see a red day, then your whole attitude going to be red. But if you wake up and say it's good no matter what, they don't feel me. You're not a chameleon, man. You Peter. That's all I'm saying. So, I love you all. Have a wonderful day. I'll see you guys later tonight on the watch list. And then in the morning, baby. Have a wonderful day. And peace out. Oh, hey, Josh. I want a pony. Okay, love you. Bye. Wake up and drive.